Welcome back to Curse, Code, and Crown, a live play Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition podcast featuring a fully original world and campaign. I am the wizard Cronox, observer of time. Curse, Code, and Crown features our regular voiceover artists and improvisers, Laura Elizabeth as Princess Gwendolyn, Tyler Hewitt as Makka Deathcap, and Ryan LaPlante as Duncan Danno, alongside our dungeon master, the incredible Tom McGee. So get ready for an adventure including thrills, chills, and hope for a brighter tomorrow. It's time for Curse, Code, and Crown!
Makka, looking around you, you see desolation. The ground is dry and seemingly devoid of any but the most hardy plants and vegetation. We're talking kind of desert style, very crisp, dry, almost weeds. The overturned cart you find yourself near seems to be just off a road, and you can see signs of a struggle, signs of a conflict around you. If you recall, when you awoke, you found yourself by an overturned cart with a couple of dead horses, a couple of bodies nearby that you could tell from a quick glance were not your friends, which was a bit of a relief, as well as a discarded pistol that, as you approach, you realize is Mr. Bang. Truly an item that Duncan would not abandon without great need. The sky is overcast with clouds that seem to be moving just a little bit too quickly. And between the sort of ragged cuts of gray, you can see a red sky beyond them. And every so often, the glimpse of a perfectly black sun. As you struggle to your feet, glancing down at the arm that you barely had time to register before passing out, you see that it is a mass of twisted vine, sort of around a. It certainly has like solid mass, like it's not like it's not Swamp Thing style, like a bunch of wriggling vines, but more like there's a tree that exists sort of in South America that is a bunch of like it's almost like if a bunch of trees were wound together. It grows around a tree, and then the tree inside it dies, and then it just kind of becomes a thing. So you can actually climb up inside them, which is kind of wild. But similar to that. And the fingers are sort of a mass of 6 sort of rough digits, but of varying lengths. And as you try and squeeze them into a fist, almost by instinct, you find they react somewhat, but then bend backward and kind of contort. And you can feel that this new limb is not quite synced to your body yet. You can still control it somewhat, but it's not...
Like fine motor stuff is not there?
Yeah. You likely wouldn't guess this out of the gate, but with some thought and some consideration, the fact that you kind of absorb the history of the root folk and the Memorarian into the cluster it's not like plugging a USB key into something and then just having it, or matrix uploading into your brain. You basically have the collected memory of a people held by a singular being kind of almost defragged into the cluster. And this remnant of the Memorarian seems to be operational and responding to you, but is clearly... There's still a lot of processing going on there. Okay. From sort of a statistics standpoint and from a gameplay standpoint, you will now have advantage on grapple checks using that arm in a very... I know I said it wasn't Swamp Thing, but like in a vaguely Swamp Thing or Poison Ivy way. Omega Red, if we want to go into X-Men. In that, because basically it's no longer a hand per se, but kind of almost a ring of digits, you can full on Groot people now.
There's no bones in there, so just you can grasp kind of.
Absolutely.
Right, okay.
And because your joints are no longer held by tendons, if one of these things, since they do have almost a vine quality to them, if something pushes back against them, it's not like one of our fingers where if you push back against the joint it snaps.
Yeah.
It pushes.
It has give.
I really should have started with Groot. It's a Groot arm. You have a Groot arm now. That character who is literally the thing I'm describing, using a bunch of characters who are ancillary to it. So you'll have advantage on grapple checks, advantage on climb checks, and as you kind of tense these sort of digits into a fist, you realize that you no longer need to wield a club because your hand itself will suit the purpose. So if you cast Shillelagh now, rather than having to convert whatever piece of wood you're carrying into it, it'll basically like clayface a fist.
Okay.
So I think still mechanically you're still going to be doing the same sorts of attacks you would. It's not like you suddenly become a boxer. But rather, because I feel like Makka's always been about the result, not the weapon. Because you've talked about how you don't really, your club has no sentimental value. It's just kind of whatever stick you can find. So you can still choose to wield that if you want. But I will also say you can imbue your hand with it now and still think like swinging it like a club, not like a fist. But definitely possible.
Okay.
You also hear whispers. Every so often now, just at the edge of your consciousness, of the collective memory of the root folk. It's not like the memorarian like lives in your head, but they do seem to drift through it now and again, as their knowledge is disseminated throughout the cluster. So, looking at these two bodies, they appear to be dwarves. Who I think from the your time in the swamp, I don't know that you would have really met many aside from obviously in the Danver expedition. I think you were aware of dwarves. You just probably didn't hang out with many of them. Your main points of contact were the turtles.
Yeah.
These they're two women. They're very very hardy looking folk. Think like an Olympic level weightlifter or boxer. So like not cut. They're like, you know, their bodies are thick.
They're stocky. They're
stocky,
bulky.
but like you can tell it's muscle. It's a little bit of the Dave Bautista thing, right? Where it's just like he's not a slim guy. His body is a tree trunk. Because it's just like, no, I lift heavy things. Or like if you think of like a professional shot putter or anything. So these ladies are like fucking built. And you can tell from the shattered weapons near them, probably professional fighters. But clearly whatever came through here didn't care. Both of them have been absolutely shredded. By what seems to be some kind of multiple blade or claw that's been raked across them. It's to the bone. And again, for such powerfully built fighters, something that can cut through muscle that deep is clearly swinging at a pretty high rate. You can see other blood now that you kind of look around the site. But again, no sign of your friends other than Mr. Bang, which is sitting nearby, cracked open and slightly bent, with clearly half loaded.
I'll go over and I'll pick up Mr. Bang, and I'll just store that in one of my like little satchels.
Can you roll me maybe an insight?
Yep.
I take insight or investigation.
If it's based on
it's just
the
observing
object,
it as you're picking it up. Yeah.
I'd say investigation.
Yeah, it's really more of a, do you notice as you put it into your pocket, or do you actually take a second to, L.A. Noir it and turn it around in space?
If I recognize it from the ground as being Mr. Bang, I would just pick it up and put it in my pocket.
Okay, so then give me an insight then, please.
Okay. Does it make a difference? Oh, it does. Not great. That's an 8.
An 8?
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't really have any conception of how firearms work. They're really pretty far outside your realm. But you do... I think it's like if you don't really know how to differentiate what dogs look like, but you just vaguely recognize it as Duncan's. You don't necessarily know what makes it different than any other gun. But you've seen this small dog before, so it looks slightly different from other small dogs. We have a lot of small dogs in our building. They all look the same. I don't know. So you pocket that, and then can you roll me a perception check, please?
That's better. That is 21.
Okay.
Nice.
The cart was clearly packed with provisions and supplies. If you were to venture a guess based on kind of coming from a mercantile society, seems almost like a trade caravan or supply caravan. And sort of in the wreckage of the cart, there are barrels and chests and other kind of crates, that sort of thing, as well as sort of a number of fabrics. You can tell there's some bedrolls and other things. But as you're putting Mr. Bang into your bag, you notice that what you assumed was a bedroll flapping in the wind is actually moving amongst the wreckage. You also realize that there is absolutely no wind, despite the clouds moving and this sort of ragged piece of fabric moving.
Okay. I'll ready my club and I will approach this moving fabric.
As you approach, it doesn't seem to acknowledge your presence. It doesn't acknowledge your presence, but you see a spindly, emaciated hand sort of catch the gray light of the clouds, and it seems to be pulling a length of chain up out of one of the broken crates and examining it in better light. And sort of as you see it do this, you can now start to see the shape of this body under the cloak, and you can see just kind of the edge of a sunken face with no nose and kind of incredibly gray, toothless mouth, just kind of almost chewing in concentration. It's that weird thing that certain older folks develop where their jaw just can't stop moving. And you just hear a voice say, heavy, yes, heavy, but usable, possibly heavy, though.
Is this scene playing out inside the overturned cart? Like, is it a covered wagon?
It's around the cart. This would have been more of an open-topped, think, like in modern parlance, it would be like a pickup truck. So it's an open-top cart. You can tell just from a cursory look at the pathway road, that there were other vehicles in this convoy.
Yeah.
But no, think of this very much as like one overturned cart, 2 dead horses, 2 bodies, and then just kind of assorted stuff and some signs of struggle. Some of the things have been, the boxes, barrels have been completely obliterated.
Okay. Then I will call out to this figure. Makka will say, hello.
It instantly collapses into a pile of cloak.
I'll carefully approach, but I'll lower my club. And as I'm getting closer and closer, I'll keep speaking to this creature and say, I mean you no harm. My name is Makka, Deathcap, Gravekeeper of the Turtle.
You see a slight tremor go through the fabric. The closer you get, the more it seems like a kid hiding under a blanket. And you hear it just say, Graves, you say?
Yes, graves.
And I'm getting closer, and I'm gonna reach down to the fabric and just gently kind of lift it.
The form seems to come with that, and you see the two spindly hands shoot out and kind of grab around the neck, not like reaching for your hands or anything, but clearly trying to keep the cloak wrapped around it. And it just says, there are no graves here. And then suddenly it spins with a speed that you didn't really think was possible. You feel its hands grab the sides of your face, and it almost feels like needles. It's just like sharpened bone, and a face that's more skull than flesh turns to look at you with lidless, round, bloodshot eyes, and sort of just sort of the two holes where a nose would be, pointed ears that seem to have just sort of sagged almost to cover the ear holes, and almost a hanging jaw. And the creature just says, Can you bury me?
Yes, if this is what you wish, I can.
And it lets out a howl of delight, and kind of falls off of you, and seems to take a few heaving breaths, although you're not quite sure that this thing breathes. And then it seems to collect itself and turn back to you and says, I am once known as Zon, and I cannot die. None of us can die. But you... And there's, it attempts a grin, but the skin on its face doesn't move. And it just says, you are a grave keeper. Come to the Shadowlands. And it seems to almost do like a little glee dance, which is kind of horrifying because it looks like if someone strung up a skeleton by a string and then just like bounced the string a few times.
Kind of like...
Yeah, just like full on Annie from Community and the Dia de los Muertes.
That's a good point.
Thank you. So just like skeletal arms out, and you can see now that this thing is facing you. Its cloak is patchwork. It's clearly made of scrap. It kind of nods at you and says, you came with others, yes?
I believe so, yes.
Yes.
I feel I was in the company of one who held this weapon.
And I'll take out Mr. Bang, the flintlock pistol, and show it.
There's a look of incredible avarice on the creature's face for just a moment. It's passing. And you almost see its like Gollum-style fingers reach for it, and then it just rolls them into fists and just kind of Wallace and Grommets them back to its chest in little little reserved hands, and says, "Yes, quite a prize that. Seldom seen in the Shadowlands. That. Yes, they left you for me. I think. Yes, left you for me. Knew I would find you." Had to run.
Where did they run to?
Zon looks legitimately crestfallen, and says that this one does not know. This one only came after the omnirath had left. Had chased them away, it did. Probably dead. Maybe not, but probably dead. Gone.
I would very much like to know for certain the fate of my friends.
If they escaped, then maybe to Scriven they go. The town of rags.
Scriven.
Yes, it is where I am bringing my findings. Help this one bring the findings. We will go to Scriven together. Yes? Safer for you. You can die. I cannot.
I am like those two.
And I point to the dwarf corpses.
And he looks at them with almost as much greed and avarice as he did at Mr. Bang, and just says, "Yes, like those. Have not been here long enough. Still fresh, can still die. Not like me. Not like the others."
Tom, can I cast Detect Magic? Hearing Zon talk about this place being here
Yep, absolutely.
for too long or not long enough, and those that can die and cannot, I'd like to just reach out to the land and the areas surrounding me, if I get any kind of magical feedback.
Just so I understand narratively, is this you sending spores out, or is this you kind of reaching out? Do you imagine this more as like a reaching out through the power of magic, or do you literally release spores into the air for this?
For Detect Magic, no, it's reaching out through the power of magic. Yeah, always has been.
Okay, great. So, you reach out and it feels a bit like a punch to the gut. This place reeks of magic. There is an extraordinary amount of magic. And I would say the reason it feels like a punch to the gut is normally this is how you feel when connected to a biological cycle. So if you're just like walking through, for example, like the desert at night, or a forest, or if you're in a reef, like something that teems with life, it's that feeling that you normally get from the cluster when you're around a lot of life, but for magic. And as you just sort of take that in, you also realize that aside from the two dead dwarves and the two dead horses and yourself, you do not pick up a single trace of the cluster here. The space seems entirely devoid of life.
That revelation would cause me to kind of withdraw into myself and try to reach the cluster in earnest, not through like Detect Magic,
but it feels kind of like hearing radio static, only because the cluster is currently integrating with the collective memory of the root folk, which is not a short process. That said, you can only detect the cluster within yourself right now. It seems to be a closed cycle. And then again in the fresh corpses. But Zon gives off no sense of the cluster at all. Neither does the vegetation you've seen. So it's literally the freshly killed corpses near you and nothing else.
Okay.
And unfortunately, it has no answers for you because it is integrating a few hundred years worth of history.
Yeah. Okay, that really worries Makka. I think he's visibly disturbed by that. And he'll mutter to himself,
Yet again, we find ourselves in a place where people cannot or will not die. Darcy, I will make this right.
And you feel Zon's spindly fingers wrap around your forearm, your total forearm. And they kind of look up into your face and just say, "Oh yes, it is quite horrible here."
Yes. Show me the way to this Scriven.
Yes, but first, and Zon gestures very broadly to everything. and his eyes, if possible, seem to get a bit wider. And he just says, "Rags." A few days earlier, Gwendolyn and Duncan, bringing Makka, who at this point was kind of drifting in and out with you, you emerged into a forest. You had left the confines of the root folk, having defeated the trapped familiar, having solved, with sort of Makka's assistance, the dilemma of what to do about the collective memory and the memorarian. And you now find yourselves with a rather interesting dilemma. The only person who has any experience of the world beyond Orvel is comatose. The two of you have just had to wrestle with some rather large philosophical issues. Gwendolyn, for not the first time, but perhaps the most dramatic time, have had to wrestle with the idea that even though you've kind of come to a place where you've been able to help previous groups kind of find a way forward, for the first time with the root folk, you were confronted with the fact that sometimes you actually can't, nor should you, which is new. I think there had been a certain tone of, I'm the chosen one and I will unite the world, that has yet again come crashing down around your head. And Duncan, even though you dreamt of a wider world, so far it has been nothing but disappointment and interest to some degree, but largely disappointment, because the training you have and the dreams you had of what it would be like to go on a diplomatic mission, to meet the Golan, the sort of dwarf nation, to go meet, the consortium of Bleen, to deal with all these other people. I think, to use kind of a pop culture reference, I think Duncan always dreamed of these things a bit like a Star Trek The Next Generation episode, where you just get to go to a cool place with a bunch of cool people and have like diplomatic conversations and like sort things out based on codes of ethics and come to a mutually beneficial conclusion. Instead, everything seems fucking ridiculous and messy, and the codes are different, and diplomacy doesn't seem to operate the way it did in Orvel. That exists somewhere in this world, but so far it's been a lot of not that. And again, for the first time, one of you almost died. So where do you think, Gwendolyn and Duncan, you are at mentally as you emerge into a forest that you can very happily tell is not moving and is not sentient? Which is a low bar to clear, but apparently that's where we're at.
I think I'm just kind of like repeating the things that like Duncan is teaching me, like kind of over and over in my head, because they don't sit naturally with me. It's like, all right, always choose the boring decision that doesn't get other people killed. Shit, there were more. And I'm just like trying to remember.
That's fair. And Duncan, where do you think you're at? It's been a bit of a few days for you.
Yeah, I think Duncan's a bit of a wreck. I don't think he'd share it because it's not his job to be like, dear princess, figuring out the world's a garbage heap. It's real bad. It's worse than you think. You haven't even figured out some of the bad shit yet. Instead, he's just dealing with it in like a weird, quiet, probably like kind of dark way. Because I think you're right. I think he was that guy who figured that everywhere else got it right and just humanity fucked it up in Orvel. Mm-hmm. So he was going to go out and they were going to be better. And instead he's discovered that they're like worse, but in weird, unpredictable ways where he can't even understand the level of like, how do you get corrupted by a tree person? Like, what the fuck was attractive about this? Like, he can't even figure out the evil he's facing in a lot of these ways. Mm. And it just means that a lot of his lessons aren't there. Like, I think the root folk also will have fucked him up because he'll be looking back and thinking he could have done it smarter. Like, there were better moves to be made, but he didn't have a horse in the race. Mm-hmm. And he doesn't actually know how to function if he doesn't have a horse in the race, because he's existed in sort of like important areas wherever he's been until now. And then you just show up at the root folk and you're like, I don't know who's good, I don't know who's bad, I don't know any of these people. Well, I don't have a fight
from
to
a
win.
Historical and I think and it's important to acknowledge this from a societal lens. Orvel, as Orwellian history positions it, is the center of the universe. Height of civilization, Rome. Everywhere else is barbarians. We're Rome. Which I don't think you necessarily believed in terms of like, oh, but like we're the good ones. It was more so, yeah, okay, but like these systems exist elsewhere. This is how it works. And there's kind of all the conscious deprogramming you can try and do to that, but then coming out into the wider world and having people just be like, what the fuck? Humans? No, get out of here. Is a drastic shift, because it's not even just not having a horse in the race. It's realizing that like you spent years becoming a chess master thinking that chess was the way. Like, yeah, you might play people who are better or worse, but at least if you knew chess, everyone plays chess and we'll just figure it out. And now it's like, motherfucker, only we played chess. Shit, everyone else thinks chess is for children. What the, like, there's just, that's a fair place, I think, to be. And admittedly, both of you have done a tremendous amount of good already. You've managed to end, an endless conflict and free a number of souls and essences that would have just been recycled over and over again. You certainly made things better in byproduct. And although Makka led the charge on this most recent adventure's conclusion, the root folk are no longer trapped in their cycle. For better or worse is yet to be seen. But there is some... I feel like it's fair to be feeling the regret of, I feel like I could have done this smarter, but it still wasn't a loss, which I think would probably weigh a bit heavier on Duncan if it was a full wash.
He didn't feel like bad won. Like, I don't think he feels like he's a failure. I think he is still confused because I don't think he likes the end result that happened.
Totally fair.
Because I think he would have preferred the root folk knew, but Makka made an offer that made sense to the Memorarian, but he disagreed, but he couldn't because he was oath sworn to help Jossie restore the cycle. So I think there's also just like, okay, we did a good thing, but how good?
Yeah, totally. Yeah. Very fair. So from a more practical standpoint, as both of you are kind of thinking through these things, Makka has ceased to be able to move. He's still breathing very visibly, but is essentially comatose. He occasionally seems to mutter things, but at times it seems to almost be the Memorarian's voice, not his.
Can you remind me, did this happen when we left off, or has this been happening on the way gradually?
So where we left off, you had literally just left the temple en route to the Shadowlands, and Makka had just kind of implanted the arm had just sprouted as the cluster began to absorb the memory of the root folk. So that's pretty much where we left it. It was literally just kind of like you dragged his ass out of the dungeon. All of you saw the sun rise over a forest, and that was kind of it. So that's pretty much where we are right now.
Yeah, okay.
Narratively, from the session we're playing right now, Makka's a few days ahead of you. So what we just saw has not happened for you yet. But yes, so no, this is literally like there was one way out. You found it. You're en route to the Shadowlands. If you remember, the main reason you were after the Shadowlands was after the assassination of A, the assault on Orvel, but B, the assassination of
the Butcher Lord.
The Butcher Lord.
Yeah.
By one of the Covenant of Crecate has led you to want to investigate this, so at least you kind of know what you're up against. Ideally, to stop it.
Stop or find weakness were our two primary interests.
Or at least to understand, because from the looks of things, these assassins are literally stepping out of shadows, killing people, and then disappearing, which is not exactly something you can fight. So, Gwendolyn, for you, this carries a bit of additional weight. And I think it's a weight you've been able to ignore up to this point because your circumstances are so absurd and so far removed from everything else you've been dealing with or you've ever dealt with, that it was easy enough to kind of put some things on pause. But the closer you get to the people who carried out the attack on Orvel, the more that little niggling piece of information at the corner of your brain begins to bother you, which is Nikos and why your brother did this, what has become of him and your father and the court and your people and your friends, what's happened to Orvel, which is something that you up to now have been able to kind of avoid because, you know, it's a little bit like starting a new school or going away to university or going to a country you've never been to. Very easy to ignore all your problems at home because, like, oh my god, I'm in Spain. I don't know how Spain works.
Yeah, there's been a lot of shit going on that's distracted me, for sure.
But the closer you get to something that was involved with this, the harder it is to ignore because one way or another, you're going to start to get answers. And in some ways, it's easier not to have those. And with that, of course, it also brings all the horror of having to contend with the fact that you're in a suit of armor rather than a body, which you've kind of contended with in a broad sense. But like, I remember the first time, I think of it almost like the first time you went back home after going to university or college, where it's just like, oh, right, all my friends' problems are still problems. Fuck.
Right.
I'm still that kid I was 2 months ago. It's cool that I'm in a different place and I can drink now, but like, I'm ultimately, all my shit is still my shit. Mm-hmm. Duncan, for you, the immediate problem is, how do you solve a problem like a Makka? He's a big dude and he is down for the count. So how do you propose to continue to move Makka?
Because we're on foot, right?
You're currently on foot, yes.
I think he would have had some like basic survival training. So I think he'd do like he would essentially find large branches, and I don't know. I actually did like some bullshit survival training as like a kid with like the local whatever's in
your
Barrie.
Local Ron Swanson.
Yeah, and you take two long kind of branches, and then you like run, if you like, we got rope and stuff kind of in between them, and you can lay somebody on it and then just drag the front of it. Mm-hmm. And I think he's just doing that because Makka's heavy, right? Like
I weigh 450 pounds.
So I think how I imagine this going is, Duncan, you set it up while Gwendolyn is like having a weird little internal existential crisis as she tries to remember your lessons. And you start to like haul this weight. And it's a little bit like when I try and do like a big quarantine grocery shop without any assistance or like reinforced bags, and I'm like, I can carry all this, and then I walk like 3 meters and my tiny little T-Rex arms give up and I'm like, whoa, no, and then I'm just like walk, rest, walk, rest. So it's that kind of situation until Gwendolyn turns around and realizes this is going on and offers to take a shift. And Gwendolyn, you don't have muscles anymore, so this is actually a pretty doable thing for you. And Duncan, I think there's a moment of, even though, you know, like she's a haunted suit of armor now, I think mentally she's still Gwendolyn to you. So it's like, no, Gwendolyn will just die if she has to do this. This is ridiculous. She's lived a life of privilege in a palace. Like,
yeah, I think there's also just like, Gwendolyn won't do this.
Yeah.
This is a chore to carry a turtle.
Fair enough. And Gwendolyn, I guess I would propose based on that this is less out of like a, no, I can do this and it's right that I do, and more like a, I don't like waiting and I'm not tired. So I think it's out of frustration more than anything else. You just shoulder it. And
100%.
What do you say to Duncan when you do that?
This is responsibility, right? I'm taking responsibility.
That's true.
Look at me, I'm learning.
That's true. You're doing good for someone when you don't have any immediate gain. That's very impressive.
I'm really proud of myself.
Well, that sort of takes away from the effect. But yes, you should be. You know, you got to be able to understand those victories and celebrate them.
And I think, Duncan, as you watch her start to drag Makka, like very happily, like, you know, like a kid with their first backpack being like, oh, I'm off to school. you realize that this actually legitimately is progress, and I think there is a like an actual little moment of like, by George, I think she's got it. Gwendolyn, I'm going to give you 1 point of inspiration for accidentally doing the right thing, but then role-playing that moment very nicely. Cool. So, Duncan, you're fully expecting to have to take over the Makka sled soon thereafter, but because Gwendolyn doesn't tire the way she used to in a mortal body, she just doesn't really notice, and as a result, the two of you begin to make very good time. It's rough going for a bit. Duncan, you're largely responsible for like the awkward ass end of the stretcher, getting it over like logs and things. There's a lot of like weird like bent over shoving and things, so it's tiring work. I'm gonna need you to please roll me a I don't know if I want a survival check necessarily on this. Let's go with a Constitution save, please.
It's a 19 for Duncan.
Okay. So you're sore, but the nice thing about getting the shit duty that you've had for so long is you've pulled enough drunks out of bars that bending over to drag things is actually pretty... It's a muscle group you've built up in your lower back. So you're sore when you go to bed, but not...
That's the thing about aristocratic drunks. They're not tiny.
So after walking for some time, you're both feeling kind of at the end of your rope, and it's probably time to bed down. The good news is you've actually found a pathway through the woods now. You're out of kind of the deep forest and into not a main road per se, but what almost looks like a service path. Definitely well trod, and suddenly the going is much easier. So knowing that you'll have an easier time of it tomorrow, you decide to bed down for the night. What are your plans for the evening?
Well, we got to train with sword fighting because she's got to learn. You got to learn to do more than just throw your entire body at people. I mean, you got possessed this time. We need to keep people away from your body so they don't go into it. And then sleep. I gotta find some. I guess I got rations. I'll be okay there. But otherwise, we gotta do watches.
I'm really struggling with this because, like, my opening move is that I'm supposed to step on someone's foot so they can't step back. But that's bringing them very close to me. So I'm like, well, I have to keep them away from me now. Then what's my opening move now?
I think what we need to get you away from is the idea that every fight is going to go into a pattern, or that'll get you killed right away. Because someone will see you step on the first guy, and then they'll expect you to step on them, and then they'll just stab you. People are very good at stabbing if they know what you're going to do. So I think the footstep is good if they're already in close, and you've got more strength than they do. If they're stronger than you can step on their foot. They'll just throw you off.
Well, I'm sure not many people are stronger than me. I mean, fuck, look at me.
Well, I would agree that most humans might not be stronger than you, but we are up against a covenant of witches who appear out of shadows and stab things, and I don't know how strong they are. And a lot of species might be just stronger than humans, maybe even stronger than human ghosts in armor. There are a lot of questions here I can't answer.
All right.
I'd like to add finesse to your strength in a way that harnesses your strength, essentially. Maybe that sword throw. It seems like you're not banging 100% on target, so we could just work on that if that feels worth it to you.
Sure. I mean, whatever you think is right. Like, I'm clearly no expert in this area.
All right, well, you know what? You're going to throw a sword near me, so why don't we work on that to make sure that you don't hit me with it? And then I guess we could find some moss or great-looking dirt and add it to Makka's spores. I don't really know how to feed the things that grow on him, but I'm assuming it's with sort of dead stuff.
Is that what does he do that? Does he, like, dress it up with stuff? I just assumed it, like, fed on stuff from the air.
I mean, I assume the same thing as well, but I don't know what happens when he's out. Like, he's growing an arm. I don't know how his system's working.
Yeah, this is weird.
Looking at him, the arm seems to be growing on its own. And the mushrooms and various spores seem to just kind of be doing their thing. You don't see a lot of... Like, it's not like he's turned gray, if that makes any sense.
Okay.
I mean, not more gray than usual. Yeah.
All right, then we'll just, I guess, give him some water. That feels like something that would work for him and for them, so that...
Yeah, I like to imagine you like pour some water down his throat and then just like throw some vegetation on him and just both kind of walk away being like, all right, well,
that's probably it. And then I feel like what he wants to do with Gwendolyn is where he'll take like small pieces of firewood, like kindling, and then it's that weird thing that like English aristocrats do, or like clay pigeon shooting, or like he'd throw one and have her try to peg it with her sword. Like,
and every time she misses, a dog just pops up from the bushes and is like, and you try and shoot the dog, but you just can't.
Like, where are all these freaking dogs coming from?
I actually think it's the same dog the whole time. Like, I haven't seen a second one, and he's pretty distinctive.
Well, I hope he's not a spy. Should we kill it?
I don't really just want to kill a dog. I'll be honest with you. It could be evil, but I require more than mocking us for failure for an execution. I think...
Well, I agree. That's why I was asking the question. I wanted...
Oh, well, I mean, in my opinion,
no.
Unless you want to sentence the dog to death for treason. I don't think it's a Revellion dog. I don't know enough about
treason.
Yeah, I don't know enough about the legal system here. I don't know what you could charge a foreign national with while you're in their land.
Well, also, here's something worth considering. Gwendolyn, can you roll me 3 attack rolls, please, with your tossing sword?
Sure.
Because I think a lot of this will hinge on how badly you fail or how well you succeed. Because here's the thing, if the dog shows up like once, it's like, well, all right, well, fuck that dog. If the dog's there all the time, that like may be more of a problem.
Okay.
Also, the dog is not like Snidely Whiplash's dog, like literally like snickering. It's just popping up and like doing that thing like whenever Ripley pants, I'm like, it's a smiling dog. And I'm like, nah, it's just a dehydrated dog. So you're not really sure what this dog's deal is, but they damn do seem to pop up every time you miss. So let's see how often that happens.
So we've got a 14, a 24, and a 13.
Christ. You never see the dog. So we're going to assume that since you're doing training, this is probably like a couple hours worth of work. You succeed more.
Oh, I do more than 3 throws.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
It's the 3 throws was to...
No, I know. I'm just being an asshole.
No. But also just to mechanically make it clear, I don't want to say that like you get 3. It's like the 3 just represent your entire spell of training.
Yeah. Fair.
So I'd say like you hit more than you miss, and the dog pops up now and again. But also when you're not throwing, like basically in that awkward spell of time where either you're recalling the sword or like trudging out to get the sword. You can also just see the dog like sniffing around the bushes, kind of in the distance. It's clearly just a wild dog doing its thing. Duncan, you're pretty impressed by these throws. I think now that you're just observing it, you come to understand that there's magic behind them. It's not what you feared it was, which was Gwendolyn Captain America-ing it, just being like, I'll just throw my shield real hard. The sort of magic forces seem to be controlling to some degree. That said, one thing I will flag for you is I think once you've completed this round of training, it occurs to you that the next thing that might be worth considering is how the two of you can learn to fight as a single unit. Because if you continue to not get to duel things, having something that creates a distraction field around you, as happened a couple times in the previous fight, would be very fucking helpful. Because if it's not going to be a proper duel, at the very least it doesn't have to be you versus 5 people.
Yeah.
If there's a magic sword and armor bouncing around. So something to consider for the future.
Agreed. I think at the moment he realizes, oh, okay, this won't just kill me. Okay, now I got to figure out how to use it.
Yeah. And with that, with Gwendolyn deciding, I assume, not to execute a wild dog for treason.
No, of course not. Look, I was just...
Hey, I'm not having a conversation with you. Yeah, it's all good. It's okay. You don't need to convince me. I'm just the DM.
Listen, it's fine. Francis, you seem very worried about me answering the question. I just wanted to let you know your legal standing. It's my job to help you enact your will. if it's legal.
All right, so I need to know what your plan of sleep is. Are you doing shifts? What's the name of the game?
I mean, Princess, we gotta sort of do shifts, so you're gonna have to drag me and the turtle through the woods tomorrow.
Yeah, no, yeah, sure. I'll stay up first.
All right, wake me before you sleep.
All
and
right.
then he'd probably bed down close to a fire next to the turtle.
Great. Gwendolyn, how do you spend your shift? Obviously, you're keeping watch, but is there anything else you do? Is there anything else you're pondering?
I think I'm actually taking this really seriously, and because I do kind of feel like Duncan thinks I'm a bit of an idiot, and I probably am. I'm just like I can like keep watch. Like, come on. Like, there's one I can like, hear things.
Yeah, I understand.
And like keep my eyes open. So I'm actively like, okay, this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna like walk over here. I'm gonna like give a listen. Go to the other side. Give a listen.
Gotcha.
Look out. Like this is very like. Yeah, I think it would be probably pretty embarrassing if someone was actually sneaking up and looking.
I bluffed pretty hard to get the job I'm in about my Excel abilities. So there was a lot of like, oh yeah, just do like a VLOOKUP. And I was like, absolutely. And then as soon as they left, I'm like, fuck. I don't know how to use a fucking spreadsheet. So it's that. I am Gwendolyn. I understand. So given how seriously you're taking this, can you please roll me a perception check with advantage?
Sure. 14.
Okay, so there are a couple times throughout the night where you hear rustling in the trees. And I think it's like a freeze with sword on. I guess you carry on your belt or on your back? Belt, right?
Belt.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
like a hand on sword. But, much like I remember when I was camping in Cubs, I'd always like childhood brain that liked monster books would be like, maybe monsters. But I'm like, no, it's just a stupid chipmunk. It's a lot of that, where it's a lot of like, oh, serious? Oh, no, it's
Yeah.
literally nothing. The woods are always loud.
Yeah, no, there's a lot of like dramatic, like arms out, like, wait a second. Kind
Yeah,
of
but
posing.
unfortunately, the evening for you passes without incident. But when you go to wake Duncan, you actually feel pretty good about it, because even though you didn't actively fight anything, I think you're definitely in a better safe than sorry zone, where you're like, I'm really glad I took this seriously, because nothing went wrong, but it could have. Mm-hmm. So you wake him up. What do you think Gwendolyn, as a suit of armor, waking up a human looks like?
It's like, I think it's like I would definitely like be like bending over him, and then with like my gauntleted hand like poking him on the shoulder. So just like metallic, hard, like.
Yeah, so
your watch.
that's what you
old
wake up
Jap.
to, Duncan. Just being jabbed in the spine by metal.
Yeah, I think he wakes up like instantly but silently. And then when he realizes the poke is her, he just like puts the safety back on Mr. Bang from under his pillow where he'd like clicked it off when he got jolted awake. And then he'll be like, okay, you can lay down here. Do you get cold? I'm sorry to ask these questions, but I don't know.
No.
Okay, great.
I will
Right,
say
Tom?
you do. We discussed earlier in terms of like smells and things. It's a phantom limb sensation. So like, I think this is. Oh God, I hate even saying this. You can feel it, but it doesn't affect you.
Yeah.
So like, you can get cold. It doesn't have any adverse effect on you whatsoever.
Yeah. It's being on Tylenol 3.
I
You
guess.
feel everything.
So I was going to say, so not
But
a
you don't
metaphor for
care.
anyone else, but for you, definitely.
Look, I've had wisdom teeth taken out. I don't remember much of it. I watched Lord
You know
of the
the
Rings
pain's
while
there.
very high.
You know the pain's there, but you don't care about it. It's like, you know the cold's there, but you don't really feel it.
Okay, yeah, I dig that. I think
Maybe not.
no. I would agree with that. The only caveat I want to add is that it's irksome in a way that.
Oh, okay.
It's irksome in a way that your brain is trained to know that being cold is bad.
Gotcha.
I mean, if we want to carry on with the weird drugs thing, it's like if you're
okay.
no, but it's like if you've been injected at a dentist's office and like you're poking your face and you're like, it's numb, but like I know this is a problem. I know. Whereas I think with T3, you're just like, it's good though. In this case, it's like it is actually very troublesome because your body's constantly screaming like, no, this is a fucking problem, but it isn't anymore.
Okay.
So I'll let you decide whether you want the blanket I'm sure he's about to offer you or not.
I mean, I don't know that I'm technically cold, but I can kind of feel cold. It's I don't know.
Okay, lay down close to the turtle. He seems warm. I mean, also cold, but he's great. We'll get the blankets over, and then I'll put some vegetation on her and all that. And I'm like,
you do notice the vegetation you put on him is mostly consumed.
oh, that's good. We made the good guess. All right, so get her over there. I'll give her her blanket, like, and my blanket and all the shit we got that's blanketed up. And then I will go over and be like, all right, now you sleep well. And then I'll just kick dirt over the fire so the fire goes out, because he'd leave it on for her comfort because he wants her to be able to see things that are close. But he's actually really paranoid about ruining his night vision if he's going to be the one on watch. He wants to be able to see things coming in.
Can you roll me a perception check, please? At disadvantage.
Just gotta find it.
Admittedly, with all the systems we play at this point, like any skills possible, I don't fucking know.
It is
green,
a 16.
1 red. I don't know.
16. 16.
As you kick out the fire, you obviously look at the fire as you do it, because as a responsible person with a fire in the woods, you want to make sure it goes out properly.
Yeah, it'd be real tragic if the fire killed the princess.
And the rude folk. It just really, it took everyone. Yeah, so you kick dirt over the fire, and as you look up from it, exactly what you didn't want to have happen happens, which is you have that afterglow in the sort of pure darkness that kind of fucks with your night vision as your eyes readjust. You think you see 2 reflecting yellow coins that seem to be low and then move high. And then you hear a rustle through the trees and they're gone.
Okay, I'm just gonna hold where I am for a second. Like, I think he'd just go full body still.
Totally fair. So you have one of the kind of hardest moments of stillness and alertness you can have, which is the sense you need the most for it is currently compromised. So you have that awful, like, every time you blink, it's just in a slightly different position afterglow piece. You have Mr. Bang in one hand, I assume sword out, or hand on...
Hand on sword, I think, because he wouldn't want to draw it because he doesn't want it to rush him if it's going to attack. And if it's not, he doesn't want it to leave because he wants to figure out what it is.
Totally fair. The woods are still.
All right, I think, honestly, he'd probably wait for like a solid 10, 15 minutes because he's aware that if everybody's holding still, it's just a waiting game. So it feels like 10 years for everyone involved. You just have to outlast the other person or thing.
Fair enough. Can you roll me a perception check with advantage, please?
14.
Okay. There is enough noise, kind of from the general woods around you, that whatever it was could be gone. It's still quiet, like clearly enough disruption has happened that things are quiet. But in terms of a standoff, you're not convinced this thing is still there. You're also not convinced it's gone. I
just have no way to tell. Yeah, there's too much shit going on.
But I would say that You have no way to tell, but you're on the... If this is a spectrum of it's gone, it's here, you're stuck in the middle, but you're slightly more on the it's gone side, in that there's enough cover that you think you could have slipped away if your positions were reversed.
Okay.
In kind of a Dwight Schrute, I'm pretty sure I could do this way.
Yeah, then I think what he'd probably do is try to set a trap. So I think he'd probably take like a couple of sets of like 3 meals worth of rations or whatever and kind of put them within the edge of the area. And then he'd climb a tree where he could watch, because I think he wouldn't want to be on the ground invisible.
Okay. All right. Can you roll me a survival check, please, for the trap? Unless you have another skill you think.
I think it's more just putting food down and he's the trap.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. So you're not mechanically doing anything. It's
Oh, no, he has no idea
so
how
it's
to
just
do that.
bait. Okay.
Yeah.
Great. Then never mind. Okay, can you roll me a stealth check then, please?
Yes. 19.
But your mind is older. Cool. So, yeah.
Yay! Sorry.
You make it up the tree nice and easily. The other thing is, I think, based on how you're describing this trap and kind of what you're attempting to do, this isn't a I'm trying to trick you. It's a will you give into your baser instinct thing. Like, this isn't a fucking, like, mysterious game of shadows. It's just kind of like, are you hungry enough to come eat this thing in the woods? Because if so, I'm going to get you. Also tasty. It's literally just a mousetrap. It's like, this could kill me, but I do want that fucking peanut butter. So
I'm gonna get you.
You don't. Nothing comes out. Like eventually, like small critters come out and nom on some of it, but they're also too small. It's the pizza rat thing. They can't really get too much of it. It's a pain in the ass, and you're a little bit irked about it, but it's not damning.
Yeah.
That said, just before dawn, from your elevated position, you can see a string of lanterns coming, not down this pathway or the pathway that you're closest to. I assume you didn't sleep on the path because you're not idiots. But you can tell there's clearly a main road nearby, and it looks like a sort of a small caravan. You can hear kind of the crunch of wheels, the swinging of lights, and you, as they get a bit closer, you hear a voice call out in Dwarven, hold. All right, where did you say they were?
Well, that's not great. I think he'd climb down and just like quietly wake the princess and be like, there's people on the road. Someone may have brought them here in the night. I'm not sure. They're looking for someone.
Are they looking for us?
Well, they didn't use names, so I don't know, but I could try to scout them out more, but I didn't want to leave you asleep here with the turtle.
All right, well, I'll stay awake here with the turtle.
All right.
His name is... What?
What?
I don't know what to do here.
Okay, they stay with the turtle.
All right.
If they kill me, run.
All right.
If they're nice, I'll yell out the code word. What's a word that I could mix into a sentence?
Well,
that
I think if they're nice,
say?
you can kind of yell out anything.
I guess that does make sense. Unless... No, see, this is why we need a code word. Because if they are hostile and they make me yell something, I want you to know.
Right. I don't know, raspberries.
Well, I
I
can
don't
make that
fucking
work.
know.
Listen, I don't know their naming conventions, but if there's one named Raspberries, I just won't say their name when I call you out. It's fine. So if I say... Wait. No, raspberries are good. If I say raspberries, it's actually safe. If I don't say it, then it's dangerous and you got to run and take the turtle.
That makes sense.
Okie dokie. And then I want to stealth towards wherever the lanterns are, Tom.
Okay, can you roll me a stealth check with disadvantage, please? Because they are clearly actively looking for you.
Oh, man. I rolled very well both times. The disadvantage is a 23 because the advantage was a nat 20.
Damn.
And a 20 and a
Nice.
17.
Shadowlands is you. All right, so yeah, you stealth your way through, and I think it's a combination of like moving through the foliage, having just had to deal with two incredibly kind of natural circumstances. We've gotten a hell of a lot better at stealth in nature. So it's a combination of like moving quietly, but I think also like throwing sticks or rocks away from you in a way that creates more noise elsewhere. And sure enough, you see that fucking dog come kind of like loping through the trees with a pair of dwarves following. One is an incredibly stout woman holding a vicious-looking battle axe, and not like a double-headed one, but oh man, I was gonna try and reframe this, but you'll actually get this reference. Like a chaos axe from Warhammer, so just like one real vicious head, and then just a little pointy bit on the back. And she's got it like at the ready, but not. It's not like a, gonna go kill some people. Just a, if things go bad, I'm ready. And with her is a dwarf dressed in a traveling cloak, but underneath it's clearly a very soft, kind of velvet almost robe. It seems very functional. Like there's a lot of pockets, and he's got like the Rob Liefeld pocket bandoliers, but clearly not a fighty type, more of a talky type. What you would kind of assume to be a merchant of some sort. And the dog is sniffing around near what you just threw. And to your surprise, the dog turns back and just says, guys, this is really embarrassing. I could have sworn they were right here. Well, really should trust my nose more than my eyes then, right? And they're both like, it's okay, Toby, you did your best.
Well, I think Toby did all right, I say as I step out of the woods and sweep off my hat. I'm like, hello, friends.
The merchant just freezes in a classic, like, Jurassic Park, if I don't move, they can't see me way. Toby leaps to his feet, so up onto his hind legs, with his arms out in shock. And the lady with the axe shifts just enough that you know she wouldn't get a good swing, but she could get a swing. Mm-hmm. And I feel like you respect her a little bit more for it because it's clearly I don't have a good shot, but it's a shot.
Yeah.
But she is clearly, like, you also recognize, particularly from dueling, this isn't someone who's going off half-cocked. This is just if you turn out to be an asshole and try and stab them. And after a minute, Toby recovers first and is just like, well, shit, you are very good at moving in the woods, sir. I thought you had me when you kicked out that fire. This is really embarrassing. And again, it's think like a Saint Bernard up on its hind legs, looking very sheepish. Just be like, so this is kind of awkward.
Yeah, I'm wondering why you were all out here looking for me.
Oh, okay. Well, I think I can answer that. Or, Shen, can you answer this? And the merchant just kind of like awkwardly reaches out and pats Toby on the head, and Toby's like, "Don't do that, please." Shen's like, "Look, I'm sorry, I'm still trying to get used to this. Hi." And he doesn't have a hat, so he just like awkwardly flips his cloak to the side. He's like, fuck. Hi. My name is Shen, and this is my expedition. Thank you for greeting us so kindly when you clearly could have stabbed us despite our mystical dog friend and Ken over here. And she just nods while still holding the axe. And he's like, we were trying to find you because I don't know if you know this or not, but you are about to walk into some pretty hairy shit. And well, my expedition, the reason we hired people like Ken over here is she and her buds are going to protect us because we've got some valuable cargo that we're trying to move through. And well, I mean, Toby knows the place better than anyone, and he was a little worried that you guys might die. He said you're very good at throwing swords, though, so he was pretty impressed. A little sheepish about the laughing, though. And Toby's like, shut up. It was funny. She threw and she missed a couple times. It's funny because she was aiming for a thing and she missed it. And he's like, he doesn't get out much. So listen, we just wanted to see if you wanted to join us. There's some danger ahead, and honestly, we've never seen a human before. And from what we understand from the histories, you're awful squishy. So we just thought you might want to, join us, and we'll get you through to wherever you're going. Where are you going, by the way?
Well, that's not entirely my tale to tell. My name is Duncan Ken Danno, and I am the first captain of the Dawnbreakers.
Ken actually starts to grin a little bit, and she looks at Shen, who kind of looks back, and they're both having a real moment. And she just says, he said the thing. And Shen's like, I didn't know they actually said it. That's very exciting. Okay. Just be cool. Kin, you say?
Yes.
Danno, you say? Danno the Mystic? The Dawnbreaker?
That is the man I am named for, correct? According to my oath.
Fucking yeah. This is awesome. And she slings the axe over her shoulder, and she just walks up and extends a hand for a classic fantasy elbow grab.
The forearm grab thing?
Shakes hands of course.
Oh, God, he's in heaven. Yes, he's fucking doing the shit out of this.
So they do that, they do a big circle, and her forearm is twice the size of yours, but she looks at your gauntlet, and she's like, motherfucking yeah!
Ken, you're literally everything I hoped would be in this world. Would you like to meet a princess?
They both look a little less excited, but they're sure. Does she need transport as well?
There's a lot to explain, but overall I think you'll find us both tremendously useful and coming with some very interesting baggage. Princess, it's time. It's raspberry time.
And in my head, I'm like, he said raspberry, but not raspberries.
Oh, raspberries.
I don't know what to do.
Bring the total. It's fine. Raspberries. Oh, hell, she's over here. Come with me. Just lead them back to her.
Shen is like, I don't recall this from any of that. And Ken's like, shut up, man. This is happening for us. Let's go. So I'm going to just skip us ahead a couple steps and say that
we join the caravan.
Join the caravan. Okay. There are a lot of... well, actually, sorry, no. We shouldn't do that. Shen steps into the clearing. And at this point, again, he and Ken are doing that, excited, me going into a Star Wars movie thing where they're just, kind of each clutching each other's arm a little bit. And when they see you, Gwendolyn, you actually see Shen's eyes go wide. And he just kind of stops and goes, huh. Is that? Pardon me, ma'am, princess.
I look at Duncan like, raspberries, right? Raspberries?
Yeah, they're fine. Is he
Princess
speaking common
Raspberries,
or dwarven?
is that, he's in dwarven still. Is this, Princess Raspberries, is that, emulium? Metal? You're wearing, is that emulium armor?
I think Duncan will step immediately in to translate word for word, because he speaks dwarven.
Is it?
And Duncan, you're translating for both or just for her?
I would have to translate for her back to him and him to her.
Yes, but I was just asking if you're only translating to her or if you're doing it both ways.
I would do it both ways.
Okay. He says, that is an incredibly old suit of emulium armor. That's
Indeed.
We're bringing supplies for that, Princess Raspberries. I wasn't aware that any humans had that.
It's Gwendolyn, not raspberries. Just forget the raspberries.
This is Princess Gwendolyn Kinsalaris.
Ken just elbows him in the ribs, and she's like, I think it was a code word, sir. That's not actually her name. It would seem it's Gwendolyn. Raspberries are probably something else, something cool, something legendary.
Was that the dog?
No, that's the dwarf fighter.
Okay.
Yes, the princess is actually alive within the armor of Amala Kinsalaris, and she bears the Elos blade.
I just take out my sword and kind of like show it, like, here it is. Yep.
Like both their eyes go wide, and Ken, despite being a very stoic fighter type, starts doing that like rapid arm pat thing of like unbridled excitement where you just need someone else to acknowledge that you're this excited, and she's like, motherfucking yeah, we're in a legend, baby, we're doing it. And Shen goes, wait, you're wearing the armor of, I thought that was stuck in the lowborn floaty place, the boon.
The what?
Oh, the boon. You know, the thing that the.
She call it lowborn.
I don't translate that directly. I'm like, well, listen, they've got a different perspective on the world because in Orville, you and your various relatives had decided we were the best part of the world, and as we've seen traveling around, all the other nations and people seem to think that sort of about themselves instead.
Yeah, but like, come on. You don't have to say it right to my face. Like, I'm a frickin' princess.
Well, see, this is something I've read about called, like, microaggressions, which is people don't even realize where their biases come out in a conversation. They probably didn't even mean it to be offensive.
Like a macroaggression to me. But, oh, well.
And then Toby clears his throat, which sounds like one of those, like, little back-of-the-throat dog barks. And says, yeah, in common. It says, so close, but also not quite.
Holy shit, you're a talking dog.
Guilty. Holy shit, you're a haunted suit of aluminum armor. Okay. Listen, something you should know that will help this a bit. Also, yes, sorry I was spying on you before. I just thought it was very funny because he would throw the wood in the air. And like,
I just like point like to Duncan, like, see, spy. I was right.
Yeah. Right. You got me eventually. It's good.
Yep.
Didn't catch me when you were on watch though. I thought it was very funny how you kept walking around me. That was real good. You're real good at that. So
Shit.
Listen. They don't mean any offense by it because literally, historically, to them, you are lowborn. I don't know the whole story, but your folks were made to serve, like my folks, like familiars. A little different because you didn't like share power with anyone. You just kind of mined things and carried heavy shit.
Nice.
So they don't mean any offense. I would caution you not to come back too hard on them because that will be the offensive thing. But
are they going to
I'm
enslave us?
just an untethered, so don't mind me.
Saying, do they want to enslave us? Is that what's happening here?
No. That's all done. That was all done after they gave you the boon. That place you could live.
I'm thinking he means
whatever.
Orville.
History's weird. All right.
So the dwarves are waiting very patiently, kind of excited about this, but also vaguely frustrated. And finally, Ken leans over to you, and she just goes, "What? Did we miss anything cool?" sometimes the familiar says stuff we don't understand.
No, just catching up on history to make sure there's no miscommunication. I can offer the princess the offer you've so generously made for us to join your caravan. Where are you headed, by the way?
We're sorry, sir, I should let you do it. And Shen's like, no, you've already started, so you carry on. You're, hired help. You got this. And Ken's like, cool, that's cool. Thank you, that's cool. We're doing a Shadowlands run, a shadow run, if you will. We've got some stuff for the Golan are in dire need of some ancillary supplies, so we were sent out to collect them. But damnedest thing, the folks from Bleen never showed up. Is your buddy there? He's one of the Turtle folk. Is he a trader? Because our supply lines are fucked. We had to go far and wide. We had to go to 5 outposts to get all the shit we need.
Unfortunately, the leaders of Bleen were assassinated by the Covenant of Cricket.
Tits. Okay, well, yeah, that explained it. Fuck me. All right.
That's why we're going into the Shadowlands. We need to either defeat them or discover their weaknesses, because we can't fight shadows.
Okay. Yo, you gotta understand, you don't go in the Shadowlands. No one goes in the Shadowlands. It's a death sentence. You just don't do it.
Well, see, here's the interesting thing about Dawnbreakers. I'm already dead.
Fuck. Yes. Okay. That's awesome. This guy's awesome. Fuck. Okay. Listen. I really hope you guys join up. I've got so many questions. You're gonna settle so many bets for me. I have so many bets on this. And Shen's like, all right. Thank you, Ken. That's great. Okay. That's insane. Don't do that. But if you feel you must, at least travel with us part of the way. Toby's like now on all fours, like doing that shameful dog thing that Ripley does whenever she eats shit she's not supposed to. It's like tail between, like down but still wagging, kind of like fucking off. And Shen's like, look, Toby will be able to show you the best way in that won't get you immediately killed. But if you're smart, you'll just come with us to Golan.
All right, and then I'll turn to the princess and give her kind of the rundown, which is like, there's a caravan. They're going through the Shadowlands. They're going to Golan. They say everything in the Shadowlands will kill us. Surprise! We can go with them for protection. Ken seems weirdly into Dawnbreakers and us in general. And then be like, this sort of makes sense to me. We've got ease of travel and additional protection on the road, and it's going where we're going anyways. Technically, this is your decision.
I mean, sure, if you think this is right, if this keeps us safer, then I guess it's the more boring decision, much more exciting going out on our own, so more boring, safer. I think it aligns with what you've been teaching me.
Excellent. All right, Makka, we're going to make some friends, I say. And then I almost pick him up and I'm like, Princess, can you do it? I would, but I get tired so fast, and you are legitimately scarily strong in that armor.
Oh, yeah, of course. I mean, onward ho.
And with that, Gwendolyn, you drag the pallet with Makka, Deathcap up onto one of these carts. You're not sure, but you think the horses give you a dirty look when you do it. And you meet the rest of the caravan. It's some dwarves, a few fairly like rough-looking elves, like scary, kind of like the corner of the bar you don't want to get near. Elves. There's a gnome who seems to be very preoccupied, shaking a vial. Like, he kind of does it the way, like, I flip a pen, or, like, cool people flip a cigarette or a knife. And she just doesn't seem to be paying attention to anyone. She's just kind of doing her own thing. And you join up with Shen's caravan. And for a day, everything is pretty good. It's restful. Duncan, you're able to replenish your rations. Gwendolyn, people are kind of fawning over you in a way that you've missed. You get the sense it's mostly based on the quality of your armor, but you can just take it as a compliment to you.
I'm a fucking princess, man,
well,
of course.
And you are the armor now, so like, fuck it, it's all you. And for a day, things settle for a bit, and you find yourselves in good company as you make your way towards the Shadowland. It's just a fucking damn shame that 2 days from now, they'll all be dead. So, Makka, you and Zon are making your way kind of through this blasted landscape. And as you sort of begin to walk this path, kind of each hauling your sort of respective bags of loot, things that he picked off the bodies that he saw value. I think, Makka, for you, most of these items didn't really make sense. There was no rhyme or reason from a way you would understand. Clearly, these scavengers... It's kind of like the scene in The Mandalorian where the Jawas strip down things for parts, and it's like, we don't know why they would want those specific parts, but there are just a bunch of things like, fucking, I don't need that. And Zon has a similar attitude, where it's just like, he was very methodical about what he wanted and needed. Anything of fabric was of great interest. If anything was too heavy, it was left. So you've got kind of a sort of like a hobo bindle over your shoulder of scavenged goods. What you notice, though, as you begin to make your way towards Scriven, is the landscape is changing in a way that geographically doesn't make sense. So as you're walking, there just seems to be endless desolation in every direction, and then suddenly mountains start to almost grow out of the ground around you. And soon enough, you're kind of skirting a mountain range. And then just past that, the mountains are sinking back into the ground again. And suddenly there's a dry lake bed. And you count yourself very lucky that you have Zon as a guide, because this is some next level bullshit. But given how much magic you can feel all around you, you don't understand it, but it makes a degree of sense, if that makes sense. So,
okay,
it's kind of one of those things where almost in a dream you'd be like, oh, I get it, it's dream logic. I don't understand it, but I can grasp it.
Right. Okay. I think I know what you're saying.
And then it's fairly uneventful for what seems like a couple of hours until you spot 3 birds that look like a vulture, a raven, and a hawk sort of circling in the distance. And Zon immediately goes still. And he says, we must hide.
A hawk, raven, and what?
And a vulture.
Vulture.
You know, that classic combination of birds that are always found together.
Yeah, totally. Best buds forever. The Three Amigos or whatever that Disney movie is.
Yeah.
He goes completely still. I will match him. I'll mirror his movements just because I don't know what's going on.
Cool. So around you right now, there's a dry lake bed to your left. There seems to be some things at the bottom, like you would find kind of, large rocks, the wreckage of a couple of boats. Further into the basin of the dry lake, you can actually see there's a full, looks like a ferry of some sort, so like a much larger vessel that is kind of rotting against the bottom. And Zon points to that and kind of says, "We must take cover. If I can fall prone and they will not see me, but if they see you, they will summon their witches."
They're witches?
Yes, the mistresses of the Shadowlands. The Covenant.
Let me see if Makka can do some funky magic stuff.
Funky Coal Medina?
Yeah.
I'm hoping that's all it is.
How long does this spell last? I might be able to do something to just help help get me from point A to point B here.
Can I just share that I keep looking for my spell page and I don't have one? I'm just like,
Alan.
oh, what do I do? Sorry.
So this spell is concentration up to 1 hour. So that should
Yeah,
do
that's very good.
for whatever this situation throws at us. I should be okay. So, Makka will say, Zan, it is going to appear that I am going to leave you. Please understand that is not the case. I will be unseen, but with you all the same. Please continue to lead me to our destination. Yes?
Yes, no one can leave here, so I'm not too terribly worried about that, actually.
I see. And Makka will close his eyes and sort of shimmer and then just turn to vapor. And I will cast gaseous form.
Ooh.
So I turn into a misty cloud. And I have a bunch of sort of special movement conditions. My only method of movement is a flying speed of 10 feet, so it is like a slow-moving vapor. But I can basically enter and occupy like any space, like shape and size. Like I can move through cracks and stuff like that. The only thing that is like a complete barrier to me is like liquid. I can't obviously penetrate like liquid surfaces, or completely like flush with no cracks or space kind of surfaces as well.
And I'm imagining this as kind of a vaguely...
It's going to probably look like a cloud of spores, yeah?
Yeah, okay. Yeah, great,
Yeah.
sure.
Yeah.
I was going to go with mist, but that doesn't make any sense. Cool. Okay, great. So, yeah, very cool. Makka, one thing you notice as you take on your gaseous form, is this a new spell for you, or is this one you've just had for a while and haven't used?
This is a spell that I earned when I hit level 5, and I just didn't find the context to use
so it is
it,
a new... Yeah, fair enough. I was mostly just wondering if this was like a thing Makka's done a lot, or if this is something he's just learned he can do.
I would say that it's a new kind of tool gifted to me by Jossie.
Great.
Jossie saw fit to bless me with this ability
Very cool.
recently.
So as you do this, you become incorporeal. You turn kind of into a cloud of spores. I kind of like to imagine this like the somewhat disturbing Star Trek transporter conversation, which is the spores basically just break you down on a cellular level and just carry those with you, and will recombinate you at an appropriate time. One thing you note, though, is just at the very edges of your presence, you can feel spores dying off around you. It's very, very light. It's not like a pressing concern, but it is of note that just at the very edges of your being, you can feel spores almost... the word I want to use is crisp, but that's probably not the right word. But almost like just dry out and kind of turn...
It's like they're just expiring?
Yeah. Like rapid degradation if they weren't fed or watered for some time. It's not terribly concerning. In human body terms, I think it would be kind of like if you feel the tip of your fingernail get like cut off or something, like not enough to actually get at your finger, but you know how nails work, where it's just like you can I'm literally just picking at my nail right now being like, how does this feel? But it's like enough, like it's attached to you, you grew it, but it's not,
There's no nerves.
there's no nerves, there's no active pain. It's just kind of like that's odd, and you get the sense that if left unattended, it would eventually reach your finger and you would actually start to lose yourself. But it's not at that point yet. It's just currently it's a bad fingernail trim and a haircut, not...
Got it.
You have no skin. Okay, wicked. So with that, Zahn throws himself flat, similar to how you saw him before. And sure enough, he does just kind of look like a pile of rags. from your gaseous form, I think you see a finger just kind of poke out from under his robe that just seems to gesture you forward. So, given that you move very slowly now, I think you just start like hovering forward, knowing that when he actually stands up and walks, he'll.
If I may, I would actually like to basically get kited by his cloak. So my vapor form settles into all the little wrinkles and folds of his cloak, and as he gets up to move, it's like just a bag catching wind, and I'm just
fucking yeah, man, absolutely.
Wind in the sail.
He also looks hella dramatic. Like, this is some John Woo shit, and it's really cool. Okay, very good. So once the birds seem to have moved on, he begins to kind of billow you forward. And
oh my god, you made a Dementortle.
All right, that's the show, everyone. This has been Curse Code and Crown. We're not going to do better than Dementortle.
Good lord.
Yeah, all right. That's a series wrap. Good night and good luck.
My frame of reference for Dementors is stronger in the Prison Mike episode than it is with actual Harry Potter. I don't want you to know that. Anyway, go on.
That's very good. Prison Mike. Delicious.
Yeah.
Okay. Choking on comedy here. So, meanwhile, a few days earlier, Gwendolyn and Duncan, you've now spent a day traveling in the company of Shen's expedition, and as I sort of indicated during our session last night, they're a good bunch. You're actually, I think, Duncan, you particularly, in them have found somewhat what you were hoping a cultural exchange would look and feel like. Ken and her partner, Ame, are very excited to hear stories of the Dawnbreakers. They're too tough. They're a fighting partnership. They're a couple of mercenaries who hit the roads and hit things with axes. Ame doesn't speak very much, but Ken kind of does enough growly grumble talk to communicate for both of them. Ame instead has that weird, spooky, it's the kind of role that Michael Clark Duncan was often given, despite being an incredibly articulate guy, where he's just like looms and just goes like, "Good story." But she's a dwarf, so looming is more just a physical presence than like a up and over top of you.
Yeah, looms to the side. It's a width thing.
Right.
But they and Shen, when he's not kind of seeing to the operations of the caravan, are very excited to hear tales of the Dawnbreakers. What do you think you would tell them? Keeping in mind this is over the span of like a day's worth of travel.
I think, honestly, he'd tell them whatever he wanted to know. He'd probably treat it a little bit more scholarly, like, here's what's written by the Orvelians, here's what I actually think happened. Like, he'd do a lot more, I think, educating on his version of what the Dawnbreakers are than what he got told by, like, his shitty commander.
Totally.
And he'd probably try to trade stories in exchange for sparring sessions with them, because he'd never met dwarfs, and he'd want to learn their tricks and teach his and that kind of thing.
Yeah. Okay, that's very cool. I like that. So they, in terms of what they tell you, they're kind of more excited about the mythological basis for the Dawnbreakers than the actual like running of it. In the same way that, if you'd only seen buddy cop movies, you would think that like being a police officer is just like wisecracking and friendship rather than like paperwork and social injustice. They specifically kind of want to talk about the Age of Blood and Bone, the Age of Bone and Blood, which was the Necrotus War. So when the Necrotus, Asher Talman brought his sort of hordes and began to sweep all of Gren, because that for them is the only place the Dawnbreakers really exist. Because despite humanity kind of setting out on its own after that with Orvel, at that time, that was kind of when like the Dawnbreakers began, and it was also just an exciting time when suddenly these lower-born creatures discovered their capabilities and really went for it. They're thrilled to hear, kind of in the same way that I'm like less than thrilled to like think of modern Rome and be like, oh, but I want to see ancient Rome. But like if you go to modern Rome, you can still see some things. That's kind of the vibe they're trying to get from your stories. They're looking for like the kernels of like, cool, that's probably related to that. And the fact that you're kin Danno is very exciting to them, because they love the idea of kin whatever and the idea of carrying a warrior legacy down as they have themselves.
Yeah, I think he'd probably take that and try to spin it then, because he believes in all the old stuff too, but he's also in this weird kind of like proselytizing to warriors he thinks have dignity. So I think he'd probably go into like the alliance of equals, the fact that there is a second founding of the Dawnbreakers currently, the Eternal Guard at the Bone Spurs, like the legends are still alive. Like it's the opposite of a Han Solo who's like, yeah, it's all real. I think these people are useful and clearly honorable and believe in the cause. So for them, it's like bringing it to modern day where he can, but playing into the old legends to keep them focused.
Gotcha. Yeah, and to be clear, it's not that they get bored when you're telling stories of the modern stuff, largely because speaking to a human is so novel to them that, it's... The Han Solo metaphor is pretty good, except if they showed up and were like, hey, I heard you hung out with Jedi. Like, how's that?
It'd be me talking to modern day John Travolta. I'm sure the movies he's working on now are interesting, but I would like to talk about every movie he made in the 90s.
Okay, well, I feel like we still need to watch a few of the new ones on Amazon. Also, like, our condolences, John Travolta. I'm sure you're a listener. I hope you and your family are okay. Yeah, cool. So in terms of fighting style, they fight as a duo. It's kind of similar to what I think you'd see in like a gladiator fight or anything else, where Ken has her like chaos axe, and Ame seems to be a pole fighter. So she's got like a long stave that it's sort of midway between a spear and a stave. And basically the combat you witness is a lot of like Ken being the wall, using the axe to like close distance and, force, basically create opportunities for the finesse kill from up and over. For you, I think the most valuable piece you learn from this, because obviously you're never going to fight with an axe, that's not really your deal, and pole arms aren't really your jam. But it does give you some inspiration about how you and Gwendolyn can start to synchronize your fighting styles, in that if she's a wrecking ball, that might, like, if you think of her as Ken, you are then Ame, and finding those gaps. And I think for you begin to consider how to adapt, and you've already been doing it with your knives, but adapt your duelist style to a group combat, given that the ratio of duels to non-duels in this world is much lower than a duelist would like. So I'm going to give you 1 point of inspiration for your next fight, where you're fighting alongside Gwendolyn. Gwendolyn, what do you think you've been doing in this caravan? Shen is eager, if somewhat reluctant, because he's not... the royalty thing has thrown him a bit, but to discuss the emulum armor situation. What do you think who would you be talking to? What do you think your kind of thing on this little caravan adventure would be?
I think I'm kind of put out by this whole, like, just by the fact that, like, other people on this world, like, really look down on Orville. So I'm kind of, like, feeling a little bit like, I don't know if I want to talk to anyone, kind of thing. Like I'll just let them come to me, I suppose. I mean, once I start talking, I'm gonna be all like, oh, I'm a princess, and that's apparently not gonna go over so well because they're like, oh no, you're a piece of crap. So Like, hey, Toby. You're a weird dog person.
Sure. So you pull up next to Toby, and you can actually see Toby is wincing as he walks, and he seems to be down on all fours because that seems to be a somewhat more comfortable mode. But kind of every sort of forepaw step with his right forepaw, he winces a little bit and almost seems to shake his paw a little bit and mutter something to himself before taking another step. He says, "Oh, your Highness, is that the correct way to address a human royal?"
Yes, Royal Highness. I guess if I was the Queen, I'd be Majesty, which I might be now, but honestly, it's all a little bit confusing. So Highness is great, or just like, I don't know, call me Gwendolyn? I don't...
Gwendolyn it is. That,
sure.
That suits me somewhat better.
Feels really weird, but I'm really trying to connect.
Yep, fair enough. So he says, I can tell you're feeling a little uncomfortable in our curtain environs. Is that safe to say?
I wouldn't call myself comfortable.
Is it because you're not actually in that armor? You are the armor? Are you worried they're going to figure that out?
You're very perceptive. How did you know?
Well, being made of magic myself, it is somewhat easier to notice when one's Azul has been locked to some kind of material object. Honestly, a bunch of my friends, it's happened to them. It's, oh boy, it is not great.
What was that word you used?
Azul?
Yeah.
Oh, you're okay. Sorry, this might be a little advanced for humans. But all of you mortal folk have a spirit or an essence. You could call it a soul. I've heard some of you use that. I know the elves are fond of saying that, but whatever. But it is your Azul. It is the very essence of what you are, aside from your mortal body. For instance, my Azul does not look like this dog.
What does it look like? And are you immortal?
Yeah. I mean, familiars aren't like we're made of magic. We're sentient magic. So we kind of exist beyond any kind of like rolls his big stupid dog head with his like tongue lolling out, and he's like, all of this.
Oh, that's weird.
Yeah. It's I don't pretend to understand all of it myself. But when a couple of your friends get like trapped in a hat and a pair of gloves for some fucking warlock who wants a night out on the town, and then they have to kind of like do her bidding for the night.
Wait, so you know people who've like gotten trapped in like things before?
Oh,
and they've gotten out.
My dude, it happens to familiars all the time.
Well,
it
then
is
shit,
it is like
how'd they
Wizard's
get out?
favorite fucking thing to do. Well, it's a little different though, because like you were human, right? You're like him, and he points at with a paw, so there's no finger, but he like points at Duncan.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's the problem. Like you don't get to exist beyond what you're in. Like when you die, that's that. I mean, your body returns to the Jossi, and your Azul kind of just re-enters the oh man, this dog brain is real slow. Your Azul re-enters the fucking hell, man, so many pages.
Good thing this dog has thumbs and can flip through all these pages so quickly.
He's doing it with his tongue. That's real stupid. It's a great visual. I wish you could see it. The Vitalis. Long story short, as you can probably imagine, there's a limited amount of energy, whether it's, squishy meat like you folks ride around in, or energy. There's a finite amount. So, when it's used up, you go back to it. So,
yeah, but I didn't go there.
No, I get that. But what I'm saying is, like, you're asking how to get out of it. I just want you to know, if you get out of this armor, you're done. There's nowhere for you to go. You will just return to the Vitalis.
So I'm just in this forever.
I mean, fucking
this
maybe.
This is me now.
Look, lady, I'm trapped in a dog's body. We're both having a fucking rough ride of it. So don't fucking yell at me about it. I didn't put you in some armor.
Rough ride. I love it. Anyway.
It's a little dog humor for you. Snarf, etc. Look, all I can tell you, based on the experience of familiars, is we are summoned out of the thing called the Esper Tide. It's where all the magic is, and that's where we begin. We begin when you lot end up back in the flow. We're formed, and it's great. Being a familiar is awesome. I love being made of magic. It's great. Problem is, a bunch of assholes, some nice people, but like mostly assholes, as you can imagine from the idea of trying to bind a spirit to you, found ways of kind of making us do their bidding. And granted, they can give us opportunities too. Like my guy was awesome. He was like 14, so he wasn't very good at any of this, but like really nice guy. Very dumb, but like very nice guy. So you know. His name was Jeb, and he's dead.
All right. Well, sorry about that.
Yeah, me too. It's why this is happening. He holds up his paw, and it's like full Marty McFly. You can actually see it almost looks like as the wind blows, it's almost like grains of sand are being blown off his hand, and his paw is just sort of slowly disintegrating, and then he just kind of like. You can see his big, stupid, like St. Bernard face just like clenches, and you can see the paw start to reform a bit. And he's like, oh, "This really fucking hurts." This, yeah, I don't think I got much time left here. So,
well,
anyway, yeah. So no, we're kind of immortal.
Can
we
I
get bound
carry
to
you?
things.
So you're like.
Oh no, it's not the walking. It's the
okay.
remaining on this plane of existence thing.
Right, well,
so I mean, if you can like. Spiritually carry me. I mean, it's a nice idea. I know you want to kind of like lift me up, wind beneath my wings and all that. It's very sweet. But no, I you know, look, when Jeb died, I do this. This was being untethered is it's a limited time deal, at least on this side of the veil. So it's fine though. It's fine. I'll just return to the Esper Tide, and you know we'll see where it goes from there. But again. It's easy if you have enough magic power to trap Azul in things. Necromancers do it. Like lots of bad people do it. So it's entirely possible. And as for you, I mean, you're in that weird, like, living metal, right? Do you move them? You should talk to these guys about it. They mine it. But it's a conduit for this sort of stuff. Maybe that's why you're in it. Yeah, I know. Right? And then he just does that, like, dog sigh that only dogs can do, where it's like, and just whole body flumps. The scientific term is flumping.
Yeah. Right. Well, nice chat.
Yeah, hey, look, I know this is all existential, scary, spooky stuff, but you found an anchor of some sort, and that's pretty great. So... at the very least, you know you'll be able to achieve whatever you want to do. Me, I want to get these people past the shadowlands before any of them end up on the wrong side, and I'm just trying to hold it together till then. It's what Jeb would have wanted. So, look at it this way, at least you get to make sure your mission succeeds. Me, just dog day afternoon for me.
Right, well, thanks for the pep talk. I'm gonna go over here now. I just walk away. Be like, well, that sucked. I didn't learn anything. Actually,
you didn't learn anything?
The only things I learned were
you didn't learn anything?
I like that the princess's version of not learning anything is just not getting what she wanted.
Yeah, exactly. I didn't learn anything.
10 out of 10.
A+ would learn again. So you've reached sort of the edge of the woods now at the end of the second day of travel. First day of travel, I guess. And Shen kind of holds up a hand to stop the caravan. And Toby kind of limps, at this point, like pretty badly. up to the sort of the head of the caravan and just says, he kind of like sniffs the air, and you see his eyes turn that yellow that Duncan saw in the night. And just for a moment, you think you see another face overlaid over the dogs. And then he turns and nods to Shen, who turns to everyone and says, "Okay, listen, folks, we're about halfway there from our pickup. I know this hasn't exactly worked out the way we wanted, but our people really need these, or all of our vital operations will stop." And there's like mild chuckling. And says, "So we're gonna forge ahead in the morning, but tomorrow we pass the entrance to the Shadowlands. We move where the Veil is weakest, and Toby here is gonna try and make sure that none of us fall in. But remember, if you do, we can't come in after you. That's it. We wish you well, but don't think that's really gonna help. So get a good night's rest. Need everyone sharp tomorrow. And go team." And there's just like absolutely no response. And he says, "Yeah, great, good talk. Good talk." And then he sort of goes back and starts setting up a tent. Duncan and Gwendolyn, what is your plan for the evening?
I think Duncan would want to talk to Toby about what the Veil is, because he always wants to know what threats are coming. Also, he's not sure how to get into the Shadowlands or where the Covenant are. And you know what? If these people are afraid of them, they have more information than him. So Toby seems to be the most knowledgeable of the area and everything else. He'd probably go talk to Toby. I imagine he also would have shared what he'd learned from the dwarves with the princess. Like, he's not keeping any secrets here. It's
Sure. Gwendolyn, given that you didn't find any value in what you were told, do you think you would tell Duncan?
Good question.
I think it's more like muttering and passing. It's just like, I guess I'm bound to this fucking armor for fucking ever, but not really.
Duncan, do you sounds like the same shit on a different day. Like,
yeah, do you know why Toby's limping? I saw you talk with him. He doesn't seem like he's doing well.
Yeah, he's like going back into the tide or something kind of tide. I don't know. He's gonna die. I don't think he's gonna die. No, he doesn't die.
No, but why is he going back into the tide? He's just a dog.
No, he's a familiar.
Okay, start there and give me like 2 more steps down this story.
He's like a magical being who like lives forever, and he's like used to belong to someone called Jeb, but Jeb died, so he's gonna go back to where he came from.
Because he's not bound to Jeb anymore.
Sounds right.
All right, okay, I've got to go talk to Toby about this veil, because I don't know what it is, and it sounds like it could be a problem for us.
All right, and I gotta go talk to Shen about this fucking armor. Get some fucking answers.
Tom, do we know if Shen speaks common for the sake of sanity? Is the answer yes, or would I go do my Toby talk and then go with her to be the translator?
Because humanity isn't really a thing beyond Orville, common doesn't actually exist beyond Orville. It's a cute
it's not
thing.
That common?
No, it's in the same way that everyone's like, common, British English. So no, he would have no need to.
All right, so Gwendolyn, you can either wait here while I go talk with Toby, because Toby's the only other available translator, or you could come with me to find out about the Veil and the dangers ahead of us, and then we could go talk to Shen.
I hate that I'm about to do this. I'm just gonna try to get what I can from Shen on my own. And you can come join us when you're done.
That's a bold ambassadorial choice. Good luck.
All right, so Gwendolyn, with your brilliantly well thought out, entirely bulletproof plan, you make your way over to Shen. Can you roll me an Arcana check, please?
Sure. 17.
So you make your way over, and Shen you can tell he's been kind of waiting for you to approach him. So he kind of waves off his sort of retinue, and he says, Your Highness, and he bows. You can't understand what he's saying, but there's something about it that does seem familiar. And as you settle, as you kind of feel this arcane, like, tugging at the edge of your consciousness, you just kind of give over to it. And as your soul sort of settles into the armor, you realize you may not know Dwarven, but it might. So you don't... It's not like it's translating. It's just like you have an uncanny understanding of what's being said. A little bit like how deaf folks describe ASL, where it's like it's not a one-to-one translation. It's instead just this is the spirit of what's being said in often kind of a more beautiful and articulate way. So it's that. You don't... It's not like, his words are changing in a way you can understand. You just have a general impression of what they are.
Okay.
And are able to respond.
Can't speak it, can I? Oh, I can?
I think it's... You can't hear what it sounds like. It sounds a little bit like... Okay.
Get in DSL.
So when you...
You mean so we don't have to go through this whole thing of me, like, talking really loudly and slowly in common, which Gwendolyn was 100% prepared to do.
So fun. I fucking love when people misconstrue cultural misunderstanding for speaking louder and slower. I love listening to it, and I know I love watching it. Particularly with everyone with masks right now, being like, no, coffee! I did that earlier today, which is why it's fresh in my mind. Laura, I think basically when you start trying to communicate with him, it sounds almost like a whale. In terms of it's almost like sound is traveling across the metal. And his eyes light up and he starts to smile, and he sort of rifles around in his bag and he pulls out what almost looks like a stethoscope just for one ear. And then he kind of gestures with it kind of near your shoulder and kind of, gives you a, is this okay kind of. And
I move forward and into
Sure,
it.
you can even put out your hand. He just needs contact. Yeah. So he basically touches this to the metal. And as long as that connection is made, he can understand. Says, didn't realize you could speak through your emulum. That's it's quite a feat for a lowborn.
That's, yep, I guess speaking, yep, we're speaking now. So what's the deal with this armor?
Oh, well, it's not the best I've seen. It's old. That's good. Old is good.
Why is old good?
Well, it just means if it's lasted this long, it must be well built. But if you ask me, it's clearly been repaired several times. He starts kind of giving you the once over, and he says, I'm not a shaper myself, so I can only kind of give you an appraiser's glance as a merchant. But looks like it's been patched up a few times. Always using a mule. Your helmet's strange. Is that a miner's helmet? What's going on with that? Why do you have a candle?
Well, yeah, because it was Amala's armor.
Okay, you keep saying that, but the armor of Amala Kinsaleris is used to tether the boon to...
Oh, yeah, that's not tethered anymore.
Well, fuck me. Okay, that's... So you're wearing Amala Kinsaleris' armor. I thought they fused it to the ground. How is it this mobile again?
Yeah, no, it, I don't know, I guess I better fucking tell you because I want some answers. I, got murdered, up against her armor, and now I'm the armor.
Uh-huh.
How about that? So, which is why, when I say, what's the deal with this armor, I'm more asking, what's the deal with, the material? Because Toby was like, hey, there's something about this, and, people... spirits, Azula being bound and shit.
I don't know if I buy the Azul bullshit. People talk about that a lot, but I've been from one side of this galaxy to the other, and best thing I've seen is good old-fashioned metalcraft. I guess I can speak to it to some degree. Emulum is an incredibly conductive material. It's why in fact our my people's warrior caste, sorry, so many pages, didn't realize we were having this conversation today, because this is for a different thing. Shit.
The warrior cast, the Kamehameha, where you are either named Ken or Ame, based in the name of the cast.
That's very funny. I like it, but it is blatantly not true.
Oh, I'm aware. I just get to make cheap jokes when there are pauses.
It's okay. I just called Azul Azula from Avatar. So.
That's fine.
I thought that was familiar.
Yeah, it's
You're just learning things.
Right, Azul. Not scary firebending lady.
No.
Yet.
Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry. I have the name written down here somewhere. But basically, he explains that the knights of the Golan commune with their Emulum armor. It's part of how they're able to achieve the feats necessary to keep operations running in Golan, which is I think he gives you he keeps saying it in the way that you or I would say New York, like, oh yeah, New York City. But it's you're getting a sense that this is the sort of the major dwarven settlement in Gren. Seems to be some kind of subterranean kingdom. And he just explains based on the kinds of powers we need to contend with down there, it's vital that our knights have armor that can really stand up to the worst, the core can throw at us. So
and then of course they get bound to their armor.
No. As I said, I don't buy this Azul. No. I don't buy this Azul bullshit. They commune with it. It enhances their abilities. It gives them tremendous powers.
That's just great for them.
Yeah, it is they're very powerful. Very, very, very cool people. You must have done something similar. Maybe accidentally. I mean, again, the soul thing's really bugging me. I kind of hate it, but certainly those fucking charlatans at the Apex Institute with their insistence on the creation of automations using Emulum, they're able to fucking get TikTok men to walk. So if they can get TikTok men to walk, I guess maybe you're the same. I don't know, but. Regardless, the metal, it's an incredibly rare resource, incredibly valuable. And if indeed this is Amala Kinsaleris' armor, she was, if legends serve, and a little boyish grin crosses his face as he gets to talk about legends. He's like, if the legends are true, she actually emerged from one of our minds. So it would make sense that she had Emulum at hand. Perhaps without knowing its destiny or its destined use, because of course, how would she know? So it's entirely possible that when you died, I guess your Azul, if we want to go with that bullshit, was conducted through the armor and I guess animated it the same way that the Apex folks do.
Great. All right, well, thank you for your hypothesis. Very helpful. Nice chat.
Yeah, listen, I know your friend is hellbent on going into the Shadowlands. No one comes back from there, right? That's a one-way trip. You should come to Golan. We'll have our finest metal crafters take a look at this art. I mean, this is a relic out of time. Well, they may be able to tell you more about your condition than I can. And I mean, my job is to supply them and make sure that the fucking forges don't shut down. But are
you trying to supply them with my armor?
No. They're mining it. No one needs fucking a few centuries old human-shaped armor. That's completely useless. Why would anyone want that?
You just said it was great. Make up your fucking mind.
The metal is great. It's old, which is good. It means it's built to last. But I mean, come on. This was built hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years ago. It's been rusting and having pigeons shit on it for a few centuries. So, no, I was just thinking, maybe it'd be nice for you to have someone who actually knows what they're talking about. Take a look. But you know what? You're kind of a fucking prick. So maybe go fuck yourself. Enjoy the veil. I hope you die. And then he storms off.
Well, that escalated quickly. What the fuck was that all about?
I didn't learn anything.
Duncan, you approach Toby, who is, he's full Ghost of Christmas Present right now. Like, there's streaks of gray through his dog beard, and he's kind of on his haunches, looking very stoically, if somewhat ridiculously, because St. Bernards can't really look noble. I don't care what Beethoven says. And as you approach, he sort of says, hi.
Sire Toby, I wanted to ask you about the veil, but perhaps first, looking at your condition, I should ask you about yourself.
Oh, that's very kind of you. Your princess asked me the same thing and didn't seem too interested in the answer. It's fine. My time here is just coming to an end. So just trying to get these folks through their friends and kin of the one I was tethered to, and I know he would have wanted to make sure they get home safe.
So tethered, that's the term for it. So the only question I have is, if you're currently untethered, is there any way we could tether you to someone for the duration of this journey to allow you to survive longer and more comfortably? He
looks at you with kind of a that's nice nod, but just then shakes his head and says, "No, that would actually be agony. Being rebound is not a pleasant experience, and is often forced upon familiars. None undergo it willingly. Our life cycle requires us to eventually return to this thing. Do you do magic? Are you a magic person?"
No, I read some books about it, but I actually spend most of my time planning how I could best stab magic users or actively stabbing magic users.
Totally fair. Honestly, it is a common bar conversation in the Espertide how to stab magic users, because the amount of magic users who bind us for stupid things, you would not believe. Also, the bar is what we call just a space that we demarcated. We noticed that mortals like it, and we kind of like the idea, but there's nothing to drink because, incorporeal. But look, long story short, the fields of magic that magic users draw from everything else, we have to return to those when our time is done, to refresh ourselves, to reintegrate with the Espertide. Otherwise, we just continue to degenerate and crumble at best. At worst, we go mad and become fiends, which is really no good for anybody. So I appreciate the offer. I've been down that road once. I got pretty close, and then luckily someone broke the enchanted vase I was in, and I was able to get out just in time. So no, I'm good, but thank you. I truly wish I could see this all through to its conclusion, but it's best for all involved if I don't.
That's reasonable.
Also, don't get stuck in a vase. I gotta tell you, it's real fucking boring. It's real boring. You have to make shapes and stuff on your body. Don't do it if you can avoid it.
It sounds awful. A side question: if I meet any other sorcerers with familiars, they've trapped those beings?
No,
and if I kill the sorcerer, they're free?
It depends. Some familiars enter willingly, as I did, into a pact with a warlock or a sorcerer or wizard. There are many things that we can only learn here. The concept of a bar we could only learn here, and that was pretty rad. So there's a lot we can gain. Emotion is very hard for us to understand when you're just a cloud of magical vapor built up of stuff. We get glimpses of it from whenever you lot re-add your energy to the whole, thing. But no, there's a lot we can only learn here, and there's a lot we like to do here. Honestly, it gets pretty boring being an ephemeral cloud of sentient magic. So sometimes it's nice to have a sense of purpose. So many enter into it willingly, and it's a mutually beneficial symbiotic relationship. Totally great. Others are absolutely bound to objects or people against their will and used for all manner of bullshit. So, kind of depends on the sorcerer. Some are good, some are bad, some are just kind of fine. You could stab all three, but probably best for you to determine who to stab and who not to stab. That's been my general rule.
Is there any particular way you'd suggest I could determine if the familiar is willingly compacted or enslaved?
Well, as I said, if it's against our will, we often go mad and turn kind of evil. To throw a very broad term around, we react very, very strongly to the emotional and moral states of our bound person. So, if you're doing a bunch of heinous shit, we kind of start to get off on that, and then it's bad news bears. Alternatively, if you're doing like lots of really nice stuff, we tend to get kind of nice, which usually makes us a little more useless because we're just kind of like very happy all the time and just like floating around.
Okay,
have you ever heard of cherubs?
Bad familiar
that kind of shit
thing.
happens. So yeah, generally speaking, not always, but generally. Also, some familiars will just straight up tell you. Wizards don't always know what they're doing, and like you can 100% lock our voices down, but sometimes they just don't know to do that. So like like in my case, I know I'm harping on this vase situation a lot, but like the guy who bound me to it forgot to stop me from making words. So I just wrote, your mother's a whore, break me if you want to fight, on myself one day, and a barbarian threw me against a wall. Boom. Freedom. So maybe ask the familiar, or, read a vase.
Interesting. All right. This is actually highly useful for me, but friend, knowing you might not make this entire journey, could you tell me about this veil and the dangers it presents?
Oh, yeah, bud. Veil's terrible. It shouldn't exist, and you 100% should not cross it. I know you're probably going to, because you're hero types, and that's what you like to do. But, yeah, look, there's the biological world, and there's the magical world, right? There's kind of two halves of the same coin, and they both do different things. Your princess, for example, is... Well, you know her deal, right? That she's not in her armor?
It's like a soul trapped in the armor kind of thing.
Okay, good. All right, so that's great. That'll help me skip 6 steps. Man, Shen does not want to talk about soul stuff, I tell you what. Which is really awkward given that I am, sentient magic, but it's fine. So look, here's the deal. Magic exists, biology exists, totally fair. Biology's kind of your realm, magic's kind of my realm. But there's always gaps, because the two aren't like up against each other, and the shadowlands are one of those gaps. It exists between the realm of magic and the realm of biology. It means neither thing should ever be there. It is the gap in a solid wall. Nothing should live there. Nothing should go there. But as is often the way with mortals, I've found, as many of my friends have, people get bored and they go looking. They go looking for trouble. So someone did. And all of the heinous byproduct of your worst dreams and your most beautiful nightmares form the Shadowlands. It is the necessary cost of magic. It is the necessary cost of imagination, of creativity. And at best, you're only supposed to pass it at a rapid clip. Unfortunately, someone popped the bubble, and the veil is thin where she crossed. It was Crecate. You may know her of the Covenant I don't know if you know local geography, but a bunch of witches, very powerful.
Yeah, that's who we're hoping to wipe off the face of both realities.
Yeah. All right, well... Good luck with that. But yeah, anyway, so Crecate kind of ripped a hole through the dimensions and took up residence in there. So that's kind of what the deal with the veil is. It's a one-way ticket. Nothing is meant to live in there. So anything that goes in, I'm on a timer, but when my timer's up, I just return to the Espertide. If your timer runs up in there, you're just there forever. And I don't think that'll bother Lady wingnut over there, but for one of flesh and bone like you, you end up over there. That's it, man. You're stuck. And I mean, your big honking turtle man doesn't look so hot. Yeah.
But how did Crickett's assassins leave though? Because she's stolen Orville. They took over. Assassins are striking out of shadows.
Yeah,
they
the witches
live
world. There now. They have made some horrible deals and have done some horrible things to be able to exist in the margin, in the shadowlands. The ability to step in and out of shadows. Honestly, that's kind of more of a familiar thing. That's a little alarming that they're able to do that now. But no, the Shadowlands doesn't merely exist between, the biological realm and the magical realm. That's putting it in very broad terms. It also doesn't exist just here. It exists everywhere. It's you can think of it as a hall of doors. There are things they should not be in contact with that they are very likely in contact with. So, my recommendation: just don't go in. Just don't cross the threshold. I'm sorry about Orville, was it? But
correct.
If they've
taken you people know it as the boon.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I've heard about that. A couple of my folks have talked about that. Actually, I was it's funny. I was bound to someone who visited one of the architects early on. It was really funny. You're gonna like this. He was working on some kind of anti-gravity device, some kind of like winged device, because the entire alliance couldn't agree where to just put all the lowborn people, right? So they just said, "Fuck it, let's put them in the sky." So that's what they did. They had an entire team of engineers just so no one would have to live next to you. I'm sorry. Maybe that's... Again, I'm sorry. Emotions aren't good. Also, my brain is literally starting to degenerate into mist, so... Anyway.
Don't worry, everything seems to be a disappointing surprise on this journey. Question: if the princess goes into the Vale, knowing that she is not part of the mortal world, she can come back out?
It's possible. It's also possible that the draw of magic in that realm will be so strong that it strips her Azul out and consumes it. Again, things don't work there the way they work here. Nothing works there the way it works here. I couldn't tell you though. I've never encountered a mortal bound to an object, only a familiar.
Interesting. Thank you, Toby. I appreciate the energy you've taken in this conversation. Normally I'd talk with you all night, but I understand that it's a strain for you to do anything right now, so rest well, friend. Journey as far as you can on the path you've chosen.
You're a good lowborn, Duncan Danno. Don't let that name get you down, huh?
I don't know what you mean by that.
Oh, you know what? Never mind. And then he just kind of seems to settle down into a sort of a half comatose slumber.
Well, I'll let him rest, but I don't like it. And I think Duncan will just kind of circle back around to where the resting place was. I'm imagining you're back there, Gwendolyn. I don't know where you're.
Well, I mean,
you're at post Shen
Gwendolyn
fight.
is now sitting like at a slight distance from the caravan because literally it's like Mean Girls in a high school cafeteria. Everyone has just actively turned their back on her after Shen kind of like spread word around that she was persona non grata.
I am pouting.
Just the bottom of your mouth guard is just forward.
Yeah.
Well, Princess, it looks like your ambassadorial conversation did not go well.
No. These people are useless. We gotta go to fucking Golan to talk to some dwarves to get fucking answers about my armor.
That's true. However, I think only you should continue to Golan and get answers about your current state. I need to journey into the Vale.
Wait, I'm not splitting up.
No, I really think you should. Let me tell you what I heard from Toby, and I kind of run through the whole veil explanation. I'm like, if you go into the veil, there is a chance that your soul will be ripped from this armor, and it'll be fed to the Covenant, and there'll be nothing left of you. If I go in, I'm merely damned and can't leave. Which, if you want to kill the people in a place, sounds like a pretty reasonable way to go. Now there's a man you can't get rid of who's gonna stab you right in your fucking face.
I thought we were just, like, doing, like, recon, and then, like, you know, I don't know, heading out somewhere else to, like, use that knowledge to, like, form a plan, get some, like, more people.
Princess, from what I know,
Are you going in there forever? Are you fucking abandoning me?
See, there's a difference between abandoning you and sacrificing myself to protect you from a threat that we cannot stop otherwise.
Gwendolyn, I would like to point out that based on the loophole in his oath, you can actually order him to take you with him. First of all. Second, a piece of the puzzle that I think you have more so than he does, or even Makka at this point, is your newfound ability to abandon the armor and to exist in a purely sort of a pure Azul form. So his fears are valid. However, this also seems like an important piece of the puzzle to you, because the dwarves might be able to tell you about the armor, but the fact of you is getting stranger by the minute. And also, yeah, there's no way Duncan's coming back from this if he goes in alone.
No. I mean, well, no.
I don't know what you mean by no.
As in, like, we're not splitting up.
But that's the way you stay safe. And that's the way Orvel can be avenged,
yeah, but
and you can return to rule.
That's, like, not the way that you stay safe. And if you aren't safe, then, like, I'm fucking gone. Like, there's no chance for me.
Well, that's not true. You've got dwarves. They're really into the Dawnbreaker thing. You got Makka over there.
They hate me.
Yeah, I think you could work on that. You know, it's not like you have one conversation that goes poorly and then there's a war. That's exactly the opposite of an ambassador.
No. They hated me before they even met me. This is just like...
You realize I'm friends with, like, all of them, right? Like, it's not just it's the way the interaction went poorly.
Okay. I don't care. I'm not leaving you. Look, I got booted out of my, like, armor body already and got back. Like, how bad could it be?
That is one of the most simplistic things I've heard you say. You're a smart woman most of the time.
But it's true.
That's true, and I've been stabbed one time. And look at me, I'm still here. Let's put a bunch of knives in me. That's not how it works.
No, but maybe, like, one in the exact same place where you got stabbed the first time.
That is...
It's the same thing.
That is not a good theory. I would not teach that to you. I wish Makka was awake so he could talk to you about medicine, because that's not what you fucking do.
And that's when a green fire blew up one of the caravan carts. Meanwhile, Makka, you've been pulled along, wafted gently along in... Zon's cloak for some time, and the absence of spores here, the absence of the cluster, at this point now you've been disconnected from the cluster enough, be it through snow or through intense heat, that it's not as... particularly because it's like a good way to think of it is obviously you're incorporeal right now, but like keeping warmth inside a jacket. So like your spore cluster is fine as a closed cycle within you right now. It's not like some of the other spaces you've been where it's like actively dying unless you exert it, in which case it does seem to burn off a bit. So you're not feeling ill aside from, again, just that light sensation of wear. But you see biological things. You see sort of twisted gray trees. You see these kind of vines and things, but there just seems to be no essence of the cluster in any of them. They seem to be almost to your eye raw magic, taking the form of biological things, but not like you get the sense that these things sort of erupt from the ground. They're more ideas than they didn't grow, you know? But after some time, you approach what almost looks to be a massive shanty town made entirely of rags. So the walls on all these sort of like low-hanging sheds and things are just kind of flapping in this, again, non-existent breeze. And Zahn says, friend Cloud, Gravekeeper, we approach Scriven, the city of rags.
I'll end the spell and we'll emerge from his cloak and assume my physical form once again.
My face is falling off, but I found that truly horrifying. Welcome back, exalted Gravekeeper. Please, this way.
I will follow. Thank you.
So he leads you into Scriven. There are all manner of rag people in Scriven as you enter, and they are all afflicted similarly to Zahn. You can see, you do actually see a turtle amongst the group, with the rags kind of hanging, almost fluttering off the shell, but completely emaciated. So like more of a skull head than a fully fleshed out head. You see gnomes, you see orcs, you see elves, you see all manner of being. And they are, all of them seem to be sorting. No matter where you look, it's either people sorting things or carrying things to be sorted, or from an area of sorting. It really looks like a massive, almost a recovery operation.
Is it all rags?
It's rags, it's chain, it's rope, but really it's mostly things you could use to kind of bind. And as you like, for example, the turtle does seem to have a length of chain binding his rags to him. As you kind of look around, you start to wonder if perhaps they kind of are using what they're finding to hold themselves together. Not necessarily literally, but given how skeletal everyone is, there does seem to kind of be a sense of that. Eventually, you also, like, people look at you with not a sense of awe, but a sense of great sorrow and disappointment as you make your way through. And then finally, Zahn leads you to what you can tell is kind of the central, if it's all kind of like little rag cabins, almost. There's one that's like a classic round, almost tournament tent that's sort of set up with several large spears that are kind of holding it up as tent poles. And Zahn says, I will check you in with Oo. She is the youngest of us and the most able to sort, at least until you arrived. And he leads you in, and there is a female orc standing over a large table that's just covered in paper. There's just paper everywhere. It's all obviously scrap paper and fabric. And she is less emaciated than everyone else you've seen. She instead just looks like someone, I think like Tom Hanks in Castaway. So like very thin, clearly underfed, but not fully emaciated yet. She wears a sort of a skirt of rags, and she's wearing. You can almost see it seems like she's sweating a lot. Like it seems very unpleasant for her here. She on her top half she has like very very long hair. She only has a single, almost like a bandolier with like quills and things in it. But otherwise she's sort of stripped down to the waist and is breathing with that sort of, if you've ever been in a sauna too long where it's just kind of that like heavy overheated sort of almost heaving breath. She's got like a little pince-nez on her nose, and she's kind of looking down through the glasses. And as you come in, she's rubbing one of her eyes, and you can see the flesh is loose as she does so. She looks up and says, "Oh my, a new one." And she puts down the pen. She comes around the table, and she comes up to you, and she just hugs you, and just holds you, kind of very, in a very reassuring way. And then she pulls away and she says, "I am so sorry for your loss."
What loss do you refer to?
This is a place of loss, and if you are here, everything you have known will fall away from you, as it has from me, as it has from Zahn, from the other travelers who have found their way here. I'm sorry for your loss, for you are truly lost now.
I woke up in this land. I know not how I got here, nor do I know for certain that I have lost my friends.
That is a shame. I feel worse for those who are brought here against their will or by happenstance than those foolhardy enough to venture here, like Zahn once did, as I did. That is truly tragic. If your friends are here, I'm sure we will find them, one way or another. All mortals who enter the Shadowlands arrive here eventually, whether through one of our scavenging expeditions or just from finding their way here, as you have.
I must ask, have you seen a woman in armor, or a man dressed in a cape with gauntlets?
Are they of the Covenant?
No, they are of Orville, the human civilization in the sky.
Lowborns of the Boon. Fascinating. I didn't think they left their paddock very often.
Much has happened.
Oh dear. Well,
the Boon is untethered.
Fascinating. Oh, if I could tell the rest of the department about this, but, well, a little late for that, I suppose.
May I inquire? There appears to be no food or sustenance in this land. I understand there is something keeping everyone from dying. If I could provide nourishment, would it aid you?
She shakes her head sadly and gestures to you. She kind of goes over to kind of leans over with kind of the curtains of her hair kind of swinging down over the sheets, and you see her just kind of like rapidly move through a bunch of papers, and then she finds the one she's looking for, and she says, yes, West 7-3. Follow me, please. And she leads you out of the back of the tent into an area where there are bins, just like bins upon bin, like almost like a medieval pig pen. So like wooden sort of enclosures, but clearly kind of bin-like in that there's just stuff stacked. And you can very clearly see that everything's being sorted into what kind of material it is in a fairly orderly way. And she kind of leads you down a couple of these rows to a sort of small stack of shelves. And you can see that there are a lot of trail rations lined up. So various packs and jerkies and, nuts, that sort of thing. And she just gestures to them and she says, food provides no nourishment to mortals here, at least not to any we have met that are not of the Covenant. They have their own ways, but for us, sadly, you may eat and eat and eat, and you will never be full. This place will slowly drain you until you are Zen or worse.
I see. So you have not seen any humans come through Scriven yet?
We have not, no. If they did manage to evade the Covenant, then they may still be alive, but we've learned not to hope too much around these parts. That said, once again, everyone ends up here eventually, unless the Covenant uses them for whatever the Covenant chooses, which would be truly unfortunate. Better to live as one of the rag people than to be sacrificed to their dark designs.
What is the purpose of this place?
So she kind of she takes the glasses off and then just kind of like holds the bridge of her nose. And she glances up at you, and there's just a true weariness to her as she does so. And she says, that is what many of us came here hoping to determine. That was why so many of those who now live in Scriven came to the Shadowlands. We don't entirely know. There are a variety of theories. Some believe that it is the gap between this world and another. Some believe it's a conduit that can be used to travel to other planes of existence, other worlds. Some merely believe it's just a pocket, a cave, if you will, something that is unconnected from everything else that just exists here. That was actually our hope. The concept of other worlds is quite troublesome to the Empire of Numbers. We would rather not believe in such flights of fancy. It would be very nice to be able to rationalize what all of this is. But unfortunately, most of my expedition was killed by the Covenant, and that was even before their civil war, so now, well... In any case, we don't entirely know. All we know is nothing grows here, nothing thrives here. We just waste away until we become... And she just gestures to the bins of rags. Says, and from there, we just do the best we can to maintain ourselves. Make it easier for people like you, people like me who are new.
Zan, I met out in the Shadowlands, explained to me that he could not die.
That is true.
Is it so?
There is no death here unless it is meted out by the Covenant and their kin. Otherwise, we just waste away to this. Zahn has been here for several hundred years. Quite an adventurer in his day, if his stories are to be believed. But once you've been here for 1,000 or so years, you truly begin to forget who you were, what you were. You just search, scavenge, pluck.
And how long have you been here? Ooh.
Probably 2-3 years. My expedition from the Empire couldn't have left much earlier than that. I was keeping track on the papers. Apparently, that tent is used quite extensively by new people. I thought I was the first to try and keep track of things, but sure enough, many of us have attempted to make some sense of this. I, of course, needed to rationalize it, as is the way of my people, but yeah, now I mostly just do it for myself, you know? And in the hopes that I can pass it off to someone else. Who knows? Maybe there is a way out of here. That would be amazing. Perhaps you can discover it. If your friends have survived, if they've made friends with the Covenant, they used to be quite approachable, quite diplomatic. The Empire had a number of dealings with them, but their new management is somewhat less conducive to synergistic thinking. A tremendous problem.
I do not plan to remain here. Jossi has set me on a path, and I will not stray.
Well, this Lord Jossi has clearly picked a very capable agent, but I'm afraid your ledger will not balance here. But, again, in the meantime, we can at least make you comfortable until we can wait a few days and see if your friends arrive, and if not, we can point you in the direction of the Covenant, but I would advise against it. The odds are truly not in your favor.
Let me ask you this, Ooh. I awoke by a cart, a wagon, overturned but not pillaged. The horses dead. Other corpses strewn about. How can this be in a land where those who come cannot die? My friends' bodies nowhere to be found.
Yes, well, the Covenant don't play by the same rules as the rest of this space. They have taken up residence here and have found a way to shape it to their will in a way that none of us have managed. We merely waste away. Here they thrive. It would sound as though your friends fell prey to one of their omniraths. These are, well, perhaps I should start at the beginning. Tell me, friend Tortle, what do you know of familiars?
Hi, I'm Ryan LaPlante, and I'm one of the crazy founders of Dumb Dumbs and Dice, the production company that's made the video you're watching or the podcast you're listening to right now. Now, we're clearly busy. We're producing 4 weekly podcasts, Dumb Dumbs and Dragons, Blood and Syrup, The Mythos Mysteries, and Warhammer 40,000 The Valentine Heresy, as well as 4 event podcasts with mini-series releases at staggered intervals, Curse Code and Crown, Dumb Scum and Villainy, One-Shots, and the bad movie review show, Garbage Town the Movie Podcast. But we want to take this time to invite you to become a part of our company and a part of our Patreon at patreon.com/dumbdumbdice. You can get access to our Discord, access to exclusive DM and character chats. You can get the chance to name characters in our shows. You can even become a recurring NPC and hear yourself interacting with our characters each week through the voice of Tom. You can become a patron for as little as $1, and there's great value for you at even that level. So please, join the Dumb Dumbs and Dice family and help us make even more content in a way that you are guaranteed to love. That's patreon.com/dumbdumbdice. DUMBDICE. So let's do something dumb together, and thanks for being part of our stories.
Roll for initiative.
Excuse me?
What?
The caravan has burst into flames as creatures seem to be descending from the night sky. Creatures that could have been perhaps anticipated if a watch was set rather than extraordinarily loud metaphysical bickering about what to do and where to go and yelling diplomatic threats at people. I
assumed Ken and Ame are on it. My bad.
I mean, they were, and then a card exploded. So go ahead and roll initiative.
15.
Makka, you can roll yours. We need to know how fast you're unconscious.
Yeah, do you want my comatose body in there?
Yeah, fucking sure. Yeah, give me your great cool initiative too.
All right. Let me just add my initiative modifier. It's 0 appropriately. 14. So you just stick me in there wherever.
I will. Duncan, what do you have?
19.
And Gwendolyn.
15.
Cool. All right. Cool. So the one of the 3 caravan carts explodes. Happily, it's not the one Makka's on. So you got that going for you at least. Ken and Ame start sort of yelling for the various kind of merchants and laborers to get down. And the 2 of them take up a fighting stance. Duncan, you see something dark leap out of the woods, grab haft of Ken's axe and drag her off into the bushes. Ame moves to go after her, but then kind of hears screams behind her and instead just drops into like that classic pole fighting stance where you just literally have it at distance. Not so much to like stab at anyone, but just literally to be able to swing as a distance marker. Looking up into the trees, you can see there are 3 of the sort of assassin types that you've seen before, leaping kind of from branch to branch. One of them seems to be decked out in globes of green flame that she's lobbing down into the caravan. Duncan, you're up first. You can see 3 of these folks up in the trees. That said, there also seem to be animals kind of coming at the caravan from all angles. What do you do?
Okay, I think because they're coming from the other side of the caravan, right? If we assume it's in a line,
if it's in a line, Makka was in the front one, middle one exploded, back one is where Ame is. They are kind of above it from multiple angles right now.
Okay, cool. I want to book it for Makka's cart because we need to get him off of that thing. And I think along the way, he'd yell back to Gwendolyn and just be like, "Save Makka, we got to get him off that damn cart." And then he'd just raise Mr. Bang and fire both barrels at whoever the green lobbing person is, because they've established themselves as primary threat number 1.
Sure. Go ahead and roll, please.
And he will use a swashing point. Flipping his cape over one arm, and the pistol comes up, and then I'm using assault, so it gives me a little bit of an addition. Get to add my charisma modifier to my attack and damage rolls. All right, so that is a 12 and a dirty 20.
Okay, well, the dirty 20 definitely hits. The 12 also hits, barely.
Nice. And our damage comes to 24 damage total.
Very nice. So you, just both barrels. The bullets fly to Mr. Bang. Hit the witch in the trees. One of the orbs explodes, and you see it just like blasts half her face off. She seems more perturbed than injured, but you can tell that the double blast from the gun and that explosion have, even if she's not displaying it, like charred her, like the flesh and muscle away from her shoulder. The top of her arm is just bone now, sort of hung on by stringy charred flesh. More
durable than he'd prefer, yeah.
But like still very fucked up. But like the important thing is you didn't do that to no effect. So thumbs up. But yeah, she looks very badly injured, even if she is not physically responding the way you'd hoped. Cool. Gwendolyn, you are up next. You rush up to the cart that Makka is on to find that he has been very well secured on this cart. It looks like taking him off of it will actually be a tremendous hassle. Also, if you do that, you're back in the position of you having to carry him while Duncan fights. Yeah. And you can kind of hear Shen just yelling like, "We've got to move! We've got to move!" What do you do?
What's pulling the cart?
A pair of horses. There are a pair of horses for each cart.
Then I think I just like panic and just like slap the horses' butts and be like, "Run!"
The horses consider this for a moment, turn to each other and say, "Nay," which sounds like no in a voting sense, but in a horse sense means yes. And they start to canter forward, pulling the cart with them. And sure enough, behind you, the laborers are pushing the cart that's on fire over so that the third cart can come by. They've given that one up as a lost cause. Out of the bushes, you hear a tremendous scream of agony, and then a large, sort of dark pink panther comes flying out with a gouge through its chest, and kind of with a spray of green blood, and you see Ken just stomp out of the bushes, being like, "Gonna have to bite harder than that, asshole." And she and Ame kind of retake up there. She goes and like decapitates this thing, and you hear one of the witches in the trees scream. And then they begin like gesturing to the third cart. They're basically going to bring up the rear, but things are starting to move now. Brings us to Makka. You're unconscious.
Got it. I'm just going to make a note of that.
Yeah, please do. I know it's a bit of a homebrew rule. It's not a skill you may have seen in other D&D games, but yeah, you're out like a light. I will say your arm is growing at a tremendously good rate. So maybe give it another half a day or so, and it might be where you'd want it to be. And I'm sure you'll be with your friends, and everything will be fine.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah, no evidence to the contrary. Cool. That brings us to the witches. Okay. So they see the cart start to move. One of them is just going to kind of... you see her kind of steeple her fingers and kind of bow her head. And suddenly, ethereal green, sort of like thorny whips begin to shoot out of the ground and start to entangle the lead horse on the Makka cart. So she's going to cast Hold Person on the horse and stop the cart's movement. The other two horses like rear up, and the caravan comes to an abrupt halt. Which is perfect opportunity for the other one to throw down a... What's she gonna throw? Yeah, she sees that the only one who seems to have a ranged weapon is Duncan, so she's gonna go for you. She leaps down out of the trees in kind of a classic pouncing maneuver, and she's gonna try and drop down at you. What is your AC right now?
My AC is 16. Yeah, I'm imagining Duncan was like ducked behind Makka's cart for cover, and then Gwendolyn just hit the horse, and it just left him in the road, like there's no cover anymore.
And then stopped immediately a foot away in the most tragically just useless enough way.
Yeah.
So she drops down onto you, and she manages to hit. She basically just like puts her hand against your chest. And suddenly you feel your whole body lurch as she starts to sap the strength out of you. So you're going to take 11 points of necrotic damage, and your strength is temporarily reduced by 2.
Nice. I would like to, let's say he uncannily dodges.
Okay.
So the hand misses him, but he still gets hit with the magic that surrounds the hand.
Well, or the hand, like she gets the hand on you, there's that initial like, and then you just whip your cape up and around and kind of like knock her hand away, almost as you would with a blade. So you got the initial sense of the drain, but it would have been a lot worse if the contact had maintained.
Yeah.
You can have the strength reduction as well then, because I feel like it doesn't make sense for you to have the damage but not the effect.
Cool.
Cool.
It smarts, he says as he spins away.
And you just hear it say like, "So strong, I could use some of that." All right, brings us to the creatures. The panther is dead, and you see sort of some kind of raptor, like a bird of prey, comes swooping out of the trees at Ame, who manages to not even like stick it so much as just kind of dodge. But you just hear her mutter, "God's damned familiars," and then kind of continue to sort of gesture for people to go. Ken sees the witch who is doing the hold person bit, and she reaches for a belt for a dart, and she's going to try and hit them in the trees. Yeah, all right, she does. Cool. So the witch's concentration is broken. The hold on the horses disappears as a knife goes through the witch's hand, and Ken, being a big fan of Starship Troopers, is like, "Can't push the button if you don't have a hand." And the horses begin to move again. So, top of the round, Duncan.
Cool. I think Duncan realizes that the witch on the ground is scary, but that witch with the fire shit who's not dead is still the scariest one. Mm-hmm. So I'm gonna pitch some rollerball here, Tom, but I think it could be fun. He will take off he will like swing his cape around to blind the witch that's engaged with him, and then on the second swing around he actually manages to untie it so he can just wrap her in it. And I want to use a swashing point for an ability that lets me disengage and move my full movement distance as a bonus action.
Yeah, all right.
So what Duncan would like to do is sprint from where he is and essentially leap to jump off the burning cart to like jump to a tree to like free wall parkour off it at the fire lady on the top of a tree.
Yeah, you're gonna Tarzan Assassin's Creed 3 your way up to her.
That is the hope, yes.
2 worlds,
nice.
1 family. Roll some dice.
Great.
Trust
and then
your
this will
heart.
be
Let fate decide.
rapier in the trees style. Oh, that's really interesting. The first attack is a nat 1, and the second attack is a 25.
Oh, okay, that's easy enough. You stab her. You stab her right through her goddamn heart, but it goes through one of the green orbs as you do so. So you, the tree, and her are blasted by green fire. She is very dead. And you, sir, are going to take 17 points of damage, and you're blasted out of the tree. You come to an unfortunate crashing bounce on the Makka cart. Gwendolyn, you're able to kind of like push him up and over. So now he's in the cart, wheezing and vaguely on fire. So Duncan, I'm actually going to take you out of initiative order for now.
Okay.
Gwendolyn, the carts are moving. One of the witches just exploded up in the trees. Took the one who was casting hold person is now also on fire, so they're both kind of neutralized.
Yeah.
You can hear what sound like their screams coming from animals in the bushes. But you still have the one who's kind of wrapped in Duncan's cloak to deal with. What do you do?
Is it right? So she's still on the ground, right?
Yeah.
Still,
she's basically cocooned.
Because Duncan left it behind.
Yeah, he cocooned her in the cloak.
Yeah. Then I'm just gonna do a great old I'm just gonna throw my sword at her.
Okay. Go ahead.
This is and it's also should be noted that it's not graceful at all. That this is just Gwendolyn's ah!
We know how Gwendolyn sword fights.
She you know what I mean? It's her confidence ebbs and flows. Ooh, yikes. 10 to hit.
That will not hit. Oh, you know what? You could have advantage because she's wrapped in a cloak.
Hey, 20 to hit. That's dirty 20. Dirty
right.
20.
So the blade flies past her, and you're kind of bummed about it. So you're recalling it Thor hammer style. Unfortunately, she's stumbling around in a cloak, so she steps into the way of the return strike. Go ahead and roll your damage, please.
Nice. That is 9 slashing damage.
9 slashing damage. All right, so you catch her across the jaw. The cloak flutters off and gets kind of wrapped up in the blade, so both fly back into your hand. She's clearly still up, but it sort of stumbles off into the trees holding her face. There's like a dart in her shoulder from Ken as she runs away, and like it's kind of clear that the witches are retreating. But you hear Shen just kind of yell, we must move forward. And Toby, who is looking worse for wear, he clearly got in a tussle in the trees with something, is kind of like dragging himself along. And he's just like, if they're here, there will be more. You must go now. And as a result, the caravan begins to move rather quickly. Duncan, you're able to put out the flames. We're going to drop out of initiative order.
Yeah, I imagine he runs to get his cloak, muttering to himself, like, why did I take off the flame retardant thing?
Yeah, Gwendolyn just throws it to you on the cart.
Just burnt as hell, reloading his gun.
Yep, and you begin to run. So you're making a pretty decent time getting away from the woods. You're kind of almost think almost like grassy moors, sort of Scottish moors. So just kind of a thin mist, vaguely ominous mist floating across the grass. The sky is almost cloudless. So just beautiful stars, quarter moon, so a bit of light. As you're putting some distance, you can kind of see some movement in the trees, and then suddenly it's like the trees are rising, and you see a form rise just above the tree line, and then with a massive crunch, a bunch of trees are flung to one side, and a massive form begins to emerge. In the darkness, it's kind of hard to see, but big rounded sort of shape, massive tree trunk sized legs, and sort of massive thick arms. You think you can see tiny wings that don't seem to make much sense, but it begins to move, and with each step it gets a considerable amount closer.
Princess, I think we need to turn this thing around.
All right.
And I'm sorry,
is
it's coming from where you just were.
Oh,
you
no,
don't
then
need my permission.
No, faster, Princess. You're the one driving the horses. I'm just back here getting burnt. And I just load Mr. Bang up and kind of line up a shot. When it's in range, he'll take it.
Sure.
Right.
So
I'm just horses, faster, please.
So you start to load Mr. Bang. Toby is kind of like, he's really running pretty low, and he looks back and just goes, oh, fuck, they did it. They actually did it. At which point a bird erupts from this thing, soars down, grabs him, and swoops him back towards the shape.
Can I shoot the bird?
You can try. Go ahead and roll.
Oh, hell yeah, I'm going to try. Toby's on team no get eaten. And I just see fly, and my shot is a nat 20. The other one is a 12.
Excellent. Okay, so the bird grabs him and begins to swoop him back towards the creature. You blast it squarely through the center mass, so there's just a moment of Toby in midair with wings. And then he just drops. So he lands hard a little ways back from the caravan and starts to get up and dog commando crawl. He's loping pretty well considering he's falling apart. But this thing is moving fast. Visually, we're kind of dealing with a Clayface sort of deal, just sort of a big dark mass. There seems to be a maw sort of in the center of its chest. You can see occasional glimpses of brilliant violet eyes, but they seem to shift position every time it moves, and it is rapidly closing. To your alarm, as it steps over the wings of the bird, they seem to be reabsorbed back into it.
I think Duncan would quickly try to reload, and the moment he's ready, he would shoot Toby.
Yep. So it's closing on Toby. You manage to get the shot in. You line it up, and you lock eyes with Toby, and he just kind of nods.
And I think Duncan would say to himself almost like, safe travels, friend. Have fun at the bar.
Go ahead and roll.
It's a 19 and a 13.
All right. So the 19 will do it. Just straight between the eyes. As you do so, it's almost like he de-reses. Like it's just the bullet like blasts out the back of his head, but his face seems to follow. And his whole body kind of disintegrates backward and sort of disappears into vapor just as the creature's foot steps through the spot where he was. It is now alarmingly close, and with the scream of several animals concurrently, forms begin to leap off this creature. A monkey and a couple snakes land on the third cart and begin to decimate it. And a swarm of birds comes flying out of this creature's sort of maw. You notice its mass begin to shrink a bit as these creatures come flying off of it. Ame and Ken finally abandon the third cart, which is now being utterly consumed, and kind of run to yours. And Chen's like, we gotta go! At which point a tongue grabs him and pulls him back into the creature. As the birds continue to assault the cart, the horses panic, and Gwendolyn, Duncan, Ken, and Ame, kind of riding atop Makka, you like hop on the cart as the horses begin to fucking bolt. And at the last second, you notice a curve in the road that you can't take, and instead you run straight. Which, Gwendolyn, is when you are ripped from your armor. Makka, you are bored. You are in Scriven, waiting for your friends. There are a number of rag people kind of going about their business, but with no kind of biological stuff to investigate here. You're kind of a genius in an empty room. So what do you think Makka is doing during this sort of spell of downtime?
He's definitely set a specific time limit to wait. He's not pleased about waiting around. So he's going to keep himself busy for probably 2 days, and then whether his friends appear or not, he's heading out to find that covenant. So he is going to spend his time helping where he can, in terms of like sorting material or anything like that. But also he'll be talking to a lot of folks about any experience they have with the covenant, anything like that, anything to help prepare him for his encounter with them.
Gotcha. So the information that you get, everyone is lethargic here. There's a real sense of lethargy to the way most of them talk. You realize that Zon and U are somewhat of an aberration, and there are certainly some people who are chattier than others, but for a lot, there's just that kind of ongoing sense of like, if time no longer exists and you're just kind of stuck in an endless existence of kind of nothing, conversation doesn't really make sense. You could have a conversation over 100 years and it wouldn't really matter. But between what U explained to you and what you get from the various people who've encountered the Covenant, you learn. Actually, can you roll me an investigation check? This might be a good time for that.
Rather than not great. Investigation. That's a 3.
Okay. So you get kind of just base level stuff, but essentially, U explained to you that the Covenant of Crikite seems to have splintered at some point. She can't give you much information about it based on a roll of 3. But things have changed in the Shadowlands quite considerably over the last little while. It would seem that where before every witch could only have one familiar, now there have been reports of witches with several, which is strange, to say the least. But most alarmingly, they have found a way to merge familiars into what are known as omniraths, which are sort of massive, shapeless forms of essentially a number of familiars bound together through the will of one or several witches into sort of one massive creature. So to your question of what could have done that to the cart, the Omnirath, when they are summoned, seem to be kind of the scariest thing on between 2 and 6 legs in the kingdom right now. Beyond that, again, there seems to be a sense some people are very confused why you're asking them this, because the Covenant is, much like any nation, a number of, like a vast collection of personalities and ethical and moral codes and alignments, if you will. To some who have been here more recently, they are a terror and monstrous. There's actually a lot of kind of petty bitterness towards them, because some people are hecka pissed that they didn't get killed by them. There seems to be like a why someone else, not me thing that haunts a few of these poor unfortunate souls. So sad, but true. Yeah, so I think with a 3, I gave you some because I needed to for narrative, and that's as much as you get for your bad roll.
Yep, fair. Firm, but fair.
In terms of finding your friends, you get a general sense of where to look for the Covenant. As you've determined geographically, this space doesn't make a lot of sense. But over the course of your conversations, you learn that if you kind of have a rough idea of where you want to end up, you generally end up there after a time. You might have to journey for quite some time, but similar to how Zahn was just kind of like, it's that way, and then eventually it was. Given that this world seems to be built of creativity and dreams, there's a sense that you don't have much control, but you can exert some. Okay. So I think that's how you spend your first day, with sadly no sign of your friends. On the second day, an injured witch arrives. So, meanwhile, back in now probably day and a half earlier, Gwendolyn, for a moment, you're in complete free fall. You see the cart with your armor, but also as your sort of spirit form drifts up and away, you see that it's no longer evening, it's now daytime, but the sky is red. The sun is a massive black spot against it, and the landscape around you seems to only exist in grays and blacks and reds. Can you roll me, please, a Constitution save?
11.
Okay, so you begin to basically drift back towards your armor as you see the omnirath burst through the veil behind you. Duncan, you feel the armor go limp. Gwendolyn, are you visible? I think we discussed this earlier, and I think it's at your will, or no?
Yeah, she had to decide to be visible.
Yeah. What
okay.
Ryan said.
Cool. So
I honestly don't remember. So yes,
fine.
Ryan.
Yeah, because we didn't see you when your armor got possessed.
Yeah. So Duncan,
Right.
the armor collapses in a heap on top of Makka. What do you do?
I think he'd just make sure all the pieces, like nothing fell off the cart. Like he'd move the armor somewhere safe and go, oh, fuck, we're in the fucking Vale. We're screwed now. Keep the horses moving. And then depending on how close the omnirath is, it's either bandaging his wounds or reloading his gun, whichever is there. Not that it'll do anything, but I think he is the guy who can't not do things.
Yeah. So you go to reload Mr. Bang, I think, because at this point it's like bandaging wounds doesn't really matter if
we all die.
The omnirath is going to murder your face. So you are stuffing powder, like you pour the powder in, you're stuffing because it's front loaded, right? It's not like or are you thinking it cracks in the middle on you?
No, it's probably front loaded because it's like old school musketeer pistols.
You're like rapidly stuffing it in. At this point, I think it really is just kind of like a petty, like, go fuck yourself shot. When suddenly the omnirath lurches forward, and it's like a wave. A multitude of creatures spill out of it, gouge the horses. Ken and Ame literally jump off the back into it. And one of them just yells, like, "You gotta run!" And Ken just kind of, as these creatures consume her, just screams like, "For the Dawnbreakers!" and swings her axe through the tide. The cart flips. You're thrown from it. Gwendolyn, the good news on this is it's no longer getting away, so you're able to settle back into your armor. Duncan, Mr. Bang is knocked from your hand, and you both kind of spill into a ditch. You notice that it's not paying any particular attention to Makka or the cart. It seems to just be attacking Ken and Ame and the horses. And you feel a tug, Duncan, on your pant leg.
Okay, I'll look down.
There is a very wizened purple baboon holding the fabric of your leg, and he just says, "Pardon me, so terribly sorry. Awful way to meet. We really must run if you want to survive this."
Agreed. Lead the way. And then I'll just like, Princess is in body now?
Yeah, she's like pulling the armor is like weird floaty skeletoning back to us. Basically, if you grab the helmet by like
I was gonna say I'll grab her by like
dragging it,
the back of the breastplate at the torso and just take off after this purple monkey thing.
Great. So he kind of leads the two of you away, and you sparrow look to Makka, but again, it seems as though they're whatever the omnirath's intentions, it's ignoring the cargo, and instead is just continuing to sort of rip apart the horses and Ken and Ame. So the baboon kind of pulls you into what almost seems like a crack in the earth, and you can see that there's a very small, thin canyon that you honestly would have stepped over. That you have to kind of wedge yourself down, and it's awkward. He's kind of helping pull Gwendolyn down. But once you do, it opens up a bit into a slightly wider space, and he just says, come, there's somewhere we can hide. And he leads you into a small cavern, and you're greeted by just a real fucking classic looking wizard. Just like long white beard, toilet bowl hair, long Tolkien pipe,
blue cloak covered in silver stars and
silver
moons.
Stars, absolutely. His apprentice is a mouse. No, he's in what would have at some point actually, Duncan, to your eyes, almost be tactical gear that he's just been wearing for a really fucking long time. And he is seated in a wheelchair that you see him just kind of like, as you come in, he turns his hand, and as he does so, the chair sort of turns with him. You can tell he's kind of using magic to move it. And the baboon says, "Ezra, Okay, I figured out what happened at the Vale, and I found these two. One, and one in his armor. Two? Oh, there's a ghost in it. There's a ghost in the armor. So a ghost and a man. And Ezra, who, Duncan, I think, even though you haven't really met orcs, you recognize is orcish.
He matches vaguely the description I read that someone else wrote. Yeah.
Also, I mean, at the end of the day, it kind of doesn't matter. He seemed like listen very intently, and kind of like mouth something to himself. And then he turns to you and says, I do hope you can understand this. I'm trying to, forgive the pun, ape what dear Victor was saying to you. Is this your language?
Yes, I speak this language. I also speak Elven and Dwarvish, but the princess inside the armor only speaks this. This is perfect.
Oh, she's a princess. Well, that's very exciting. A ghost princess. And the baboon is kind of like nodding and holding his chin. And she's like, yes, a ghost princess. That is... Oh, this is a very exciting day in the cave.
I don't know if I'm a ghost, but...
It sounds like the kind of thing a ghost would say.
Not completely dead.
Do you know what? Allow me to introduce us. My name is Duncan Danno, first captain of the Dawnbreakers, and this is Princess Gwendolyn Solaris of Orvale. We thank you for the timely rescue, friends, but we do not know who you are.
Also, is like are we all together?
No. You are with Victor the baboon and Ezra the wizard in a cave. There's no... You're talking all together in terms of like Makka?
Oh, never mind.
Cool.
Never mind.
Yeah, so it's just the four of you in the cave. Ezra says, yes, I am the witch Ezra. This is my familiar Victor Macklin, the baboon. He is quite a helpful companion, I must say. And as I have said, I am Ezra One Ear, named of course for, and then he like points to his one missing ear. It is not a particularly inventive name, but we of Crecate often don't worry too much about last names, you know. But you understand that humans have rarely have your Danno is yours, yes.
Correct.
Danno. Is that all one word or two?
2 words.
2 words. Oh, very good, very good. He like pulls out an incredibly thick notebook, seemingly just out of his sleeve, and flips to like what seems to be the last page, but it clearly has infinite pages, and he just writes 2 words: Danno. Princess, not ghost? ?
Gwendolyn.
Gwendolyn, not ghost ?
You mentioned that you were of Crecate. Does that mean you were of the Covenant or just of the land?
Formerly, yes. When there was such a thing. I understand from the rather harried look on dear Victor's face that perhaps you've encountered some of my former brethren and one of their heretical abominations, the omnirath, I believe they're calling them these days. Large creature made of familiars, just attacks, kills, maims, destroys.
Yes. We definitely faced one of those.
Well, my apologies. This is truly not the hospitality that we of the Black Circle like to extend to visitors to our fair nation. But it would seem to be the way of these things now. So you've caught us with our trousers down, I'm afraid, in a bit of a civil war, as it were. Though at this point it's more accurately a civil massacre. But I have a cave, so what need I worry about such things? So yes, previously of the Covenant, now of this very cave. Me and Victor.
So the sides of this civil war, I would assume, are the Covenant and then this black circle that you mentioned?
So he begins to kind of burst into like a big. He's so excited to get to tell someone about this, but there is just an air of sadness about it, kind of in the way that like British generals in like movies like The Mummy are always like, "Oh, I fought in this war and it was great. Oh, I miss it though." But Victor kind of hops in from time to time, rather helpfully to explain. But essentially, the Covenant of Crecate was essentially a nation. So a number of states and a number of organizations, of which Ezra was part of the Black Circle, which dealt with politics and diplomacy and that sort of thing. There were 5 circles that made up the Covenant of Crecate. And different witches worked in each circle, and it was fine. And again, for a long time, it was a nation like any other than, having familiars and existing in the Shadowlands, both of which kind of put them in a bit of a weird, like, they're like, oh yes, everything's normal. It's like, you live in weird limbo hell made of magic. Like, not quite just a, your average, like, stop by for sugar kind of place. But he goes on to explain that there was a coup, and 2 of the circles, seemingly in cahoots, assassinated Shadow Mother Lysa, who was the sort of Coven mother for centuries, and seized control. So he basically doesn't know much beyond that, because he fled. He urged his fellow Black Circle witches to flee, but a lot of them tried to stay and fight and kind of restore order, and he doesn't know exactly what's happened to them. That said, he has, through Victor and then through his own observations, started to see signs of witches with multiple familiars, which is a huge concern, and is blasphemy as far as he's concerned, as well as the existence of the omniraths, which are brand spanking new and not something that he knows about. That said, he's also, again, in the political circle, so he admits that he's a little bit ignorant of familiar matters as they were handled by the Blue Circle. So the rebellion was led by the Blue Circle, which deals with familiars, and the White Circle, which deals with magic. So he doesn't know what they've cooked up, but the fact that the 2 of them seem to have invented a new thing is rather concerning. But beyond that, he's just a happy hermit. He has accepted that the nation he knows is gone, and now he and Victor just kind of spend their days making tea and talking about the good old days.
And what are the 2 remaining circles, my friend?
There were 5 initially. There was the Black Circle, which I was honored to sit on, dealt with civics and politics and making sure that, the lines to the rest of Gren stayed open, and that, diplomatic things could happen. Also that people had roads. Roads are nice. And he kind of like taps the wheel on his chair. And he says there was the Green Circle, which dealt with life, medicine, healing. The Red Circle dealt with war. And then, as I mentioned, the White Circle, which dealt with magic. And the Blue Circle, which dealt in familiars. Together, the 5 circles created the Interweave, the ruling council of the Covenant, overseen by the Coven Mother, who herself could commune with our dearly departed sleeping Crecate. Unfortunately, now there may be no circles. I simply do not know.
Who is sleeping Crecate?
Crecate is the matriarch of our entire coven. She was the one who first discovered the crossroads, discovered how to move between the veils, and was the first to discover how we could expand beyond what we were, you see. But the toll was great, and now she slumbers in the sacred sarcophagus, making sure that the crossroads remain closed and safe.
Safe from people coming in, or safe from people here getting out?
Oh, we can leave at our leisure. There's just this is perhaps fuck it. The interweave has collapsed and my nation is gone. No need to keep state secrets now. There are things beyond this space that are perhaps a little bit beyond the understanding or concern of most. Crecate made sure that they didn't come through.
Interesting. Would some of those things perhaps take the form of black goo that could encase people and make them a great deal more dangerous and kill from the shadows?
His eyes narrow, and he says, "You know of the Sinkai?"
I think we've fought them, and we did not win. But we're here to find tools to stop them when they come into our realm.
Yes, that would be the case. We dealt with but one of their ambassadors, and that was more than enough. The omniraths are heretical, but the Sinkai are pure heresy. You should be glad that you live to tell the tale, and you should not seek them back out. If you've lost, my friend, then you are like me. And my dear friend here, Victor Macklin, you can live in this cave with us. For this is all the existence we can hope for now. But it's fine, we have tea. We will have to share the cups. But Victor is quite handy with a dish rag.
Nope.
Princess, you seem to be rocking back and forth.
Nope.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is there a,
Nope.
Is one of the Espertide breezes interfering with your ghost hat?
What?
Well, as your erstwhile companion pointed out, your ghost hat is turning left and right quite frequently. I was just wondering if it was being battered by
My
the
head?
mystical tides. Yes. Yeah, head hat. However you seek to define
Duncan,
yourself.
what are we doing?
Well, we're discovering that things are just as bad as we'd always thought they'd be, because we're on a hopeless quest to save the kingdom. But that's the important thing, is that we're on a quest and we're focused. Now, Ezra, who knows the most about these Sinkai? Because we will take you up. We'll just let him do this for a minute.
Marking the time.
Oh, yeah.
What's he getting all rowdy about?
He couldn't have timed it for Toby's last stand or something, eh?
It's fine. It would have been super sad because then Toby would have died, and you would have been like, "Oh no, but he's also Freddy. Now Freddy's dead," and you'd be real bummed.
We would have just heard his barking at opportune moments. Okay, we're back. Ezra, is there a person who would be an expert in these Sinkai that you're aware of? Like, we will take you up on your hospitality for the short term because I need to treat my wounds and we do need to rest. But we need someone who may have hidden or survived elsewhere, who knows about the Sinkai and who knows more about the rebellion.
Well, unfortunately, if what I suspect happened, the Black Circle was likely wiped out, killed, maimed, destroyed. They, unlike me, chose to stand. Ha! Fools. There was no way to stand against the white and blue circles might combined, and here we are. But there were some in the red circle who had, I know, made contingencies for a fully fledged invasion if the Sinkai decided they wanted what we had badly enough. There have been certainly rumors from some of the familiars of the Blue Circle that Sinkai have indeed passed through the Shadowlands, but if so, it was not in any part of the realm that we monitor. The Shadowlands are quite vast, you see. We have our nice little corner of it here, right at the crossroads, but that doesn't mean there aren't other ways to get through. But, again, rumors and hearsay. I can't imagine Crecate would allow that.
Which of these Reds were the expert in Sinkai, the ones who may have hidden or built contingency plans?
He describes that there was General I need a name and I'm gonna find one. General Bridge Thinfinger was obsessed with the threat of the Sinkai. She apparently was, for a time, considered quite a masterful military mind, but became obsessed with the idea that the Sinkai could invade. That said, she was also instrumental in proving that the Sinkai had not re-entered the Shadowlands. Again, I don't want you to take everything he's telling you at face value necessarily.
He's a crazy man in a cave.
Well, also, admittedly, like, he was in Parks and Rec. He's talking about what happened in the Pentagon, but he was in Parks and Rec. Yes. He says Bridge was likely the if there was a witch alive who could tell you about it. He also knows that when he fled the capital during the collapse, she seemed to be leading she had joined up with the resistance that was fighting back. So she might be alive, she might be dead, he's not sure. But it was kind of if you imagine, this isn't exactly how it went down in Rome, but if you imagine that you weren't in on the assassination of Caesar, and then suddenly they stab Caesar, and you're like, I'm gonna go, though, because I don't know what this means or where it's going. That's kind of when Ezra tapped out. Was the second word came down that the Shadow Mother had been assassinated, he was like, let's go.
To the cave.
Yeah, and then he and Victor escaped to the cave.
Princess, is there anything you're wondering about this happening?
I'm just everything just happened like really quickly, and now I'm like, well, what do we do?
Okay.
Victor is like looking a little anxious, and he keeps like, whenever he thinks you aren't looking, he just keeps shaking his head at Ezra. But Ezra is clearly like, there's something like you both have pluck and capabilities, so you can tell he's kind of itching to jump in. But you guys have your conversation, then you can see what he's about. Unless you want to interrupt that to bug him.
I mean, if she's not sure what to do, and I think he had something to say, Duncan would be leaning towards just letting him talk, because Duncan has ideas, but he could definitely use more information.
Okay. Mm-hmm. So Ezra leans forward in his wheelchair and just says, well, Victor is going to chide me for this, for he insisted that we get to safety. But if you think that perhaps you could help against the heretics, I'm sure if you meet up with the rebellion, they might be able to introduce you to Bridge Thinfinger, if indeed she still lives. And Victor's like, no, listen, cave is the way to go. I gotta tell you, cave is the way to go. Ezra, he worked in Parks and Rec. He had big dreams to be like a battle mage. He's not. He's very good at streets, and okay at garbage pickup, but beyond that, not the best. Like, seriously, I could take you to Scriven and we could talk to our contact there, but like, it's really not a great idea.
Well, I'm not staying in this bloody cave.
I think we have our answer, friend Victor.
And Ezra's like, oh, very exciting. Of course, there is one condition. You must come back and tell me everything you see and experience. We will have tea, and you could explain to me exactly what's going on, because I must say, I have been rather curious since hiding in this cave, and Victor is no help at all. So, what do you say? Do we have a deal?
Once we, save the world, we'll come back and tell you everything that's going on.
I mean, fair enough. Either sounds like you'll die a magnificent death, or I'll get a hell of a story. Either way, works for me, I suppose.
Excellent. Then perhaps we could set out with Victor in the morning after we've had some of this tea you offered and a chance to rest.
Ah, capital. I shall use my magic to boil more water. And Victor, again, just kind of like watches him like struggle to boil water and just kind of turns back and he's like, as I said, very good at roads. Makka, an injured witch is brought by some rag people into Scriven on your second day. They found her near a site of clearly some kind of ambush. She's covered in open cuts that the rag folk have kind of like bound up, but she's in pretty rough shape. She's kind of brought into the main tent, and U comes and finds you and just says, I'm so sorry to interrupt your meditations, perhaps, but we have a rather, and you can see there's like almost a look of disgust on her face, like she's like a rather squishy problem. There's a lot of, a lot of grossness happening, very unclean bloodiness happening. Would you perhaps come lend a hand? I would, of course, but I'm a little squeamish around the gooey things, you know?
Yes, I could be of service. This is a newcomer, someone vital like me, yes?
One of the witches, actually.
Makka's eyes like go wide because I don't think he'd know a witch to like see one. Mm-hmm. He'd have to be told. And up to this point, the witches are like the face of the enemy in terms of the curse that is weakening the cycle and things like that. So yeah, he like springs up and just says, take me there now.
Oh, fantastic. Oh, this is a huge relief. Thank you. Right this way. So she leads you to a pavilion that's been set up, and you can actually see there's a few bunks in here. It does seem to almost be like a field hospital of some sort. There are a few rag folk binding their limbs up and doing that like classic like robot arm thing where they're just like kind of testing the thing. You watch someone's snap and they're like, time to try it again. They start sewing. But sure enough, there is a sort of stocky, portly elf woman who is kind of more blood than skin right now. And she is she's been lifted up onto one of these stretchers and is just kind of quietly moaning in pain. It looks like, to your eye, it looks like she's been ravaged by animals. You see claw marks. There's like clear signs of pecking around her eye. Like very much like someone who, weirdly, to your eye, I think like any one of these makes sense. All of them together makes very little sense aside from what you've been told about familiars. Mm-hmm. So I think you just have a bit of that double vision where you're like, wait, animals don't. Oh, right, fuck. Oh, okay. Who says, yes, so this is the squishiness piece. If you can handle this, that'd be excellent.
I think before I enter, I just want to ask
why would you serve a witch? Why would you aid them?
Yes. Well, some of them are not so bad. It would seem that the affairs of the Covenant, as I said, have changed somewhat. But as you'll recall, I did mention that back when I was in the Empire of Numbers, I did remember diplomatic expeditions coming and going. We thought of them as, admittedly, a hostile and strange people, but certainly a reasonable people. And despite whatever has happened to their nation, it would seem some of them are still quite reasonable. And we have, and she kind of gestures back to the large tent. She says, a lot of the reasoning I've been working through, a lot of the data they've provided has been essential to trying to understand. I'm just desperately trying if not for the Empire, then at least for me, to understand what this place is. And this one has slipped us some of that information, as it were. She calls herself an untethered. I still haven't quite gotten a straight answer as to what that means, but yes, we are familiar with her. Her name is Tika Willowlimb.
And this Willowlimb, she is like me. She does not waste away.
The witches do not. They seem to subside and indeed grow more powerful here. Possibly through their pacts, if you believe in such things.
Yes. I will see what I can do for this witch.
And I'll go into their care center.
Cool. As you do so, you kind of approach, and Tika just kind of holds up a small leather satchel, and with kind of seemingly almost the last of her strength, throws it at U, who picks it up very delicately from like a corner of the strap so as not to touch any of the blood, and she says, "Oh, good. New data," and then she disappears back to the central tent. So you approach her body, and you get a bit of a sense of relief, because even though she's not of the cluster, she does feel more biological than the other things you've felt here. Certainly more magical than biological, but at least it's like, oh, also, like, yes, these are wounds. These aren't like desiccated weirdness. Like, she's very much flesh and blood. She her head's kind of lolling, and she just kind of says, "Listen, I don't know if you're a doctor or not, but honestly, if you're better at keeping things alive than sewing dead things together, I think you're an improvement."
My name is Makka Deathcap. I tend to the dead.
Well, shit.
And I have come here to the Shadowlands on a pilgrimage to address this curse, this affliction that is sapping the cycle of life and death. Do you understand of which I speak?
My wife used to tell me stories of the... what did she call it? The cluster? The Jossi cluster. Is
Yes.
that what you refer?
It is.
Oh, man, I wish you'd shown up here earlier. Might have saved me the divorce if I believed her. And she, like, coughs up some blood. She's like, okay, well, fuck, I guess I owe her one. Regret sounds like dog barks to me. She says, so listen, I can tell you what she told me, but I also don't really want to be tended as dead just yet. Still got a lot of chimerans to kill, so either you patch me up, or I guess my sisters will see you soon.
Just as you brought information to U in exchange for bringing you here to receive treatment, you will give me information for healing your wounds.
I will literally give you anything I can if you heal my wounds. This really fucking hurts. She, like, points a finger at your arm, and she's like, I don't know how much that hurt. And then she just points at, like, the massive gashes in her chest. She's like, this hurts more.
Then the agreement is sealed, yes?
She reaches out with incredible speed and nicks the skin just under your eye and it begins to bleed.
I'll take a step back and look at her kind of confused, but like accusatorially, like, this is how you want to do it, huh?
She's just like, were the terms not agreeable to you? I don't understand.
Blood pact. I see.
Yeah, also, good news. You don't need to cut me, because... And she just points at, like, the mess of where her eye was.
Okay. Makka will approach again and cast Cure Wounds.
Cool. So immediately her wounds begin to seal up. Forgive me, Tyler, what does Cure Wounds look like with the spores? Or is it just a magical effect?
It's a magical effect, but it is sort of it holds to the spirit of what Makka's about. So it's the give and take of energy. So it's basically just the energy required to expedite the healing process is transferred to her, and her wounds just start to close.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
As soon as, like, even before the skin has knit back up, but as soon as the wounds start to close, she's already starting to, like, get up. And you just see her kind of like roll her shoulders and kind of crack her neck, and she's like, "Oh, that is still unpleasant, but better. Thank you."
I have a quick question, Tom. Since this is a new day, I'm not sure if resting
You've recovered
works the
all your
same way
spell
here.
slots.
Yeah,
Okay. Yeah, totally.
Just not sure if there's if that's how that works here. Okay,
Yeah,
great.
no, thank you for checking, but no, you're good. Okay. You can also spend hit dice or whatever, but you woke up fresh, so you shouldn't need to.
Yeah. Okay.
So she kind of nods and says, "Okay, so your Makka, your Makka Deathcap? Is that what you said your name was?
Yes.
Do you know a Duncan kin Danno?"
I do.
Oh, fuck, we gotta get a note back from Ooh. Hey, come on, follow me. And with that, the witch kind of like stumbles when she kind of steps off the stretcher, and then just kind of like forces herself into kind of almost a rigid standing pose, and like kind of looking at the shredded clothes hanging off her. It's just like, well, guess if your clothes are gonna fall apart, Ragtown's the place to do it. All right, come on. I've got a note for you. They're gonna be real happy to see you, if they're still alive. Anyway, let's go get that note. And with that, she leads you out of the tent. So, much to his chagrin, Victor Macklin, the baboon familiar, has agreed to lead you in search of Tika Willowlimb, who is the one remaining point of contact that Ezra and Victor have with the remains of the Covenant. Victor basically has done a bit of trading with a town called Scriven, which is the home of what he describes as the rag folk, or the rag people. Mortals who have gotten lost in the shadowlands and have slowly had their physical essence shrivel away to almost nothing, who are unable to die but also aren't exactly alive anymore, and is seemingly the fate that Toby was warning you against. Tika is in contact with them, so even though Victor hasn't seen Tika in some time, he does know that Uwe von Peeble, the kind of last remaining somewhat mortal person there, is the lady to talk to about Tika and might be able to put you in touch. And so it is that the three of you set out. Ezra is thrilled. He's thrilled in very much like a grandparent excited that you're going to go off and do something fun way, where my grand would be like, "Oh, I don't care for these Avengers, but you have fun. It sounds like you really want to go see them." Like, I do want to see the Avengers, though. So he kind of grins and he says, "Don't worry, Victor. I'm sure I'll have another cuppa ready for you when you return." And then he turns to his like incredibly shitty water heating magic. And Victor looks a little uncomfortable to be leaving him, but this is a thing that happens fairly regularly, simply because Ezra, despite being a fairly powerful witch in his own right, is just physically constrained by the surroundings. His chair is built for cities, not for canyons. So he's at a bit of a disadvantage right now. And he's also old. Like, just straight up, he's not up for adventuring and is very content in his cave. So Victor kind of checks in with the two of you, and he's like, is there anything else either of you wanted to do before we leave? I don't imagine you'll be coming back, despite what you told Ezra. So, is there anything else you needed here before we go?
Tom, I'm imagining the rest counted as a long rest for the purpose. Yeah.
Hell
dope.
Yeah, baby.
Dope.
Get damn HPs back.
And my swashing points.
Every time.
I think I have what I need, because Duncan's made an oath that he actually will follow through on. If he saves the world, he has to either come back to this stupid cave or find a way to get the story to the cave, which is very funny. Otherwise, he's had his questions answered. They know who they're meeting. He's good.
Cool.
Princess, do you have anything you need?
I will also remind you, you are down a Mr. Bang right now.
Oh, you don't have a gun, do you? That'd be great.
No. We're witches.
Well, do you have any sort of portable projectile weapon?
So a gun? Yes, no, I just answered that. We don't.
Well, I didn't know if you had like a wand or something that you could have given me that I could point at people and then they'd explode.
Well, I mean, we do build those, but not in the parks and recreation department. We're more interested in, greenery and the such.
Damn. All right. Well, Princess, do you need anything?
I'd kind of like to get back with like Makka. That would be lovely.
Oh, well, what's that under my chair? We don't have that. Do you need anything from here?
We're talking about what we want. It's just what I want.
Princess, he asked if we needed anything before we left. That's not normally a question.
Yeah, and it's something that I'd like before I leave, but it's not possible, apparently. I just thought I'd ask.
Well, that's sort of like a lesson in manners for you. If someone says, well, it's time for us to go to the theater, is there anything you want? And you answer, my dead grandfather back. It's not really a way to make friends. That's considered kind of rude.
What if I said, I want my live grandfather here?
Well, was that really on the table? It's more like, do you want a coat? Like, the offer is implicit.
I don't know. Maybe he would have been like, oh, do you know what? We can get him back here right away. And just like, zap, 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 brings him back.
Makka,
maybe, but
you're familiar? Is he your Victor Macklin?
He's our traveling companion.
So he is your Victor Macklin. And
he was claimed by the Omnirath.
Oh. Victor's thumb just kind of cranks down, sadly. If there was a slide whistle, it'd be like, boo.
All right, fine. Let's just get going.
You sure I can look around more for your friend and live grandfather?
Nope. Onward. I just start walking. I don't know what direction we're going in.
Okay, it was nice to meet you too.
Victor, is she going the right way?
No. Your Highness, it's this way. This way.
And I just turn about.
I assume it's like turn around and then walk just as determinedly this way as though it was
there's
the
no
way.
stopping.
Yeah.
It's just like, and 180 and, go.
Great, okay. So Victor begins to lead you kind of through this canyon that's slowly, there's an incline, so you're kind of slowly coming back up to surface level. You come out into a mountain range, which is rather surprising because there were no mountains on the horizon when you fled the Omnirath. Maybe you didn't see them, but Duncan, to you, this seems more like magical tomfoolery than just you failed to notice a mountain range kind of business. And Victor says, mind your step. I'm afraid we came out by the mountain way. At least it's not underwater. Sometimes that happens.
How does travel exactly work here?
This the Shadowlands, as I believe you colloquially know them, are made of magic. They are the byproduct of imagination, creativity, of magical forces. So things just kind of happen here. Sometimes because someone here has willed it, and sometimes because someone else somewhere else thought of it. It makes navigation a little complicated, but as long as you know where you'd like to go, you will eventually usually end up there. Which is why I am thinking very hard about Scriven right now.
Oh, so like we imagine things and then maybe they happen.
It's possible.
All right. I don't know what Scriven looks like. Is that a problem?
Oh, it's okay. Just don't think of anywhere else right now, and that would be a huge help to me, and I'll just think of it.
How do I not think of somewhere else? I'm suddenly thinking of literally every other place.
Okay, well, that will mean it takes a lot longer to get to Scriven. What's your favorite place in the world?
I don't know. It was Orvel, but...
Okay, what's the opposite of Orvel?
Dead?
Great. Just think about being dead.
I kind of already died.
He turns.
I guess I'll just think about me now.
He just turns to Duncan with a full like, "What are you gonna do?"
And Duncan has nothing for him. It's just full despair. She's worse now than she's ever been. She's the worst princess in the world. He misses the poopsmith. The poopsmith would be more useful on this quest. He has sworn himself to a kingdom. Here's an interesting fact. If Orvel's completely fallen, he might actually just get to leave.
Who knows? That sure seems like an interesting adventure for a different session. No, go ahead.
Saying my life right now is just the opposite of like my favorite place. So,
That's good. That's good. Just think of right now then. Think of exactly where we are right now.
Great.
Good. And then he like seems to like kind of like narrow his eyes, look at you, and then he just kind of slowly turns to the mountain range, and you see his shoulders go down an inch, and he's like, "Oh, thank the Coven Mother. All right, this way." And he begins leading you through the canyon. Slowly, the mountains begin to subside around you, which is kind of alarming in an unfortunate way, but also like it is nice to be done with them, so that's good. And you sort of step out into sort of an arid desert kind of scenario. So cacti, tumbleweeds, no cow skulls, unfortunately. But in the distance, you can see what looks to be a watchtower. So just a sort of like a two-story, like if this was Assassin's Creed, like very easy to get up there. There's like one archer just chilling out. And Victor says, very good, very good. That's West Point. That's a good landmark for us. That means we're headed in roughly the right direction. Not west. Please don't think this is west. Just okay. You get it. So he continues to kind of walk along. Duncan and Gwendolyn, is there anything you discussed during this, or are you both just kind of focusing on not fucking up the dreamscape?
I'm literally just like, I'm just like staring around at me and saying to myself, like, this is where I am. This is where I am. This is where I am. This is my life.
I think Duncan has about 100 things he'd like to say, but he's pretty sure that if he yells at the princess, she won't focus. So instead, he's just focused on following Victor Macklin, because he feels like that he can picture, and it might help speed things forward.
Okay, excellent. As you approach the West Point Tower, you see there seems to be sort of a torch burning in the sort of up in the upper reaches. Victor says, well, we may be in luck. Tika may actually be out here. In which case, and he turns and just like playfully slaps Gwendolyn kind of on the forearm. He's like, in that case, you can think of wherever the fuck you want, because she might just be right there. And so he like scrabbles ahead at baboon speed. And an eldritch blast strikes the ground directly in front of him, and he kind of leaps back. And he's like, it's me, Victor Macklin. And you see a woman kind of just peek her head up over the edge of the watchtower. She seems to have a cigarette, like a hand-rolled cigarette, clenched in between her fingers, and she just kind of leans up. She's like, oh shit, sorry, Victor. Fuck. Okay, I'm glad you're fast. Who the hell are those? And she points to the two of you. And he quickly says like, it's this is Her Royal Highness Gwendolyn, not a ghost, and Duncan Danno of the Dawnbreakers. She's like, that is interesting nonsense. Here, come on up here. It's not safe down there. So the three of you make your way up the tower. The tower itself is much larger once you're inside it. There's some sort of pillows and cushions set up. There's a full quiver of arrows that is quite dusty and seems sort of untouched. A bit of a Doctor Who situation going on where it is a small small watchtower from outside, but quite large when you're up here. It seems that Tika's kind of taken up residence here for the time being. You can see that she's there's Duncan. I think you'd noticed this. There is a recently unstrapped leg brace nearby, and you notice that as she walks, she occasionally just kind of flexes her leg and seems to be a bit stiff. And she says, "Okay, so what brings you to West Point?"
We're here to figure out how to defeat the Sin Kai and restore the cycle of life and death to the world where it's been broken.
Okay, that is a big goal for a person and an armor.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of small steps along the way, but we're working towards it. I figured I'd just cut through all the bullshit up front.
Much appreciated. Well, for my part, I don't know how much you know about these parts, but basically a bunch of my brothers and sisters and people decided they thought they could run the place better, killed a bunch of my other people, and have seized control of my country. So working on killing them. That's my deal right now.
Well, then I'm proud to say that our causes have heavily aligned at this point, because those people are also our problem as well.
Oh, wow. Well, what did you do to piss off the Chimerans?
Well, Chimerans, all right, that's a name for them. We don't actually know. They just sent an army of assassins to Orville, killed the majority of the royal family and other representatives, and took control of it.
Yeah, they'll do that. They did that here, too. Yeah, a bunch of assholes. Okay, so here's what you need to know. I don't know, Victor probably hasn't filled you in too much. He and Ezra don't get out that often. But in short, a bunch of the Covenant decided they had bigger plans and started sacrificing familiars, which is about the grossest thing you can do. And she kind of like hoists up her shirt. And there's a horrific brand sort of in the center of her rib cage, kind of between her breasts. And she's like, it would seem that the old Department of Familiar Affairs got into their head that if they had more of them, they could do bigger things with them. And of course, most of us thought that was heresy, so we said no. Kind of brings us to here. So... they've dubbed themselves Chimerans because they no longer have only one familiar. They have several, and it would seem they're finding ways to merge them, which is how I got this. And she kind of points to her leg, which is clearly healed up, but still a bit fucked up. There's a few of us left fighting that are trying to bring him down, but they move pretty quick and pretty fast, and honestly... If they're moving on to your Orville, they clearly don't consider us much of a threat anymore. Honestly, I think at this point, all they need is the tomb, and they'll be good to go. So as Tika finishes kind of giving you the rundown on the Chimerans, you see her eyes become suddenly alert, and she kind of looks up past you, and she says, sorry, hang on one moment. And she kind of grabs a what almost looks like a large monocle off a table and kind of rushes to the edge of the sort of lip of the, you know what I'm talking about, what I'm talking about, like a watchtower lip, where it's just kind of, you know, a chest-high wall from most shooters. Yep. She rushes up and just kind of holds this large monocle up in front of her eye, and she's like, okay, nothing yet. Listen, sorry, I almost shot Victor earlier. I came out here tracking some Chimerans. We heard through sort of one of our inside people that they were planning a raid beyond the Veil. When that party comes back through, we're going to have to cut this a bit short because I need to either kill them or book it back to my people and let them know what's going on. So,
okay, well, spoilers, that raid was against us. Everyone except us died, and they have an omnirath. So unless you can take that out, we should definitely join team. Let's get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, that all sounds good. I mean, the one advantage we have is I've woven some magic around this. You may notice that it's a slightly roomier spot than expected, and as long as we keep our voices at this volume, things outside can't hear us. So just, you know, don't yell. I don't know why you would, but don't do that. Okay. Great. So I don't know anything about these Sinkai. That's kind of a you problem, I think. But
yes, the person we're looking for is General Bridge Thinfinger.
You want to talk to Bridge? Wow. Okay. Well, then it would seem that our interests truly are aligned. Look, sorry, before I thought I saw creatures on the horizon. I believe you were going to ask a question about the tomb.
Yes, you'd mentioned.
The founder of our coven, Krekate, Mistress of the Crossroads, is entombed in a sacred sarcophagi. It is the holiest of holies for our people. Currently, the untethered, such as myself, have control of the tomb. But we have word that part of the reason that raids are occurring outside the Veil is they're gathering energy to lay siege to us. And honestly, if they take us there, that's it. The untethered will fall. And I mean, I guess you'll have a different problem than your current one, but a bad one. So Bridge is organizing the defense of the tomb. Unfortunately, in order to access it, we've locked down the space, but we need Krekate's familiar, and she has been held in suspended animation, as it were. It's a long, complicated magic process, but she's being held in one of the blue circle towers. So Bridge is currently figuring out how to extract her from that, and once we can get the familiar, we should be able to awaken Krekate, and hopefully with her power added to ours, end the heresy of the Chimerans.
Princess, what are your thoughts at this moment? And please don't yell.
I'm not going to yell. I did hear what she said. Well, all right. I mean, that's a plan, isn't it?
To translate the princess's intent, I believe, we stand with you, Tika. We will help you source this familiar. We will help you stem the tide of the Chimerans. We will help you defend Krekate and the holy sarcophagus.
Oh.
Isn't this what we're here to do, Duncan?
Honestly, this is sort of how I'd hoped this would play out. I'm just glad you and I are aligned on this.
You just seemed like, I don't know.
And she kind of laughs and smiles and just says, honestly, things haven't been going great for us, and I think this is a sign that things are about to turn around. And that's when Victor begins to scream. Outside, you hear a sound of war horns. And Tico leaps at Victor, but it's too late. And you just see him just holding his head in classic terrified baboon fashion. Once the screaming subsides, she kind of like jams her hand over his mouth, but it's too late. He bites her and she like pulls back. He's just like, Ezra, they killed Ezra. And she just kind of like shakes her head, looks up, and sure enough, converging on you from two sides are two separate war parties. You see witches being carried sort of through the air by a variety of birds and bats and winged creatures, kind of doing the Magneto arms out fly. Within moments, Eldritch blasts start to strike the tower. And she says, "Okay, we've got to get the fuck out of here. How good are you two at killing witches?"
Oh, if you get me close, you're gonna have some dead-ass witches on your hands.
Okay, can you fly?
No. It's just this. I do a lot of stabbing.
Okay, do you have a gun?
I lost the gun. The princess can throw her sword really fucking far.
My sword can fly.
Great. I need you to throw that sword at... and she just kind of like pulls the eyeglass up and points to like a like particularly like overdone witch, like with the full Sia wig, just like really glamorous, who's being sort of flown in by two swans. She's like, I need you to throw it at her.
Well, that's excessive, and I throw it.
Okay, go ahead and roll your attack, please.
All right. That is 20 total to hit.
That'll do.
Yay!
Go ahead and roll your damage.
That's going to be 10 slashing damage.
Okay. The witch Sia takes 10 slashing damage as your blade strikes her, and one of the swans, being assholes, as all swans are, drops her. So now she's just kind of hanging from one. And you see her thrust out her hand, and there's almost a flow of silvery moths that emerge from her clenched fist, and they begin to swarm your sword. And you find that as you try and pull it back, there's resistance as the moths begin to pull it toward her. Can you roll me a strength save, please?
Totally. 20 total.
All right. Moths ain't shit. You flick your wrist and the sword does a full arc.
Yeah, I imagine it going like woo woo woo, and
and
that's spinning.
That's a classic spinning noise.
For anyone not watching.
The blade digs into the ground, sort of below, and then with a solid yank, it comes flying back up to your hand. Teak says, "Okay, I might be able to draw them away. You should be safe here. Pick them off where you can." Duncan, she points to the bow and arrow. She's like, "Some fancy fucker left this a long time ago. I don't even know if it works. I don't know how they work. It's not a gun, but meh." And she says, just hold tight. I'll see if I can rally some of the other untethered or some of the fading familiars, and maybe we'll be able to save you. I just need you to cover me as I run."
Great. So Duncan will just like step over the bow how it works is he leans it against the wall, steps one leg over it, then bends it forward with one arm to string it, and then he'll just use whatever arrows there are. He's equally proficient with a bow as he would be with anything else martial. So
Tika's kind of like wrapping herself in additional rags and kind of cloaks and things, just like in a very clear Jurassic Park run, like, I'm going to get bit. I'm going to try not to get bit as hard. And then she's about to go and she goes, "Oh, wait a minute. You said you're looking for a friend, right?"
"Correct. A turtle named Makka Deathcap."
"Okay. Look, folks around here aren't exactly too trusting, so if you have anything you want to say to them, here, use this. And she just throws you, like, quill and paper. She's like, write quickly.
Great. And I just scribble, like, there are good witches and there are bad witches. If they've got more than one familiar, they're bad. If Tika says they're good, they're good. Follow her to this stupid tower we're at.
All right.
Also, don't be dead. Princess, is there anything you want to say to Makka?
See you soon, bud.
I just write it word for word.
Great. So that she takes it out of your hand and then just disappears as she misty steps as far as she possibly can, and then proceeds to misty step again as far as she possibly can. But you see one full swarm pull off the tower and begin to chase her, and unfortunately, they can misty step too. So you see her kind of battling these creatures that are descending on her. As she kind of sprints off into the distance. You think you can see some kind of fabric blowing in the wind, but it keeps fading in and out of your sight on the horizon. And then after a few minutes, you see an explosion. And you suspect Tika may not have made it. Makka, you finish reading the note, and the words "see you soon, bud" echo in your head. Tika kind of rolls her shoulders again and just says, yeah, so they're in some shit, I'm afraid. We can try and go help them, but I don't... What do you do other than healing? Do you do hurty things too?
Oh, yes, I do.
All right, champ. Well, looks like you're in. Fuck. I took most of them out with a fireball, but they love clustering. Bunch of assholes. Okay, well, listen, there's time is of the essence, so and she turns to you and she says, yeah, I think we're gonna need your ride. And it was just like, fine, but do bring them back. They're ever so helpful. And with that, she leads you to two massive, emaciated, vaguely demon-looking steeds. And Tika just says, hope you know how to ride. And she mounts up.
Makka looks the beast in the eye and just says...
I will learn quickly. I have been in this one's place before.
And I'll climb up into the stirrups and hold on.
And with that, the two demonic steeds take flight. Laura and Ryan, I need you each to please roll me 3 combat checks to see how you've done in the tower since... Tika left.
Cool. Tom, is this bow a simple weapon? I have to walk through weird proficiency questions.
This would be... It's a standard longbow, so maybe?
Give me a second. I got my player's handbook right here.
All right, cool.
It's a weird thing, but swashbucklers are very specialized in what they're proficient with, so I want to know.
Fair enough.
So just doing attack rolls?
Longbow is martial ranged.
Okay, then I am not proficient in the bow, but I add my proficiency to improvised weapons, but this is not an improvised weapon, so it's just dex, right?
Yep.
Great.
Yeah.
And yes, Laura, 3 attacks, please.
24, 16, and 9.
A nat 20.
Nice.
A 10 and a 9.
Okay. Duncan, you have a hell of a time with the bow. It's not just that you're not proficient, it's also that it's ancient and not cared for, hasn't been, bent or oiled in some time. Also, the nature of these chimerans is, you can ping familiars off them, but often those familiars, they'll fall away and then heal up and rejoin. So it really is like trying to shoot a flock of birds, which sucks with a bow. Gwendolyn, you have a bit more success, largely because you're able to kind of keep knocking witches off of their kind of mounts. But unfortunately, they have now. You've been at it for about an hour now, with them retreating and falling back, and then regrouping and attacking. And finally, you can hear their footsteps on the roof, and it seems like they're coming in. Which, incidentally, is better for both of you when it comes to murder. But you just hear Sia Witch saying like, "Come now, sister. Come on. It's so much easier. Just give up. Give up your friends. It's fine. Honestly, your time is over. It's our time now." And then lightning blasts through the roof. Please both roll me a dexterity save.
15.
12.
Okay, so you will both take 17 points of damage as the blast of lightning comes through, and animals begin to spill. Familiars begin to spill into the space.
Say, spoiler alert, I'm gonna uncanny dodge it.
What? No, surely not.
That's fun.
Duncan, you draw your sword. Gwendolyn, your sword flies to your hand, and the two of you kind of take a fighting stance. When you hear a mighty roar in the distance. Makka, what's your war cry as you ride in literally as the cavalry?
I'm sorry, I don't think Makka's the war cry type.
Then it's
I think
Tika.
he's very determined and silent, and then seeing his friends.
Fair enough. So then it's Tika yelling, "Guess who's back, fuckos!" And just like eldritch blasting out of both hands as she's sort of atop this horse, and the two of you enter
Picture
the
her
combat.
atop Makka.
Just on top of his shoulders. Like, okay, cool. If you could all roll me initiative, please.
Cool. 9.
Hey, buddy. I'm 8.
I'm also 8.
Hey! What's your dex modifier? If you have one, you must.
My dex is +3.
So you go before me. Because I have 0.
0. Yeah.
One of you is very good at this, and her name is Tika, and I control her, and she rolled a nat 20.
Nice.
Go Tika, new star of the show.
So, Chris, Code, and Tika.
Aw. That's me you cut out.
I never said you were the crown.
Yeah, and then we just get to yell at her like, "Tika, my savior!"
The most delicious of all heroes.
Wow.
Boo!
Yeah.
So,
All the way from another show, right?
yeah, the prison ghost from a different show says boo. So Tika is just blasting the hell out of. We're gonna say there's Sia Witch, who's clearly kind of the boss. There is Gross Witch, who is just kind of like got a very vaguely swampy thing going on. So like very like slick fabrics that seem to be eternally soaked, long bedraggled hair with like leaves and shit in it. And we're gonna have we're just gonna say Blue Witch, who's wearing a uniform of the Blue Circle, and their familiars. So Tika does a significant amount of damage to the Gross Witch. If you'll recall, Sia Witch has already been damaged. Blue Witch is currently unhurt. Bring us to next up in your... Oh, hang on, I didn't roll for them. The witch has got a 2. Yes. So, Gwendolyn, you're up. Sia Witch is in the room with you. Blue Witch and Gross Witch are still up top.
Well, this is really easy. I'm literally just running at her with like the sword held like I don't even know what stance that is, or if it's really a fighting stance. But
It's like a charge.
Yeah, it's
I'm
just
just
a
gonna
skewer.
charge her and
All
try
right.
to skewer her.
Go for it.
That's a 19 to hit.
Yep, that'll hit.
Okay. So that is 7 slashing damage. And as bonus action, I am going to... so I kind of like stab her, pull it out, and then kind of make the sword fly around like back at her. And like hit her from the back again.
Okay.
Or at least try. Let's see how I roll. 14.
Yep, barely.
Yes. All right. So flying sword is gonna do 12 slashing damage.
All right. As the blade slices through the back of her neck, her head bounces up and truly swings from the chandelier. Next up, we've got Makka. You're riding up. There are 2 witches in the air. Or, sorry, 2 witches up on... Oh, sorry, no, it's Duncan, because he has dex.
He's got higher dex than me, yeah.
Duncan. The Sea of Witch drops, very dead. There are 2 on the roof.
Okay, can I get up onto the roof?
Yeah, you can roll me an athletics check, please, to climb up.
Dope. That's a nat 20.
Oh, man. So yeah, you as the Sea Witch's head is swinging from the chandelier, you step up onto the stump, leap up, grab the chandelier, swing, and leap up onto the top. I'm going to give you advantage on your attack because you rolled a 20 on a fairly minor check. So it looks cool, and you get an advantage.
Yeah, so I land beside the blue witch, and I look her in the eyes, and I say, cheer up. You don't have to look so blue. And then it's just rapier.
Go for it. Abadi.
Oh, man, that first thing was...
Abadi, now you die. That's
There we go.
Hey.
With advantage. The first one is an 11.
Ooh.
Oh, and the second one's a nat 20. There we go.
All right. Well, the first one doesn't hit, so have fun.
Yeah, the nat 20. So that means I double the damage, Tom, correct?
Yeah, you roll twice.
Dope. That is 10 damage. Piercing.
Solid. You catch her just kind of through the, just under her shoulder, run her through, twist. She kind of shoves you off, but her shoulder is limp and she looks fairly badly damaged.
Yeah, and then I look at her face, I say, blue and red makes purple. And I swing a cape at her eyes.
Great. Free action to swash. Makka, you are riding up. Yeah, what do you do?
That's a good question.
I will say, if based on your height, if you were to stand on this horse's back, you could probably jump for the lip of the... I know jumping is your style. Jump for the lip of the watchtower.
The watchtower?
God, these are hardy horses.
Or-
Holy
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, it's a weird thing about being nothing left but like ropey muscle and bone in an unending hellscape. Makes you tough.
I was going to say, you do have that spooky wood arm that gives you advantage for climbing and shit.
Oh my god, you're right. Specifically for climbing. Sure, let's try and climb the tower in one go. So jumping from the horse to try and scale the tower.
Dope. Okay, go ahead and give me, please. We'll do athletics for the jump.
Mm-hmm. And then a Groot check.
Yeah, and then athletics again, I guess, for climb, please.
Okay, so that's 12 for the jump.
Okay, yep, you make it because you're basically like these horses are massive, like they're like warhorse sized. So it's not a huge jump. It's a
so that's 15 athletics for climbing.
cool. So you jump up, and like this is a bad idea. You can feel this is a bad idea, but you can see how dire things are for your friends. And as you jump, you can just fucking tell you're gonna make it, but you're just gonna bounce off this thing and fall. Your big turtle hands aren't great at this, so you start scrabbling at it. And then you just hear, with a sort of wooden clicking noise in your head, the memorarian, who just says, "Oh, I can help with this." And suddenly the wood, bursts apart into vines and just like fucking full on Groots around the lip, and without you exerting any arms like muscle in your bicep, it pulls you up and over.
Cool.
So you drop into the room. You see Gwendolyn standing in her classic sword out in a vague panic pose that fan of the show Marie was so good to draw on the interwebs, over a decapitated witch, and you hear badass action hero lines being spouted from upstairs.
Hello, Gwendolyn.
Makka! Yes! Yes!
I'm assuming I use my action to get to the tower,
Yeah,
so I'm
I
just
think
kind of
so.
hanging out. Yeah,
Yep.
okay. So I'll just have my shield up and my club out.
Cool.
Yeah.
Brings us to the witches. The blue witch says in her own language, "I don't fucking understand you," and then shocking grasps you. So let me just pull that up. All right. So melee spell. What's your AC, Duncan?
16.
All right, I rolled an 18 plus stuff, so that'll hit. You're wearing metal armor?
No, I'm not. I only wear clothes.
Ah, very good. And you are
As a
in good shape.
swashbuckler, my AC is just my dex and charisma save added together if I don't wear armor.
Cool. So you're going to take 6 points of lightning damage, and you can't take reactions until the start of your next turn.
Cool.
The other witch, seeing this kind of like, seeing her sister like lightning you, shrugs, which sounds like weird, like, you know, stepping in mud, like, and she jumps down into the tower. She sees Gwendolyn and Makka, and spraying more so than saying, just says, "Two of you? Oh, I dislike these odds for me." And then she is going to she's going to try and drain strength from Gwendolyn. So she does that like pounce and grab thing. What's your AC?
My AC is 20.
Cool. So she like grasps you and goes to drain your strength, does the same thing, puts her hand against your chest, and then tries to like absorb strength. And she's like, "What the fuck? What? Where's the atrophy power? Give me your strength. Give me your muscle strength." But you're made of metal, so no dice. Top of the round, Tika is climbing a ladder. That's her turn. Gwendolyn, there is a swampy, gross witch trying to steal your life force.
Yeah, I'm just gonna straight on just like basically body check her. Like, no, which is just like my slam attack. So that's fuck. That's only 12.
They have exactly 12 AC.
God.
So
All right.
you slam.
Wait, does that hit?
Yes, they have AC
okay.
12.
They have 12 AC. You're good.
Oh, okay, they have matching
gotta meet it
I was
or beat it.
thinking, oh, okay. Right. I should have known that.
I was gonna say it.
That is 9 bludgeoning damage. And then for good measure, let's just throw the Ellis blade at her.
Sure.
Just because I can. And that's gonna hit 20 total. Pretty sure that's gonna hit. For 4.
That is, incidentally, exactly how much HP she had left.
Good.
So,
I rolled 2 1s.
Oof. So yeah, you body check her, and there's just like a cushion of wet grossness. Think like if lettuce has gone bad and it's slimy, it's like that kind of squinge. But she stumbles back, and then you just let fly, and the blade just like passes directly through her center mass. And she, as she falls to her knees, she just says, "Odds never lie, swamp witch," and then she dies. Which brings us to Duncan.
Great. So he's got this like witch grabbing him and shocking him with her hands, but instead of stepping away or doing anything else, he just snaps his left hand up and grabs her by the throat, and he just says, "You never want to get close to a duelist." And they both, like, he looks down and she mirrors it, and he's got his rapier in between her legs, and he's just gonna pull it back and try to cut her femoral artery. And then spread the fingers on his hand and just go in through the side of her neck in a nice clean stab. And
I like that you're using your fingers as a crosshair on this.
Yeah. Yeah, and I'm going to use a swashing point to
seems appropriate.
Add my charisma modifier to this attack. And this is the rare case where I am fighting a single opponent with no other combats within 10 feet. So I add another +1 to the roll.
Nice.
Which means, knowing their AC is 12, I'm going to get cocky and I'm going to say it up front. A 2 becomes a 12 because I'm at +10. I just need to not roll a 1 for these attacks.
Famous last words.
They both hit. Okay. Good. And the damage comes to... So the first one does 8 damage, and the second one does 14 damage. So a grand total of 22 damage.
They have 22 HP, so that is more than enough. She goes, not my femoral, that's my favorite artery. And then it's cut off as the blade drives through her throat.
All right, and then I hold her up for a second, and I look down through the hole in the floor of the roof that's been blasted with lightning. And I just say, Tika, can these people die? What's the rule on death in this place?
Oh, yeah. No, witches can definitely die. The rag people can't, but the witches can.
Great. And then I just, instead of taking the sword out, I just kick the blue witch's body off the blade and off the roof. So it just falls off the top. And then I'll reach down and... No, that's it. That's the only witch I had up here. Then I'll just kind of like jump down to the rest of the group in the room.
Tika kind of looks around the room, and like Victor kind of like peeks out from behind a box. Still like tears streaming down his face and still very clearly distraught. And Tika just kind of nods and smiles and says, "Well, fuck. We got ourselves a rebellion." And Makka, you see your two friends seemingly lost. Both of you see Makka, who you had to abandon, and you reach into your pocket, Makka, and produce an old friend.
And I'll just say, my friends, it is good to see you once again.
And I'll extend Mr. Bang out to Duncan.
It's good to see you both. And he'll just take Mr. Bang and just hug Makka, because he's pretty pumped. Like, he'd basically given up Makka for dead, but he wouldn't hold any sort of funeral or memorial until it was 100%. So this is a very happy reunion for Duncan.
And kind of around the embrace, Makka just puts a hand on Gwendolyn's shoulder as well.
It is good to see you both as well.
You too, Makka. Question. Are we the entirety of the rebellion?
Oh, fuck, no, there's a bunch of us.
Oh, thank God. Jeez, that scared me.
Oh, Makka, do you want a bow? I found this bow. Just like take out the bow and show it to Makka.
Does Makka want the bow? I have a feeling the answer is...
no.
All right, this can wait here then.
I'll take it.
Oh, okay, Gwendolyn, there you go, princess. You're doing great.
Yes.
Just
and
collecting ranged weapons.
Gwendolyn became an archer, kind of. So, Makka, Gwendolyn, and Duncan, you're finally reunited since the debacle on your way out of the realm of the root folk and the ambush along the way. Although time is of the essence with the forces of the Chimerans beginning to mount a raid against the sort of resting place of Krekate's tomb, you do have a few minutes to kind of catch up and to make any preparations you want. West Point is pretty much burnt at this point, given that the Chimerans launched an assault against it. Tika suggests that this space is no longer safe. She, along with Makka and the horses, with Victor in tow, who has offered his... he had a proper Luke Skywalker moment of, with Ezra being dead, he no longer really has much purpose or much time. So he has... Victor Macklin has joined the cause and will assist as much as he can to honor Ezra's memory. So all of you are headed back to Scriven to kind of make your preparations for the next step, which is to attempt to sync up with General Bridge and to liberate...
a familiar, right?
Yes, to liberate Krekate's familiar from the Mausoleum Gallery. So you're currently making your way through the blasted landscape. Tika is on hand. Tika and Victor are on hand to kind of offer assistance as they can. One thing to keep in mind is you've met a lot of characters who are moderately knowledgeable about kind of a lot of things. Tika's much more an on-the-ground kind of gal. So even though she's very capable in combat, she likely doesn't have tremendous answers for you around, the secrets of the universe. She's essentially... she worked as one of the... we'll say her main gig was in... she was part of the Red Circle, so part of the war band. And essentially part of her job was training younger witches, in sort of the ways of the Pact and how to best channel the energies that their mystical forces gave them. So very knowledgeable on how to make Eldritch Blasts work real good, but not necessarily on the greater schemes of the world. Similarly, Victor, being kind of tethered to Ezra, knows a little bit about Parks and Recreation, a little bit more about the world since, but...
Victor's theory was hide in a cave. That's the knowledge level we're looking at on high-level politics.
Admittedly, Victor was also very aware of Ezra's limitations, as certainly not based on his physical circumstances, but largely on, Ezra was like a really well-meaning guy. He wasn't going to survive.
A gentle old man can't make tea. Going to be a bad time if he goes to war.
Something worth noting, though, just kind of in terms of the cultural makeup of the Covenant of Krekate, the majority of the Coven are elves. However, similar to the Mandalorian cast, if one proves themselves in sort of the ways of sort of witch culture and ability to use magic in the ways that the Coven respects, people can be adopted into the Coven from other societies, as was the case with Ezra. So just so you have kind of a mental baseline for kind of who these folks are. So you're riding, I think all of you are probably hardy and hale enough to make it on your own, so we'll say that you're all on foot. Tika is guiding the other sort of nightmare steed, and you're making your way back to Scriven. What do you think you're discussing?
I think let's just say out the gate, does anybody have anything from our previous adventures we've had separately that they would keep secret? Because it might be easier to just say we discuss all the stuff we've heard about Azul, familiars, etc. But is there anything anybody'd be like, I wouldn't share this? Because I think Duncan would be an open book from what he'd learned from everybody up to this point.
I'd share everything. I want... I don't want to be in a suit of armor forever. So
Laura, my one caveat to that would be, are you sharing everything that I told you, or are you sharing things the way we've seen Gwendolyn shares them, which is, oh, I don't know, some fucking nonsense about magic. Boo-hoo. Because that will determine the nature of what they learn.
Yeah, what makes it through the Gwendolyn filter of this is useful information I would share?
Given that it has been a little while, and I know Gwendolyn usually does that as a knee-jerk reaction in the moment, but now that she's had some time to process. But again, just to caveat that, because we've all obviously heard everything that's been said.
Yeah.
It's just,
it's basically like, so that, like, Toby told me, like, I've gotten, like, an Azul, that's why, like, I'm here, but I'm, like, kind of dead, but, like, this is, like, my soul in the body, but I gotta go to, like, what's it called? Golan with the dwarves, and they know shit about bonding to this fuck.
That's about what I thought it would be. Okay,
Yeah,
great.
that's pretty much it.
Duncan would share what he'd learned about familiars, wanting to go back, being forced or not. Anything Ezra got kind of relayed, which I'm imagining gets shored up by confirmation from Tika. Is there anything Makka would want to share specifically?
Honestly, I think a lot of what Makka picked up, you guys also kind of got your own crash course in for the most part, right? I don't think there's anything Makka learned that you guys didn't end up knowing anyway. So, yeah, I mean, Makka would be open to sharing whatever, but I don't think it would add much.
Cool.
Yeah.
Cool. Oh, and Tom, can I use some hit dice?
Yes.
On the walk? Dope. I'm going to do that.
Oh, you know what? Oh. I guess specifically, Makka would refer to the 3 birds that he saw that appeared to be acting as scouts for witches, and basically warned that there's no life here, so any creatures or animals that you see are usually agents of the Coven.
Well, that's problematic. So, we've got to save a familiar, which makes it sound like it might be a bit of a heist against magic. Does anyone have any abilities that would particularly assist with this? I hate to admit it, but I'm pretty much like a stab and shoot kind of guy. I can do a little bit of climbing, but it's not really my strength, and I have no idea how to get through a lock. But if you give me a pick set, I'm not hopeless.
Tika will chime in just before you guys get much further in this, that General Bridge is known for her MacGyver-esque scrappiness. It's part of the reason she was such an effective commander. Also, given that, like, it is worth considering the tone of Covenant magic to be somewhat similar to the Harry Potter universe, where everything's just a little bit fucking batshit wonky. So it's not like, there's a hard and fast set of rules, magic works exactly like this, say exactly this keyword, and this effect will occur. There's a lot of gray area based on plot contrivance. But as a result, there is a lot of room for improvisation and for MacGyvering, and it would seem that that's very much what Bridge is known for. So Tika just chimes in to be like, look, if I know the general, she's already come up with some things. I mean, obviously, if she had a proper solution, she'd already be in there. But just know that I know none of you showed up planning to heist anything. I feel like the general's probably got a plan, so there's likely something for you there. Whoa! Oh, sorry, my phantom steed just reared up. It's hard handling both of these horses simultaneously, but I'll manage. And then she mage hands the other one a little bit further away, and they keep walking.
All right, so I've got kind of 2 things, one for each of you friends. Makka, you are in touch with the magic of the world. Do you think you could summon or control or free familiars? Because it sounds like it's possible.
The summoning abilities that Jossie has seen fit to grant me are not dissimilar to summoning a familiar. However, with the magic I have seen, such as combining familiars living for years and years, this is magic I am not capable of.
Interesting. This might be worth you having a quick chat with Victor Macklin, because the one thing I know is it takes a lot of time and skill to build things up,
And sometimes it just takes an idiot with a hammer to break things down. And if you could do some damage or confuse or distract an omnirath, that'd be great, because having fought one, they're a fucking nightmare, and we are not going to walk away, the three of us, from an omnirath on our own.
I will speak with Victor and endeavor to be your idiot with a hammer.
Well, for you, I think it'll be more a smart man with a stone and a chisel. I believe in you, Makka. Princess, you and I need to have an awkward conversation. Tika, I know you're close and we're going to keep traveling with you. Could you just do me a courtesy of pretending you're not listening?
She turns, she's like, sorry, what? Sorry, I wasn't listening.
Wonderful. Do what you're doing. You're doing great. Thank you.
Oh, cool. Thank you. These guys are weird. Anyway, and then she just keeps talking to the horse.
Princess, you have, I would say, over the last few days in this journey, seemingly abandoned tact and your ambassadorial skills. You've actually angered everyone we've dealt with because they have not answered your questions in exactly the way that you'd wanted. We're going into a war zone in a civil war with new allies where we need information and we need help. I need to ask you to be a princess and an ambassador for your alliance. Again.
Fine, okay, yeah.
You seem very timid about this, and I'm not sure where you're at or where you've been at.
Well, you know, sometimes it's just like a little bit overwhelming, and I have a bad day or two, so, you know, I'm still a person.
Is she crying?
She would be.
Is Gwen gonna cry?
She can't produce tears.
Oh, so it's just like, boo! Boo!
Princess, unfortunately for you, the power of the crown says no bad days. Or if you're gonna have a bad day, it has to be on a day that's great for everyone else. The hardest days are when you have to be the most princess. We've been having the hardest days.
But my dad had a lot of bad days and no one cared.
Yes, you may have noticed around your dad everything was great and everyone helped him. And he thought he was better than everyone else and no one loved him. Those are the true things about your father's reign.
I do recall your father having a particularly bad day.
Well, yeah, when he died.
Yes, that's the one.
Or was taken. Technically, we don't know he's dead. We just have to assume he is.
Well, I'll try. This sucks.
Okay, we can acknowledge that it sucks, but you can't just try, Princess. Do you want to be the queen? This is the big question. This is the job. And if you don't want the job, then you need to abdicate immediately, and we'll deal with this circumstance differently.
Look, it's just like, I'm just getting used to, like, new parameters for the job, because I grew up thinking the job was something, and now it's something else, and I just have to come around to that, and I'm coming around to it, so it'll be fine.
Princess, this is going to sound harsh, and I apologize for that in advance. However, we've all been going through the exact same circumstances, and you and I have had exactly the same changes. You may have noticed that I've made friends along the way. I've brought people around. I've done all these things. You may also notice I'm not a trained diplomat or a leader. I just read some books, and I lived a life. You're trained to do this, and it's taking you so long to come around that you might actually get us fucking killed. And I'm sworn to protect you. I need you to do the job better.
Oh, well, you don't have to be a jerk about it. I'll do it. Obviously.
Here's the thing. It's not obvious, but I'll trust you.
All right. Nice chat.
Great. Sire Tortle, why don't we go talk to Victor Macklin?
I feel like Makka just being socially inept. He's like,
Did you notice that long pause?
Yes, I did.
Strange you don't normally do that, you two.
That's true. It's not really my style on the scale of things. But Makka, sometimes when you have someone who is in charge, I imagine the cluster does not have, shall we say, a terribly strong and obnoxious personality.
Personality is...
I'm still right here.
Yes.
Sorry, what? Oh, sorry, you weren't talking to me. I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention. And then she just keeps clip-clopping away.
yeah, Makka's like,
Yes, you are. Yes.
Yeah, sometimes when you have an employer, they're going to deal with you in a way that you find objectionable. But in the end, you've got to focus on the results. So if you can get them to improve their work and ultimately be happier in the short term, you accept that they don't like you for that short term, or possibly even the long term.
I'm facing away, like with my arms folded, and I just kind of like do like a dramatic like look back at Duncan and then look forward again.
You'd be amazed how much people cannot like you, even though you constantly are almost killed trying to keep them alive.
So, Gwendolyn does not like me. I see.
No, you're great. You're great. She doesn't like me. Oh, he's gone.
yeah, he just walks away, yeah.
Excellent. Okay, so having caught up on matters of state, friendship, and mysteries, the party arrives at Scriven. For Gwendolyn and Duncan, obviously this is your first time seeing it. Again, big sort of rag-covered pavilions and stalls, essentially a shanty town made of rags. You are greeted by who has come out. She's looking a bit worse than when you left. You also get the sense that time might not exactly work here the way it does anywhere else, given the nature of the magical nature of the space. And that heavy kind of heated breathing that she was doing earlier seems to have gotten much worse. It's almost like it's almost gasping now, like it's a full like kind of breath. And she says, "Oh, welcome back. I'm very glad that you made it. You were gone for a time."
Yes. It is good to see you once again. Ooh.
And these must be your friends. And she turns to both of you and she just says, "I am so sorry for your loss."
Well, I am Duncan Danno, first captain of the Dawnbreakers, and this is Princess Gwendolyn Solaris, first ambassador of the Alliance of Equality and Princess of Orvale. Thank you for your condolences.
I like try to curtsy.
She just kind of nods, almost absently, and then starts making her way back inside to get back to her notes. And Tika just kind of shakes her head and says, as she jumps sort of stoutly off the horse, like it's not an elegant dismount, it's like a full like hop to the ground. And she shakes her head and just says, "Not much longer for her, I'm afraid. It's a shame. She was a good one. Weird, but good."
Why is that? Ooh told me she was here not more than 3 years ago. Yet there are those like Zahn who have remained for centuries.
We exist outside of the Covenant. We witches exist outside of the rules of a lot of the Shadowlands, but for her, time can stretch or expand or speed up. It's very hard to tell. We've only been gone a couple hours, but for her, this may have been weeks, months, possibly years. She believes she's been here for a few years, but truthfully, for a mortal wasting away here, time's not really a thing. Which is all the more reason why we should get you fine folks on your way before that starts happening to you. And then she looks at Gwendolyn and she's like, maybe not to you, but to these two.
Yeah, agreed. I mean, Makka's got magic. Is there some way you could teach him a technique to protect himself from this encroaching whatever that was? And he just points where, like, ooh left floating away.
Says, she just shakes her head and says, I spent time training many witches in many things, but that's part of the ritual and the pact where you become one with the Covenant. Unless that's something that you seek to do, but even then, the Covenant no longer exists as it did. So until it's been restored, until Krekate decides which form she wants the Covenant to take, we can't really do that for you. It's better that we just get you out of here soon. The good news is that having only been here for a couple of days, your vitality will still be intact. It's more if you stay longer, you'll be fucked kind of deal.
All right, well then let's get to work. Where do we find this general bridge?
So all of you kind of take refuge in one of the sorting tents, and Tika explains that there's sort of a central hub for the Covenant. As you can imagine, given that they've made their home in something that's essentially a margin and a byproduct of magic existing elsewhere, physical spaces would be almost impossible to define regularly. So as Krekate was sort of establishing the Covenant here, she developed something called the Heath. The Heath is essentially a hub that allows access to the various pocket dimensions within the Shadowlands that the nations of the Covenant exist under, or more kind of nation states. The circles are each kind of a nation unto themselves, if that makes sense. So basically, what she explains, sort of as quickly as she can, is that the Shadowlands do have, because they are, as the name suggests, a reflection of things that exist in the sort of mortal realm. All of these geographical locations do exist in Gren in a different form. So essentially, where a lot of the circles were originally located in the mortal realm is what they've recreated here, sort of in the dark vision of them. Similarly, the mountains you saw reflect the bone spurs. The empty lake reflects a lake elsewhere in the mortal realm, and so on and so forth. So the Heath is essentially a focus point at the center of a number of ley lines that exist within the Shadowlands. When used correctly, it will allow witches to travel to their desired location. It also is very good at keeping unexpected visitors out, which is part of the reason that no one in Scriven has ever seen any town or city of the Covenant. So Tika basically, she can get you to the Heath, and she can activate the rituals necessary to transport you to the Blue Circle. The good news is, because the army is being sort of rallied against the slumber point of Krekate, all of the predominant circles are fairly lightly defended right now, mostly because the war is on the verge of being done. So you don't really... When there's only one group of guerrillas left and you know exactly where they are, you don't exactly have to be, like, fully covering your ass, which is part of the reason Bridge is using this opportunity to make the attack. Also, it's the end game, so, you got one chance to do this. So she can transport you there. From there, Victor will try and seek out some of the other untethered, and hopefully find Bridge. That said, Tika doesn't know her exact location, largely because that would be terrible if she was taken.
Yeah, it's a resistance movement. Everybody knows only
it's
what
everyone's
they need
cells. So she knows, like, I can get you there. If Victor can find other untethered familiars, if any are still alive, he can then take you the rest of the way. And then she'll remain behind in the heath to operate transport in and out. That's part of what she's been doing out here, is making sure that people can get to and from where they need to.
So for a clumsy MCU metaphor, kind of Heimdalling it from the heath?
Heimdalling, entirely Heimdalling, yes. Yeah.
Great. All right. Does anyone have anything they want to discuss, understand?
Do any of you need to take a proper rest?
I would no object.
Yeah, that's fine.
Great. Then yes, we'll do a rest and then head out in whatever this terrifying soundscape's equivalent of the morning is.
Tika kind of like looks up at the permanently black sun, looks back at the three of you, and she goes, "Yeah, morning."
And I just say, "Thank you, Tika, for this very informative tour, as it were, of this place, and for helping us to understand better."
She grins very broadly, slaps you on the back, and says, "Now that's good diplomacy." And then she nods to Duncan. She's like, "See, I think she's getting it. Not that I was listening." And then she leaves.
Well, your first review's in, and it's pretty positive, so keep this up.
And with that, you find your kind of respective places to sleep for the evening. Sleep is not great in the Shadowlands, largely because they are born of, to some extent, nightmare and are a byproduct of magic and creativity and all that fun stuff. Makka, I think your sleep is clouded with visions of the root folk. You see visions of Leonea when she first arrived, of her and her familiar kind of getting things set up, of bringing the root folk to life. You also just hear sort of passing mention of Leonea by the pool, staring at her reflection, idly twirling her sort of long silver hair in one finger as root folk kind of tend to her needs. Just saying, she keeps talking about pacts and looking beyond the veil, and honestly, I have so little interest in either of those things. I get that she's bored, but truly, that's no reason to ruin a good thing, is it? Just so fucking beautiful, though. And then she, like, leans down and kisses her own reflection. And then also just, like, random clips of their life. So it's just, like, them applying Sundara, them preparing for, the celebrations, them just going about their business. It's a very jumbled clip show in your head.
Am I correct in understanding that Leonea arriving and awakening the root folk means that the root folk didn't have like a society or a consciousness before she arrived?
More so that the society as it existed, the society didn't truly exist as you witnessed it prior to her arrival.
But there was something. There was some form of civilization.
So the root folk certainly existed. Yeah. I just
want to make sure I didn't completely misunderstand.
No. Sorry, I misspoke. Basically, what you gather from this, and I think you already had a sense of this from how vain she was, that she continued to kind of dominate whatever forces they were. In a lot of ways, since they are trees, it's not like they had to just walk around all day every day. They could be completely still for 100 years and then go about whatever business they needed to do. But as the frequency of her visits increased, she was constantly like awakening them and summoning them and asking them to do things with the help of her familiar. And gradually the idea of hibernation and slumber kind of fell away. If you think about it, it's a little bit like, back in the day, we always used to turn our computer off because if you don't need it, why would you have it on? Whereas now we're like, no, I need it all the time, maybe. So just fucking sleep mode. It's very much kind of that, to a point where eventually they just stopped hibernating. It was just, let's go.
Got it.
But yes, just sort of furthering your understanding of Leonea's connection both to the Covenant and to the Society, and also seemingly why her fear of the Covenant might extend to them. Gwendolyn, you dream uneasily of the moments when you've been outside the armor. It's both freeing and horrible, because although you've got a degree of control over it, it's like when you're a kid and you're told to like wear a seatbelt or you'll just immediately die in any car, and then you undo your seatbelt while you're driving. You're like, oh my god, like, well, I'm free flying. It's, or I guess in climbing metaphors, it would be.
I'll trust you. Oh god,
it'd be free climbing.
Yeah.
So.
Free soloing.
Sure, great. You know what? Your dream is just darkness and sadness. No information for you. Yeah.
I feel like the god of this world is judging you.
Yeah. So fine, like free soloing, when you probably shouldn't be. So up till now, you've managed to do it successfully because you understand how to get in and out of your armor body. But you're also not sure if you just started drifting, if you would just keep drifting.
Right.
If we're talking spacewalks, it's like so far you've always been able to like get back to the shuttle once you've been doing like a walk outside, but it's entirely possible that could not happen one day. So I think it's just kind of various experiences of being in your like out of your armor, but also seeing yourself as Gwendolyn, like mortal Gwendolyn, when you're outside it in the dream, and kind of contending with having to reintegrate into the living metal. Duncan, I think you actually don't dream. I think you have just a like the kind of sleep I normally have, which is it feels a bit rough. You don't really learn anything, and you wake up feeling still tired, but slightly less rough.
Without his magical connection, I think he avoids a lot of haunted magic dreams.
Absolutely. And also the things that are concerning you right now are logic problems. They're not. You're not questioning the essence of experience. You're not trying to integrate the memory, lived memory of an entire people. You're just realizing that you're unequipped for the fight you're in, and that's not really something you can dream on. So it's more like I didn't bring the right tools to the job, which isn't really your fault because you're not magic. The three of you pass an evening in kind of confused sleep somewhat. And awake to the sun being in the exact same place, the rag people still continuing their organizing and sorting, and Tika is you see that she is sort of sitting cross-legged with her eyes closed, and kind of greenish fire glowing in her hands. Seemingly chanting kind of a low chant. You hear various words of praise to various deities and creatures you've never heard of. But when she hears you rustle, her eyes open, and for a moment, they're completely green. And then slowly that fades as she kind of blinks it out. And she says, well, I slept great. I hope you slept, I'm going to assume not great, but restfully.
slept.
Yes, I am ready for what the day brings.
Yeah, there's that mortal optimism.
I always sleep well, because I never have a bad day.
I see sarcasm is as true in the mortal realms as it is here. Fantastic.
No, that was being sincere.
You've never had a bad day? Royals, am I right?
I have, but I don't anymore.
Well, that's nice. Most of my friends got murdered, so I'm kind of having a rough ride of things, but...
No, this has gone terribly... No, this is not what I meant.
Okay.
Gwendolyn is doing an excellent job of alienating everyone she speaks to.
I'm just trying to put on a brave face. I didn't mean it. I have lots of bad days, too.
There you go. Now, Princess... And he just does his, like... Duncan does his, like, tilting his hat forward from the side. He's like, you actually started strong. Perhaps you could move to comforting the person who is talking about their friends who've passed away. Don't worry about your performance. Worry about their feelings. And then he just, like, lifts his hat up and goes back to, like, looking forwards again.
Yeah. And Makka will come over and put a hand kind of cupping his mouth over to you and be like,
if it is becoming of a royal to make a pariah of herself, you are doing a good job. Yes.
Oh, I'm very...
Tika just sort of grins and she says, Your Highness, it's okay. I live in a weird shadow realm full of witches who make pacts with otherworldly creatures and monsters that we can't possibly understand. You're doing great. I know you're trying your best. Things are just weird right now. It's all good. Also, my nation has fallen apart, so diplomatically... What? I mean, you're gonna go to war with me? Like, it's fine. Don't worry about it.
Thank you for understanding, but we will try to restore your nation.
Only Crecate can do that, so...
Well, we'll try to help out Crecate. That's what we're trying to do.
I appreciate it. I appreciate it. She leans over to Duncan, and she's like, is she always like this? This is a lot. This is a lot of... You're doing a great job, if this is what you get every day.
Yeah, and he looks to the princess and he says, I think there's great hope for the future here with the brave steps that she's made. And then he looks back to her and he says, thank you for your understanding. And then he gives her a big wink with his left eye that the princess cannot see.
Tika kind of grins wickedly and says, all right, well, I guess let's us four travel to the heath. So she goes over to one of the bins and she just kind of sighs and she's like, I promised myself we wouldn't use these anymore. And she rummages around and she comes out with 4 broomsticks. And she's like, look, one of the things about the Shadowlands is it's really affected by what people in your world think. So brooms work real good for flying here. It's stupid and we hate it. But there's really no faster way for us to get to the heath, unless you all fancy another walk across the blasted landscape. But given how bold the Chimerans are getting, the faster we can get there, I think the better for all involved. So... mount up, and she hands each of you a broom. I want to know what each of your brooms looks like.
Makka gets a mop. It's a mop, just like that ropey tangle at the end, and it's perpetually wet for some reason. It's just some weird thing carried over into the Shadowlands. We're like, this is a mop, it's wet. That's just how it is.
This all tracks with the logic of this place. Yep.
Yeah. So he hops onto a mop.
Gwendolyn's is like one of those decorative brooms that you can buy like around Halloween that like rich people put like in like fancy what's the word? What's the word I'm looking for?
Is it,
when they like decorate like
in their houses?
Free solo? Is it free solo?
No, when they do like
servants' quarters.
beautiful like flower like
Topiary.
fall arrangements.
A cornucopia.
Thanks.
It's a
Shut
broom.
up.
It's a
gonna start
fancy
again.
broom.
Pilgrims.
It's just a fancy, obviously decorative broom that, like, in the real world could not support anything.
So, for my own brain, are we talking like those brooms that are basically just like a fancy bundle of sticks tied to the end of a broom handle that would
Yes.
have, like, ironically, would have been the useful broom for like sweeping out a hearth and like making a fireplace good.
100%.
But now, yeah, just like hangs
it's
on
like
the wall.
it's like today, like fancy rustic.
Yes, yeah. Okay, I'm with you.
Yeah.
Great. So funny. It's like, this is a thing every peasant needed. Now we're like, this is a thing only rich people want.
Yeah.
Classic. Ryan, what does Duncan's broom look like?
I think Duncan gets the last one, and it's actually just a rake. Just like a metal rake. So it's long, and it's got the rake end, which looks sort of broomish, but he kind of likes it a little more than the others because it is metal, so it's vaguely related to a sword. Like, he tests out, and he's like, it's not perfectly balanced, but this is hardy enough that I could get a good whack out of it before it broke.
Tika gets just like a straight up, like, classic buy it at
Textbook
Walmart broom. But it's clearly been so overused that like the bristles are worn almost to a nub. And she's like, yeah. Okay, well, Victor, you want to hop on my back here? And he baboons his way over and gets up. And she's like, okay, well, I guess let's defy gravity, huh? And then she kicks off. And as you do the same, you do find that the brooms just kind of drift up. They handle exactly the way you'd imagine. If you lean forward, you fly forward. If you pull back, you can pull back. I'd like you to consider these more like speeder bikes from Star Wars than like airplanes. So they'll get you across ground quickly, but it's not like you can like take to the sky and just like fuck off onto the horizon.
Can't practice my Ronsky feint.
I mean, you can just like watch your head.
Yeah. Okay.
So you kick off, and the four of you speed off towards the hearth. So after traveling overland on your various brooms and broom-esque sticks, you arrive at the heath. You did encounter a few familiars flying at distance on the way, but on Tika's advice, you just basically floored it rather than going to engage, largely because the potential for, now that a few Chimeran, what's the word I'm looking for? Scouting parties have gone missing, specifically the one Tika blew up and the ones that you killed. The odds of them summoning an omnirath rather than just like walking up are much higher. When they thought they were just going after Tika, they're like, that's fine. There's like a lot of us and one witch. But now that a few of them have died, the odds of them just being like, you know, in Power Rangers, it was always like, well, you know, you could just kill all these putties and the bad guy if you just summon the Megazord right now. They're at that point. We're like, oh, fuck it. We'll just summon the Megazord immediately. Why bother? We don't need to do any fisticuffs. Just squish. So you arrive at the heath. It is as the terrain kind of gives way, suddenly you see kind of low-level grass and shrubs and that sort of thing. And for the first time, they seem to be green. Makka, you still don't read any biological impact from them, but it is a stark contrast to what you've seen to this point. It's sort of slow rolling hills. As you approach it, clouds begin to kind of form over the sky. And even though you can't see one, there does seem to be the brilliant light of a full moon above them, although you know from the outside there is no moon. There is a single massive leafless tree with kind of skeletal fingers that sits atop a small hill. And it is there that Tika kind of guides you. And at the foot of the tree is a massive iron cauldron. And Stepping, coming to a stop, she gestures to you three to kind of park and hop off. Given that none of you have flown a broom before, I'm curious to see if you can stop these. So please roll me a dexterity save.
10.
11.
That is 23.
There we go, baby.
Makka and Gwendolyn, you come to a jerking halt similar to trying to stop on skis inelegantly, where it's kind of like... but Duncan Kindano, duelist of high dexterity, you managed to dismount with a flourish. What does it look like?
I think he rides the bike forwards and then does like a barrel roll on it, and then backflips off the end with it in his hands, where he swings it under his arm and back and over to like standing on the side of him.
Nice.
Tika just like applauds. You can't tell if it's genuine or sarcastic. You also don't know if it really matters. Either way, she does seem amused.
I'll take it.
Victor says, that was quite impressive, but also quite unsafe. Your head could have hit the ground, and then you would have a headache. Please be more careful in future, sir.
Well, Victor, I appreciate the sentiment, but some of us are born to live on a blade's edge.
Yeah, okay, I was just trying to enforce years of safety regulations that we have experienced. But sure, I'm sure your way is good, too. And he gives Tika a look like, what am I supposed... And of course, because he's a baboon, anything he does with his hands is inherently hilarious. Guys, I fucking love monkeys. So just like raises his big baboon hands at her and kind of like, well, what are you going to do, Wade? She's like, honestly, I just wish I'd thought of it. You gather around the cauldron, and Tika kind of reaches into one of her utility pouches and pulls out a small flask. That she unstoppers. It's corked. She unstoppers the cork and proceeds to begin to pour a shiny silvery liquid out of it. And despite it being an incredibly small flask, she pours for about 2 minutes until the cauldron is full. Then she restoppers it and kind of puts it back in her pouch and says, in order for this ritual to work best, it is best with blood. Normally me and my sisters would all contribute a bit. But given that there are, none of them here, I will add mine, but I will need at least one other sample.
I will volunteer my blood.
Declan puts his knife back in his pocket.
I would. I literally don't have any right now. Sorry.
Victor kind of like nods at you approvingly and then just like puts his hand out for a subtle, vaguely ashamed high five. You and me both.
Very awkward high five back.
And he says, friendship. Good.
I'm killing it.
Tika gestures for you to step forward, Makka, and shut up, Google. And the two of you just nick your hands. She drips a couple drops in and then sort of closes her eyes, and when she reopens them, they're sort of that brilliant emerald green again. And with a voice that sounds almost like it's speaking into the wind, she says, "Now it is your turn, Makka Deathcap, Gravekeeper. Focus hard on where you desire to go. Think of a massive mausoleum. Think of a gallery, and focus." And then she extends the blade to you.
Makka will take it, and he'll just run it along his palm for like just a shallow cut. And hold his freshly bleeding hand out with his eyes closed, trying to hold this image in his mind.
So as your blood begins to swirl into the silvery liquid, you you start to see kind of out of the darkness of kind of having your eyes closed and focusing, a cathedral begins to form of sort of brilliant, almost marble stone. So sort of like a pink marble. And even though you've never seen this building before, you feel with great certainty that it is the Gallery of Familiars. And slowly, as you kind of start to hear a chant, and you realize that Tika is chanting a lot of these descriptors at you in a language you aren't familiar with, but nevertheless understand. And soon you see it just kind of towering above you. Think kind of vaguely Notre Dame-y, but if it was made of sort of a pink marble.
Okay.
And then you hear Tika say, "Good. Okay. Well, folks, in you go." And then Makka, suddenly you feel yourself lurch forward as Tika full-on power slams you into the cauldron. You find yourself falling. Gwendolyn and Duncan, you see her do this, and then she turns to both of you and just says, "Who's next?"
And I think Duncan just like steps up, and it's almost like a swan dive. Like it's like hands out and then up and jump, and he does like almost a full vertical into the cauldron after him.
Great. So in you go.
I think Gwendolyn awkwardly clambers in.
Yeah, that's what I was hoping for. So it's like one leg in, the leg disappears, other leg in, and then just kind of like you bounce off the rim.
And I'm like hitting my knees on the edges. It's not. It's not graceful.
It's someone awkwardly trying to get into a hot tub without using the stairs. So the three of you are falling through kind of a dark liminal space with sort of strands of this silver material kind of streaming off you and slowing your descent. And soon, Makka, you see far, far beneath you and rushing up a sort of, think like an old Montreal type town. So a lot of stone, cobblestone streets, very kind of classic, this 1800s, kind of like an 1800s vibe, but if everything was made of stone, a little bit of Salem in there too, just like a lot of buildings that have kind of those wood intersecting crosses and things built into them. And everything's got a bit of a Tim Burton slant to it, so no straight lines, everything's just a little bit curved, a little bit crooked. And soon enough, you come to a soft landing, kind of a few streets away from this massive cathedral. The sky here is gray, overcast, low-hanging clouds, and there's a constant sense of moisture to the air. So think that not a hot humidity, but kind of that, like, to me, what's almost perfect weather, which is like after a big rainstorm, humidity is broken, but there's still like mist and sort of just a wetness to the air. It's a lot of like coastal towns have it. You can hear hustle and bustle in the distance. This does seem to be a populated place. There's nothing kind of in your immediate vicinity, but you can definitely tell that this is a fully lived-in city. You find yourselves in Avalon, which is the city-state of the Blue Circle.
One thing Makka would want to do just immediately after seeing how different this place is he would try and see if he can access the cluster.
So the answer is yes. You can certainly still personally access it. It is still an internal closed cycle. However, you can feel kind of traces of it everywhere here. You get the sense that the witches have made some sort of ethereal pact with forces kind of beyond this world that has altered their state, but that there is still base biology to them. Similar to how you're able to heal Tika in the Shadowlands proper. There's definitely...
Or kill the witches.
Yeah, exactly. They seem to be less affected by the Shadowlands and have been altered, but it's almost a mutation thing. It's not that, but like it's in that ballpark where you're like, oh, I can understand that the base elements are still here. They just seem in their own way to be self-regulating cycles as well.
Okay.
So you find yourself standing in not like a town square per se, but there's often those kind of like intersectional points in older cities that aren't built on a grid, where kind of if you've played any of the Witcher games, it's like every fucking corner in all of those games where there's sort of a massive building. It seems to be kind of an office of some sort, and then a couple smaller low-level things. Honestly, London from the Muppet Christmas Carol is also a pretty good mental image if you need it. So there's a couple... you're surrounded by buildings. There's no one around yet, but you can definitely hear the sounds of conversation and commerce nearby. The cathedral seems to be a few streets away. What do you do?
Since Makka saw the cathedral in his mind, he would recognize it and just point towards it and say,
"This way. This is the cathedral."
And he'll start walking.
I think Duncan would just pull up the rear. He'd probably like draw Mr. Bang and have it subtly at the ready under his cape, though, so it's not openly threatening anybody. He'd look disarmed if you just saw him or unarmed if you saw him walking around. You'd just see the sword hilt.
Gwendolyn's just walking along.
Yep, fair enough.
Is Tika with us, or is she
Tika
kind of
is staying
outside
behind
the gateway?
to Heimdall, the Heath.
Okay.
However,
Victor is with us, right?
Victor is with you.
Victor is with us. Okay.
So Victor says, "Yes, this way, please." And you can tell that he's starting to limp a little bit, similar to what you saw with Toby. Since Ezra's gone, his tether is weak. You're also not entirely sure what the timeline on those things is. You don't know when Jeb died, so you don't know how long Toby was keeping together. Also, Toby wasn't in the Shadowlands. Lots of variables. We'll figure it out. So as you make your way towards the cathedral, you can see that it's obviously got a place of sort of reverence. There are other tall buildings that are as tall as the cathedral, but they're in the distance. There seems to be like a citadel of some sort. And every so often you can see another one of those kind of skeletal trees poking up. They're massive. They reach to sort of the height of the cathedral. But Victor in particular seems to be kind of almost reaching out kind of Spidey sense style. And it occurs to you, can you roll me we're going nature for the cluster, Tyler? Sorry, I ask you this every time we play.
And my answer might change from time to time. It's nature.
Nature. Yeah. All right, yeah. Go ahead and roll me either a nature or an arcana, if you would.
I know what it is. We keep trying to figure out whether it's nature or religion. I think it's nature.
Cool. Honestly, we can take it on case by case.
Okay. That's a 9.
Like the rule masters at Wizards of the Coast are going to come boot down the door and be like, listen, for this magical character using a spore culture that doesn't exist in any of our books, that's not how it works.
Yeah, in a fantasy realm that we didn't create.
Yeah, really.
It's a big old 9, unfortunately.
9. Okay. You're not quite sure what he's doing. It does look similar to kind of what you do with a cluster, but at a 9, you're unfortunately not. No exposition for you. So eventually, Victor sort of holds up a hand and using one long baboon digit kind of points to the left. And you see what looks to be a pie shop that is shuttered. It looks like it's been closed. There's a notice, not pinned to the door, but like actually seemingly seared into the door, that none of you can read. But Victor turns around and he says, "Huh. Too many bat rats. It's a real problem. And You can see under the health warning, though, there just seems to be what looks almost like a circle with a diagonal line through it, like a split circle. And Makka, you recall this being similar to what was branded into Tika's chest. And Victor says, it is the sign of the untethered. My guess is, despite the infestation, this is likely where we will find General Bridge.
Then we must go inside, yes?
Yes, I will warn you, the General has been part of the Resistance since it began. My assumption is that she will be slightly suspicious of outsiders, particularly those not of the Covenant, and of one untethered familiar. So be ready for diplomacy, and he just gestures widely at Gwendolyn. And with that, he turns and knocks on the door. Says, hello, Health Inspector Victor Macklin from Parks and Recreation to see the proprietors of this fine establishment. I brought friends. The door doesn't creak open, it simply vanishes. And you see a blast of green lightning moving at an incredibly slow pace towards you. You find that none of your bodies can move, but you can still speak. And you just hear a voice from inside say, "Best get talking or get dying. Choice is yours."
And I just speak up right away. Greetings, I am Princess Gwendolyn of Orville, and we are here to be of assistance to you in liberating the familiar of Crecate, I think.
We were sent by Tika Willowlimb.
We're friendly.
All right. Well, what proof do you have of that?
Well, we're here.
We were sent through the heath. It would be impossible for any of us to do that. I mean, I don't even have magic. I just kill bad people when I need to.
That sounds like a mighty binary philosophy to me. That does seem concerning. Look, anyone can be transported through the heath. All I'm saying is I need some kind of assurance before I let you all live.
Show us to the enemy. We will show you that we fight with you. We have already killed 3 of your adversary witches.
Yeah, we killed Sia and the gross one and the blue one.
Could you send a message to the heath? Tika's still there. You could get confirmation.
I'm gonna need no, that isn't possible. I'm gonna need in the amount of time available to you. I'm going to need a persuasion check, please, from someone.
Well, if we take it from the princess, as we've done before, but she adds Duncan's modifier, it's +6 for persuasion from Duncan.
8.
You rolled a 2?
I rolled a 2.
Hot damn.
But I do have that 1 point of inspiration.
Maybe you should use it.
Shit,
before
can
we
I
all
use that?
die.
Are you asking for permission?
I'm using it. Hey, 19.
There you go. Oh, man, that's good. I was trying to figure out how much damage this lightning was going to do. All right, so the lightning, in like incredibly slow drifting motion, almost reaches you, and then it dissipates with kind of a crackle into a mist, and your bodies are released. And she says, well, I must admit, none of that's too convincing, but also seems pretty clumsy for an assassination attempt, so I'm willing to give you the time of day. Come on in. And as you all start to enter, it says, and Victor Macklin, where is Ezra? And Victor's shoulders slump, and she nods and she says, "Ah, damn. He was a good one. Of the adoptees, he was He was one of my favorites. All right, well, you all best get in here and tell me your tale. So you enter the room, and you see there's kind of like it was clearly a pie shop at some point, but it has been kind of turned into an impromptu staging ground. There are several witches sort of about. There's two familiars in the room. There's a sparrow who seems to be sort of hanging out nearby, and a frog. And General Bridge Thinfinger greets you. You can immediately tell where she got her name because one of her hands is purely skeletal. It still is fully articulated, but it is literally just bone with sort of a soft... you can almost see a bluish glow between the joints whenever she moves it, but definitely long gone. She is an elven woman. She's kind of short as elves go. You notice that she is missing a leg from the knee down. So she walks with a crutch that you can see is... Makka, I think you notice immediately that it seems to react similarly to how your arm reacts. So it's made of kind of twisted vine. And anytime she steps, rather than having a stopper on the bottom, vines expand and contract. So she moves remarkably quickly with this, but she's dressed in what looks like, I think, Duncan, to your eye, almost what would have at one point been a dress uniform, so a little bit overdone. But at this point, very, very well worn and clearly modified to be a bit more functional. So, like, the sleeves have been cut off because they were clearly big and stupid. It's been modified with kind of more pouches and that sort of thing. But it is in a very, very faded crimson, as would denote her status in the red circle. The other witches are just sort of a variety of standard grunts. They all seem to be wearing, for lack of a better term, infiltration gear. So just kind of dark clothing, bound very close to the body. And they seem a little bit edgy. It's the classic, like, they don't have guns, but if this was like a movie, they'd be like, you know, the people polishing blades and looking suspicious.
They're polishing wands and sharpening brooms.
Yeah, exactly. But they obviously defer to the general. So she welcomes you in, and you quickly catch her up on what your deal is. I think based on our previous conversation, this probably makes the most sense. In broad strokes, what do you think you tell her, and what don't you tell
her? If Duncan would probably explain, like, our country was attacked and taken over by what we thought was the Covenant. We came here, discovered it was the Chimerans. They're in league with the Sinkai. We need to defeat the Sinkai in our world and came for help. They're in a bad spot. We want to help them recover so that we can leave and defeat the Sinkai with their assistance if they're willing to render it.
Gotcha.
Does that make sense to everybody else? I feel like Princess, we might bounce back and forth. But
I would probably defer to Duncan at this point. It's like I've done the formalities.
Negotiating terms is Princess world. Facts might be a Duncan world.
Makka would agree that he's there to help with that, and with basically with the goal of trying to track down the Sinkai and the Chimerans, but might also, since this is a general, someone in a position of leadership, might also ask
General Bridge Thinfinger, I am also on a greater quest to find and destroy the source of an affliction that is affecting the cycle of life and death outside and perhaps within the shadowlands. Might you know of this curse?
She sort of shakes her head and says, my people are awful good at curses, and we've been doling them out as we see fit for some time, but nothing about no cycle. But you talking about that Jossie thing?
Yes.
Yeah. We don't fuck with that. Not too much. The affairs of the body aren't really much on our minds. More the affairs of Azul, the Espertides. But the Sinkai, and she kind of like there's a glint in her eye. I think like for a visual, even though she doesn't sound this way, like just kind of imagine like Kate Mulgrew when she's seen some shit. She's like Sinkai though. Now that I might be of some assistance with. They folks around here didn't heed my warnings when those motherfuckers showed up, but they've been working their magic on us for quite some time. It's part of the reason we need Krekate back. She's the only one who can shut the fucking door. But they may not be affecting your cycle, but they're definitely fucking with the cycle of magic. And given how connected all this shit seems to be, that might be having an effect on your biological cycle there too. But
well then, all the same, I will add my strength to yours.
So, obviously time's of the essence, so she's not going to give you the fucking, like, encyclopedia Sinkai dia.
No, step one is closed door. Then worry about learning.
Totally. Yeah. But what she can give you in a nutshell is there aren't any here that she knows of. They do travel through the shadowlands now that the gate is open. Also, to your point about kind of attacking and everything else, Krekate, in theory, is responsible for, as the sort of almost demigod of the crossroads, is theoretically responsible for what goes in and out of the Shadowlands, what can travel between them. That's part of the reason that Krekate founded the Covenant and sort of took up this action. The Sinkai may have other ways of traveling around your world, as might the witches who are in league with them, but shutting down the crossroads will likely impede their ability to shadow step everywhere. They may have back routes and kind of essentially like if you think of it as like they might have hacks, but this will fucking shut down the highway. So it might be back roads still, but the highway will be shut down, which will reduce the odds of what happened to the butcher.
Duncan will be doubly excited at this news because he assumed they'd still be able to do everything. We'd just cut off reinforcements. If this can affect two things, big win in his mind.
Yeah. Again, there's likely port keys and various bullshit of that ilk, and teleportation stones and all sorts of other madness. But the major crossroads are wide open right now. It's open season. So, can you roll me an insight check, Duncan?
$14.
Okay. You notice, because I think given your paranoia around fancy fuckers, I think Gwendolyn likely wouldn't, largely because she's been steeped in this for so long that it wouldn't come as much of a surprise. And Makka, this is just kind of beyond this isn't something that would be of concern to you. Duncan, you notice that she repeatedly says Krekate can do this, not that Krekate necessarily will. So you file that ambiguity away, just because it isn't like, oh yeah, like we just need to free Krekate and then she'll do the thing. It is within her power. She could do this, so on and so forth. So just a little piece for
logged.
You to log.
Yeah.
Great. So she, seeing that you're, particularly given that you mentioned the Sinkai and defeating them, there's also a bit of the like, yeah, it'd be great to get the Nazis out of Paris, but like, it would also be great if someone beat the Nazis in Germany. She seems willing to accept your help, and she kind of nods and holds up a finger, and the sparrow kind of flutters over and lands on her skeletal finger. And she confers with it in a language you don't understand for a moment or two, and then nods and turns back to you and says, well, your timing's actually pretty on point for us. I was about to send these chuckle fucks in to try and raid the gallery, but needless to say, our esteemed colleagues of the Blue Circle are none too happy about the idea of us just walking in there and stealing their favorite pets. So they've instituted some pretty vicious spell weaves around the building. That said, and then she smiles, and it's that kind of cruel smile that only like hard-ass military people get. She's like, however, it may be keyed to how magic works around us, but it sure shit ain't cute to some magic turtle guy, some random haunted suit of armor, whatever the fuck you're supposed to be. So you three might actually be exactly what we need to get in there. She waves over one of the shady people, and she's like, tell me, how do y'all feel about being hags?
Temporarily or permanently?
Oh, temporarily. You gotta earn that shit normally, madam. But in this particular instance, my friend Francois over here has cooked up some mighty fine transmogrification potions. We were hoping they wouldn't get us in, but they might get us close enough for Billy Jim over there to detonate himself, and then that would buy us the time to do the rest. But since none of their security is keyed to the three of y'all, I suspect if we give you the transmogrification potions, turn you into the disguises we were hoping to use, you might be able to just walk right in there. Of course, assuming you can carry on a deception, of which I'm not entirely certain, but I gotta hope.
What is a hag?
And she kind of smiles. She's like, well, it's what every little girl dreams of being one day. They are some of the eldest and most powerful witches in our society, and the good news is some of them get real bored and do random shit, like show up for unexpected inspections of important historical buildings. They are witches of great power. Their connection to the Pact is almost unrivaled by any but Krekate herself. Basically, I'd be turning y'all into fancy fuckers of the older variety in the hopes that you could just status your way through and inspect the facilities and pick up slack.
And this is the typical behavior of a hag, yes?
I mean, the best ones know. The best ones are busy sorting out how we can improve as a society and generally thrive better, and or how we can stop pissing off the ethereal gods we made pacts with so they won't, devour our Azul and, burn the world to a crisp. But some of them get real bored and just like going around and visiting things. Now, I know you don't know too much about our ways. I don't know what Mr. Macklin here has told you. But the Gallery of Familiars is a way for the Blue Circle to hang on to any particularly famous or important familiars. They trap them here so that they can continue to reap the knowledge of hags past, as well as any criminal types. It's a combination storage facility and jail, if you get my drift. So there are a lot of very bored hags who truly enjoy going to consult with familiars of their old dead friends and or of famous fuckers past. So 3 random hags showing up to go talk to some old friends is not exactly outside the realm, despite the circumstances we find ourselves in.
So will a potion work on the princess inside a haunted suit of armor?
She looks to Francois, who kind of chuckles, and he's like, I mean, as long as it does not flick, as long as it is not a moisture-wicking armor that flicks away the liquid, like some kind of sport suit, it will be fine. And then he looks at you, and he's like, are you some kind of sport suit?
It's like combat armor. Like,
that would be very stupid to wear while jogging. You'll be fine. He reaches over, grabs a mug of ale, and just throws it at you. And it splashes, and then just kind of like slowly rolls down. He's like, see, no moisture wicking, useless for running, good for infiltrating.
She looks the same, though.
He says, no getting one past you.
Princess, this does seem like the best way to guarantee or at least increase the chance for survival during this mission.
Oh, I agree.
I can't willingly agree to this plan because wearing the uniform of the enemy to kill the enemy is a war crime and thus against my code. However, I am sworn to bleed for crown and code, which would mean if a ruler were theoretically to order a Dawnbreaker to break the code but to protect them, sort of loophole enough. So I can't tell you exactly
Danno, I hereby order you to infiltrate these people by whatever means necessary, including by pretending to be a hag.
This will be a stain on my honor, Princess, but I will do it to protect you in this harsh, dangerous time. We'll do it.
Well, it's nice to see that even in a war zone y'all have time for things like ethics. That's adorable. I can't imagine how your kingdom fell. In any case, no one said anything about murder. You might have to. And honestly, you'd kind of be doing me a solid if you did. But all we need from you is Isa Proctor. She is the familiar of Crecate and has been in the very heart of the mausoleum since the damn thing was built. Proctor is a badger who served Crecate for many years. She is the most valuable familiar housed within the mausoleum. So she will be well guarded. But all I need is for you to get her portrait and get the fuck out. Now, if you do any murdering, that's on you. But...
Sorry, when you say portrait, we just need to get, like, a picture of her?
Yeah, alright. So, as you can see from our dear friend Mr. Macklin here's slow degeneration, a familiar cut off from their person either returns immediately to the Espertides by their will or attempts to stay here to finish up unfinished business, as Mr. Macklin is attempting to do. In order to keep them here, the Blue Circle has developed a system by which they can physically trap them in portraits. These creatures are held in a kind of suspended animation within these pictures. Now, we can break her the fuck out of that, but it's going to take some, shall we say, how to put this, violence-induced assistance from some Blue Circle witches that we have in a secure facility elsewhere. So we need you to get the portrait of Isa Proctor, and if you can get that out, then we can set her free, and she's the key to waking Crecate back up. So,
is Isa Proctor the only familiar in this facility that will have taken the form of a badger?
No, that's a good point, Mr. Turtle. There are many badgers, as there are, people like badgers, I guess. There are several throughout. You'll know Isa Proctor because based on the fact that she was the first familiar to be captured within one of these paintings, she is in an extraordinarily plain frame. As time went on, the frames got fancier and fancier. People began to actually pay for these things in their will so that some part of them would live on. But no, you can tell hers by being the simplest, smallest portrait in the building. Also, it is in the very heart of the building and is only accessible by the head librarian. So, you're gonna have to do some talking, I think.
All right, does it matter? Do you need the frame? Is that part of the magic? Or could we remove the painting from the frame? It makes smuggling a lot easier if you just have a canvas.
Understood, but if you break that frame, Miss Proctor will return to the Espertides, I can assure you. She had no intention of being held within one of these, is kind of the issue here. So if you break the enchantment, she's out of here and we lose Crecate entirely. Which...
Well, I mean, if the portrait is fairly small and plain, is it small? I mean, could it fit, like, inside? Oh, shit, I won't be a suit of armor.
Surely you will not. Also, no, it would not fit inside a suit of armor. It's, it's not... I don't know if you are familiar in your world with the famous stage play Ghostbusters 2, but it's not a Vigo the Carpathian-sized picture. It is know if perhaps you've heard of the real world painting the Mona Lisa. It's roughly that size. Smaller than you'd think, but still large enough to be a bit of a pain in the ass to smuggle.
Now, does anyone have, I don't know, a magic bag that's small that we could put it into?
No.
Also,
I certainly don't.
We got
Makka thinks you're asking him.
We'll just have to figure that out. All right, so that's sort of an us problem. Is there any other questions? I feel like we have as much as we're going to get from the outside.
I will also warn you, it would be highly irregular for a bunch of hags to just show up and demand to see the crown jewel of the collection. You'll likely have to feign some interest in some other shit first just to warm her up a bit. No one's supposed to be able to see the Proctor painting.
Are hags the ones who create omniraths?
She says, I mean, they certainly can, but at this point, the Chimerans are almost all capable of doing it. They just need to have stolen enough familiars to be able to pull it off, or bound enough familiars to be able to pull it off. I will tell you, though, that Riga Thought Ponder, the head librarian of the mausoleum, is a bit of a traditionalist, though she does side with her sisters of the Blue Circle and the Chimeran heresy. She insists on keeping but one familiar herself.
I see. I am ready.
Who is in command of the Chimerans? If there was going to be a name we would drop with a Riga Thought Ponder.
It is, there is a new council. They simply call themselves, where's my notes on this?
Ryan, I don't have that name written down. A Riga Thought Ponder?
That's
He
correct.
just said Riga Thought Ponder.
Oh, sorry, I missed it.
The head librarian is Riga Thought Ponder.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah, the leader of the Blue Circle Rebellion is Freya Thinwater.
Freya Thinwater.
That said, she kicked it off. It is a small council that leads. So it's not like you can say, like, Freya told us to come here.
Right.
Because
no, we'd have to.
Wouldn't.
But we name drop the council. It doesn't have, like, a fancier name.
Yeah, in Rome terms, this would be like Brutus or Cassius, but it's not.
Yeah.
Like, the other thing to keep in mind is if you're hags who are showing up at the mausoleum to see things, there's, like, Covenant society continues to run with this going on. Like in Star Wars terms, Avalon is a little bit like Coruscant during the Rebellion, where it's just like, yes, we're aware that there's things happening out there.
Still a city, yeah.
Okay.
Or, I mean, honestly, Rome during any of the major upheavals. So it's not like everyone is constantly thinking about this war. As far as most witches are concerned, the war is over. The Untethered are holdouts. There's a bit of uncertainty. There's a little bit of nervousness. But, yeah, it's full occupation France. Like, it's just like, this is just the way it is now. So just to add to your thinking, it's not necessarily... It might seem strange if hags showed up and were like, we were sent by the government, instead of just being like, we're eccentric. Show us things. We're demanding.
Yeah, he's just Duncan's brain's just running on like
I just
random
wanted to give,
angles.
Yep.
Yeah, is there a for lack of a better term, General Bridge Thinfinger, is there someone that you would think of as being in charge of, let's say, their intelligence community, their spies, their internal defenses? Would there be a name that would ring? I'm not planning on using it. I just like having a backup.
She shakes her head and she says, fortunately, me and mine had to fight our way out before the Red Circle fell. I had my network, but they're all dead, so I'm not quite sure who the new ones have. It is rather strange. They had to purge an awful lot of witches in order to pull off this coup. Might mean the intelligence community is a little scattered. and might mean you might be able to pull up something they don't know. I had a very good network. They do not.
Interesting.
If you think about it in, just to kind of clarify what she means there, the red circle would likely have been the circle that dealt with spies, and a lot of them were purged. So it's kind of, if you're thinking of it in these terms, it's like the two leaders of the rebellion were the magic and the familiar-based ones. They probably put together a spy network, but similar to the Trump administration, it's a lot of like, okay, you're a big funder. Congratulations, you're the head of education now. Or like right after Stalin died, where it's just kind of like a free-for-all where everyone's like, oh, fuck it, you're this now.
Yeah.
So, yes, spy network exists, but it's not run by, like, Varys isn't running the spy network anymore.
Betsy DeVos is.
Yeah. Man, what a weird mixed bag of metaphors.
Good lord.
All right, I know what I need to know. I am as prepared as I can be.
I am ready as well.
And Makka will grab a mug of beer and pour it over his head. And then look at his hand.
Good, yes.
And he'll start walking.
No, Makka, you still look like you. Just wait a second. They'll get us the potion.
Francois's like, no, I want to see this play out.
No, he'll just walk straight in and get killed. We need him to look like a hag.
Okay, so the potions are handed out. Gwendolyn, you will literally just be dumping it on your head.
Cool.
Makka, we drank these, I tell him.
It's like,
Okay.
And with that, you bottoms up your vials, and you feel the effects of the transformation immediately. It's very Beauty and the Beast and or Fiona at the end of Shrek, where
floating with light coming out.
You just kind of like you float up. There's
God.
kind of sort of a green energy circling you, and. So again, keeping in mind that there's often horrifically shitty negative connotations to the term hag. We're not talking like physical ugliness here.
I'm not talking Witcher 3 hags.
Yeah. We're not talking like just some absurd like we find women and aging scary, so we're gonna find words that demonize it. It is literally in this case just like someone who is like older and is wiser and generally more powerful. So keeping in mind that there is absolutely no sort of like physical shaming involved in this, I want to know who each of you looks like. And so pick an actor and then tell me kind of what your outward appearance is. It can be super bedraggled and crazy. That's totally on the board. Just understand that it doesn't have to be like, oh, like I want to look like Helen Mirren, but I don't want to imply Helen Mirren's ugly because that's of course absurd.
I got it already.
Also, keep in mind, it can also alter your voices. So...
Are you looking for some voice?
Not necessarily. I'm just saying that is an option. That is an option that is on the table.
Okay.
So I'll give you a moment to consider that.
Oh, I think we just got to pitch. You got to trust your gut. We got to dive in.
I'm ready to go right now. If Laura, you want some more time.
What does Makka... Do the characters choose, Tom, or are we choosing? Like, is it influenced by what they think a hag would look like?
No, because these.
Okay.
So it's handed off by locals. It's designed
to clarify,
by a local.
this
That would have
like
been rough.
Francois made these for like him and a few of the other people in this room. So it's like you're drinking it, and I mean similar to the polyjuice thing from Harry Potter. Like these were always going to be what anyone who drank them looked like.
Okay.
Cool.
Yep.
So I like Makka as sort of a very kind of blunt individual and someone who I think always does a fun job of playing blunt, but doesn't necessarily always get to is Dame Judi Dench. So Makka transforms basically into Judi Dench with her nice like short hair, like closely cropped haircut and stuff like that. And does it change her clothing as well?
Yes. Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Because Makka wasn't wearing clothing, so that's good. And so she'll basically be in a great big witch's hat, I think, and like a judge's robes.
Cool.
So sort of like an official looking witch.
And we're talking like judge's robes with like a big white collar and that sort of thing, or just purely the black robe?
Like a white collar as well, and it's just cinched at the waist with a belt, and there's just a great big which circle would it be on the buckle of that belt for this side of the war?
Well, I mean, at this point they've consumed the rest of the circles. Like there are technically the entire interweave is now consumed by them, so you could technically be any circle you want.
Okay.
Politics is the black circle, so I suspect.
Okay.
Or cool. Well, you could be the black circle, or white circle is magic. I feel like you'd be best attuned to
white
one of those
circle
two.
then.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sure.
I'm just trying to think, like, this is the disguise that they concocted, right?
Yeah.
So it's just like this is sort of like an official's garb.
Yeah. A
Almost,
white circle mage makes sense. You'd be like basically, we'll say the rank would be magister, and it's someone whose job is to kind of monitor. As I said, magic's a bit like fucking Calvin Ball in this realm. So someone whose job is to kind of both police and monitor what forms of magic are being used, and make sure that they don't fuck anything up.
Right. Okay. Makka doesn't know any of that, but obviously that's all the thought that went into this disguise before someone gave it to Makka.
Absolutely. And what is the witch's name?
Makka Deathcap. Unless someone suggests otherwise.
Okay, great. Ryan or Laura?
I think I look like Fiona Shaw as her character in Killing Eve, Carolyn.
That's a damn good pull.
Yeah, so she's the one who she plays Aunt Petunia in the Harry Potter movies. For anyone who hasn't seen Killing Eve. So just like very, very, very upright, but like has that, there's something devious going on in the background. So I think she literally looks exactly like her character in Killing Eve, just like short, always very like coiffed, perfect hair, very like long, flowy pants, like pantsuit and blazer, but like not like buttons and everything. Yeah, it's still going to be like tied blazer together and
it's got like buckles and shit.
Exactly.
Great. Very cool. And what is her name?
Her name is Shaw.
Shaw? Okay.
Yeah.
Nice.
And Ryan.
So Duncan sees what happens with the other two, and then he just like takes Mr. Bang out and sets it on a table and then drinks his so that he still has something to defend himself with. He turns into a woman who is still his height, which is convenient for him. Willowy limbed. The appearance is like a combination between like a Zoe Saldana and like an Olivia Wilde, but Gamora Green, like just that like otherworldly, beautiful, indeterminate age, but smart looking, very pretty. He's a little bit excited about that fact. And I'd say it's like a gown with like a cut he would like. Like it's low cut. It gets to play a little bit of cleavage in like a classy way. Like it's not slutty, but it's showing off what he's got. With like slits at the side so he can move, and there's like a cape and a raised mantle behind his head that comes up like the old like Dracula capes kind of thing. And then at like at the top of each of the raised corners is like a little like bird skull just like looking down. And the hair is just sort of like in like an elaborate sort of like there's like a crown that the hair is interwoven into braids. And then he just like reaches over and picks up Mr. Bang and just like tucks it in the back under the cape so that it's, hidden.
And what's your name going to be?
Vickers.
Okay, so Francois nudges you and then kind of like looks down at your chest and he's like, I made that one for me. He's good, no?
Fuck, I'd have to choose a voice right away. Balls.
You can also just keep your existing voice. That's totally fine.
No way, baby. I'm not doing that. Not when I'm transmogrified. I'm someone new. Yes, I think this one will do me beautifully.
So Bridge kind of observes all three of you and says, yep, that's the exact intended and expected effect. I knew all that was going to happen. None of this is news to me. Listen, y'all are gonna need names of some sort in order to get through. So she gets Vickers and Shaw, and then Makka, you loudly declare Makka Deathcap. And she kind of shakes her head and she's like, I mean, honestly, that's not too far off from a witch name, but what do y'all think? Do you think he can manage with that?
I wouldn't suggest making it anything else, because he'll forget far too quickly.
Sound logic from the green weirdo. All right, cool. Well, looks like you got all you need. Sorry, one more thing. It will be mighty strange for y'all to show up untethered. So we're going to send familiars along. You're going to get my sparrow here. We got this handy frog who is Dante's familiar. And like Dante just kind of goes, yeah, that's me, Dante. I've got a cool backstory, but I'm not really important to this scene, so have fun.
Next time, baby.
Read my tie-in novel. And then Victor will be your third. So they mechanically aren't going to do anything other than just kind of be there. But who takes what?
I mean, I think Makka is immediately drawn to that frog.
Of course.
Yeah.
And I believe I will take the sparrow with the sparrow skulls on this outfit. Wow, this voice makes me talk slow and emphasize words I otherwise wouldn't. Oh, the W's are awful.
And Victor walks up to you, Gwendolyn / Shaw, and says, well, I guess I'm with you then. Great. I'll try not to let the team down.
Indeed.
So with that,
I need a minute to figure out the voice.
I understand. I can't imagine having to come up with a new voice on the spot. That must be horrifying. However, will you manage?
By being vaguely British.
Me, Dante. What's up?
And sometimes with a southern drawl.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to oscillate between those two.
Yeah.
You're going to meet more butlers. So with that, you're pretty well equipped. Is there anything else you want to do before you go?
Addressing actually Duncan putting away his pistol and then retrieving it post transformation. Do we have access to any of our equipment in these forms?
Yeah, I'll say you can pull it off yourself. It's weird. It's like a PlayStation 2 era video game where you just kind of like reach into your body and a sword comes out.
Yeah. Okay.
But yes, I will say you have access to your gear.
I should write down the names of our new characters.
If you do, I will say it will interrupt the effect.
Illusion?
Yeah, largely because if you think of it in like Venom symbiote terms, in order to pull your sword out, however much of the enchantment is focused on maintaining your sword as part of your outfit is gone. So it's not like your whole thing will break. It's just it'll be less. The
if we put the
shift.
sword back, does it go back together, Tom, or is it busted? I feel like we'd ask these questions of.
Yeah. It really is just like it's silly putty or Play-Doh. You have a finite amount. So yes.
So if we put it back, we're back to 100% hidden.
Yeah.
Dope.
Well, I believe I'm ready to go. How about you, friends?
I believe it would behoove us to proceed immediately.
Yes, I agree. Let us depart.
And with that, 3 jolly Covenant citizens go to wreck some shit at a museum.
This episode of Curse, Code, and Crown was edited by Ryan LaPlante, and the campaign was created by Tom McGee. Our original theme music was composed by Landon Knoblock, and all of Dum Dums and Dice's art is created by the brilliant Decapitated Markers. If you want to follow our players or our DM on Twitter, you can reach out to Laura at ELHamstring, Ryan at @RyanLaPlante, Tyler at Tyler_Hewitt, Tom McGee at McGeeTD, or you can message our whole company at DumDumDice. So please, join us again for more Curse, Code, and Crown!
Dum Dums and Dice has to give a special thank you to the supreme beings of our Patreon at this time: Christian Menicola, Long, the Half-Blind Prophet, James Cuellar, DM Rob, Christopher Little, Olin Anderson, Sue One, Devin Boyce, George Dolby, One True Artistry, Orion Birchfield, Anthony Griffin, and Jill and Noel LaPlante. If you want your name to be added to this list, you can join our Patreon too at patreon.com/dumdumdice. Thanks to them, and a little bit of thanks to you.